Siegio uses his mental power to scan the house. Wow, it even has a basement. Could this be their hideout? Wow, there are good things inside. Haha, how can I miss such a rare opportunity? The zombie king, Siegio, is very stingy. He loves to act crazy, like a little fairy. Yes, that's how it is. His small hand waves in the dark night, and several large boxes in the basement are directly absorbed into Siegio's space. Seeing the two people still arguing downstairs, Siegio's eyes light up. Haha, since the mushroom has its own ideas, she is a good person. Of course, she needs to give him a boost. I wonder if the little mud skipper will like digging a cave when the time comes? Haha, they should like it. These days, there aren't many entertainment options. These two good people happen to be giving the public something to talk about after dinner. Not bad, not bad. Little spirit, go to the police station and say there's someone cheating, suspecting that bad elements are planted among the common people. The little spirit happily shook the leaves on its head and cheerfully flew off into the distance, its joyful voice coming from afar. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Hee hee, now it's a different kind of little spirit. It also likes the feeling of doing bad things. It's really exciting. Siegio watched below with bright eyes. The fire there was burning hotter and hotter. Chunyang suddenly tore open his shirt, his eyes like hooks, his thin lips slightly pressed together. Big brother, feel this, my chest hurts so much. Sun Hao shivered with disgust. Just as he was about to argue, his eyes became hazy. He tentatively reached out to touch Chunyang's chest, following his words. A strange sound escaped from Chunyang's mouth, sounding both like a grievance and a sigh of relief. Siegio looked at the two with a cold smile. Neither of them was a good person. Whether it was Scar Guy or Sun Hao, neither was doing anything good. One was part of a human trafficking gang, and the other was involved in shady dealings. Otherwise, why would they work with Scar Guy? So, these people should go where they belong, to be removed from the community. This would make the children and girls in the nearby town safer. Even if they were taken to the police station, Siegio would make sure they turn on each other, linking Scar Guy's issues to them, so everyone would face justice. Leaving these kinds of pests alive a day longer is cruel to the people. Nowadays, unlike in later times, if a child goes missing, they might never be found. And those young girls are often sold to mountain areas, living worse than animals. These people deserve to taste the punishment of guns. The fight below had already started. The little spirit had returned. Boss, I'm back. The police will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the little spirit finished speaking, footsteps could be heard coming from the alley. Siegio's lips curled into a slight smile. Just as she was about to leave, having hidden her skills and fame, she heard faint noises from the neighboring rooms. She paused her steps and listened carefully to the sounds nearby. Wow, these houses are all hideouts for thieves. It turns out they are all under Sun Hao's control, just trying to confuse others and hide their true intentions. Even if one house is caught, the others can stay still and protect themselves. They are really clever. Sun Hao is somewhat smart, but not too much. Since Siegio has discovered them, their plans are doomed to fail. Siegio used her mental power to scan the other rooms, collecting everything inside into her space. When the police arrived, she deliberately made some noise to help them catch the criminals all at once. When Lu Ming and his team arrived, they heard the commotion inside. He frowned slightly, kicked open the door, and saw two people in the main hall, lost in their own world. He, a grown man, was completely stunned. The young police officers behind him, seeing this scene, all gaped with their mouths open, as if they wanted to stuff a whole chicken inside. What is limiting their imagination? Lu Ming found it too shocking and, holding back his disgust, shouted, "What are you doing?" The two lost individuals suddenly heard the scolding. Sun Hao's little bird suddenly stopped working, and Chunyang shivered, quickly hiding in Sun Hao's arms. "Big brother, I'm scared." His voice was full of twists and turns. At this moment, Sun Hao's mind was a mess, and he was a bit dazed. Instinctively, he hugged Chunyang tighter. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. The black bear spirit and the rabbit spirit appeared in physical form at this moment. Xiejio, who was hiding in her space on the roof, watched the scene below and smiled. These days, being accused of having an affair is a serious crime, especially when it involves two men. Lu Ming was about to speak when he heard a few heads pop up on the wall. "Boss, you should leave quickly. We'll cover for you." This gloomy mushroom is really useful. Better than those medicines. Unconditionally eliminating everyone around. Chunyang seemed to come back to his senses, pushing Sun Hao. "Big brother, I will fight my way out for you. You rush out first. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. I was born your person, and when I die, I will be your loyal ghost." Full of bravado, Chunyang just stood up but felt his legs go weak. He collapsed back into Sun Hao's arms. The brothers on the wall didn't seem to notice the tension between the two. They looked like excited, mindless followers pumped up with adrenaline, full of passion. "Yes, big brother, we will carve a path through the enemies for you." Feeling their enthusiasm, Sun Hao suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Brothers, you're awesome. Let's fight."
Fight.
Fight! Lu Ming quickly snapped out of it, pulled out his pistol from his waist, and said, "Raise your hands. I suspect you are enemy agents. Come with us for questioning. Protect the big brother. Protect the big brother." Xiejio rolled his eyes in the space. "You guys are so reckless." With a small packet of powder, he managed to drug these people completely. The little spirit, taking advantage of the darkness, flew with a porcelain bottle, stirring up the air in front of the police, secretly giving them the antidote. The police watched as one after another collapsed, looking confused. Only Lu Ming looked up at the dark night sky, pressed his lips, and quickly told everyone to hurry and take the people back. Since someone was helping them in the shadows, there might be useful information on these people. So many incidents had happened in town recently, and the police station had already detained several groups of people. He didn't believe these groups had no connection to him. He had to go back quickly, interrogate them overnight, and try to get useful clues. Until these people were dealt with, he wouldn't feel at ease. The little spirit widened its eyes, watching the dejected heads hanging low, and let out a sharp squeak like a groundhog. "Wow. Big boss, you're so amazing. You totally wiped them out." In a night breeze, Xiejio brushed his hair aside and replied in a tone like the lone swordsman. "Average, average. Third in the world." Little spirit, report back. "Got the good stuff, solved the bad guys, time to go home and get some beauty sleep." "Okay, big boss." The little spirit swore it was the big boss's little helper. When the boss said east, it would never go west. The boss was still the boss, even more crazy than during the apocalypse. At that time, the big boss was still a good young person who cared for the country and the people. Although now he still cares for the country and the people, it always feels like the big boss isn't holding back well. Looking at the fate of those who offended the big boss, boo-hoo. No wonder the big boss likes the Sarah. After all, there are some reckless people, and those are all achievements. Xiejio ran back to the back mountain quickly, looking at the small crescent moon in the sky and the hazy mountains. She thought, "I can do this." Xiejio grabbed a branch and leapt onto a tall tree, lying on it with limbs spread out. The little spirit was stunned and looked at her in surprise. "Big boss, what are you doing? You're not sleeping on a good bed, but on a tree branch?" Did the big boss get some kind of shock? Xiejio rolled her eyes, thinking she wanted to sleep on the branch, but it was her inner energy boiling again. She sensed that this was making her absorb the essence of the sun and moon, like those practicing martial arts. "I'm so happy about this." Forget it. As long as her inner energy can break through, that's enough. Since coming here, although her inner energy has come along, it's not as strong as when she faced the zombie king in the apocalypse. She needs to make up for it. She needs to practice. How lonely it is to be invincible. The little spirit quietly rolled her eyes. The big boss really doesn't give anyone a break. Knowing she's invincible, she's still staying up late to practice. Who can chase after such a good person? Xiejio didn't care about the little spirit's thoughts. She simply lay on the branch and fell asleep in half a minute. Let the sun and moon's essence be absorbed by herself. Inner energy, is this ours? It's not even yours.
Wail.
The sky gradually brightened. The sky turned light blue, and suddenly a red glow appeared on the horizon. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating every corner. Golden rays shone through the gaps in the leaves, falling on Siejio's sleeping face. She fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly woke up. She stretched lazily, feeling the golden light above her head. Feeling her mental energy seed in her mind grow stronger, Siejio's mood was incredibly happy. The zombie king Siejio's mental power in this life is invincible. If she hadn't exposed herself to end the apocalypse, even if all those people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill her. Her mental strength, when slightly activated, could sense even distant movements from thousands of miles away. Since arriving here, her mental power remained, but it was suppressed to level 3. Now that she could practice her mental strength again, she was naturally happy. She knew best the wonderful uses of mental power. Siejio tiptoed and jumped down from the tree. Suddenly, she saw a big head pop out of the bushes, and their eyes met. Oh, is that a silly roe deer? The problem was, why was it hiding here? A piece of meat coming right to her. She shouldn't waste it. Before Siejio could make a move, the silly roe deer, looking drunk, wobbled and fell right at her feet. Was it trying to pretend to be hurt? Or was it just clumsy? The silly roe deer rolled to her feet, its nose twitching. It seemed to smell something nice about her. I'll roll away, I'll roll away, I'll roll and roll. The silly roe deer curled up and rolled onto the back of her foot, its wet eyes blinking as if to say, "Lady, won't you take me home?" Siejio thought, no wonder it's called a silly roe deer. It's even begging to be eaten. Since she was kind-hearted, she decided to fulfill its request. She struck it gently with her hand, knocking it out cold, then quickly threw it into her space. On the way down the mountain, she didn't rest. She picked mushrooms and placed them in her basket as she walked. A colorful wild chicken strutted past her, wobbling from side to side. Siejio picked up a small stone and threw it, hitting the chicken on the head. The chicken was honored to sacrifice itself. She parted the weeds and found a few wild eggs inside. Her eyes lit up. Her little spirit had a new task. Little spirit, tonight you'll work hard. Make those wild chicken eggs multiply. The little spirit grumbled. For heaven's sake, multiply? Just turn these eggs into double. That's all. It didn't dare to resist and kept praising her. Okay, boss, leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done perfectly. What could it do if it couldn't resist? Naturally, it would go along with her. The little spirit said it was a practical spirit and didn't want to get into trouble for disobedience. In the early morning of the mountain village, smoke rose from every household. Siejio was walking along a mountain path when suddenly she heard loud crying and angry shouting. Wow, there are melons to eat. Siejio quickened her steps. Rural people have little entertainment, so whenever there are melons, everyone rushes to eat them first. Siejio was no exception. Her basket had already been stored in her space. At this moment, she felt light and free. With a swift move, she rushed down the mountain. Outside the cow shed, Siejio was washing up when he saw a shadow rushing down from the mountain. He was startled and shivered. Only after seeing Siejio's silhouette did he breathe a little easier. He had thought a wild boar had entered the village. Then he wondered, Siejio went up the mountain last night, so why is she only coming down now? He wanted to ask, but thinking of his status, he sighed and went back to his house. Siejio spread out her mental power and moved forward quickly. Along the way, she met Chun Hongxia, whose eyes were full of curiosity. Big Auntie, who's crying and wailing so early in the morning. Her voice was loud enough for half the village to hear. Wasn't it like someone was mourning? Chun Hongxia sighed. Not everyone in the village was reasonable, and there were always a few troublemakers. You didn't know because you went to town yesterday. Shimli hurt his foot while clearing the land yesterday. Siejio didn't quite understand. She knew about clearing land. The village had limited land, and most villagers couldn't get enough to eat. To eat well, they needed more grain. Where does the grain come from? Of course, it comes from the land. The land was limited, and the harvest could only be so much. They couldn't produce much grain, so they had to clear more land. Some villagers worked normally, and some worked on clearing land. Clearing land was voluntary, but working on clearing land for a day earned 12 work points, while a full day of regular work earned only 10. Families with many members, who couldn't get enough to eat, would send 1 or 2 strong workers to clear land. But what does Xingli's injury have to do with all this? Chen Hongxia sighed again, walking and explaining to Xiejio. Xingli's family was led by Grandma Wu and Old Man Wu. On the surface, it seemed Grandma Wu was in charge, but in reality, the real decision-maker was Old Man Wu, who quietly gave orders. Most rural families share everything together. All the work points earned by everyone are pooled, and during the new year, food and money are shared equally. Wu Shengli is the second son in the Wu family. He has an older brother and a younger brother. About 10 people live under one roof, and everything is decided by the elderly woman of the family. Even how much to eat and whether to drink thin or thick porridge is up to the old lady. Wu Shengli is the least favored in the family. He lives a hard life like an old ox, and he has to suffer along with his wife and daughter. Basically, their life is similar to the Tian Dafeng family. But the difference is that Tian Dafeng is a person with his own opinions, while Wu Shengli is indecisive and always listens to his mother. He also makes his wife and daughter endure it. The whole family is very thin like sticks. Yesterday, Wu Shengli hurt his foot. He should have gone to the town hospital to see a doctor, but his old mother didn't agree. She just told him to rest at home. His bleeding foot was washed in muddy water by his father. It hurt him so much that he grimaced, but since his mother ordered him not to go out, he didn't dare argue. He hobbled back home. Today's loud noise probably means his foot is seriously hurt. Chen Hongxia already knew yesterday that this family would argue sooner or later. Lu Hongyan looks quiet but is actually a strong-willed and fiery woman. Today's loud noise probably means she's no longer willing to stay silent. Hearing the eldest aunt's explanation, Xiejio followed some older women from the village to the Wu family's door. Look at this crowd, 3 layers inside and outside. The power of gossip is truly endless. Not only women gossip, but men also gather around to watch. Didn't you see many men among the crowd? Wu Shengli, give me a clear answer. Are you going to ask your mother for money to see your foot? Lu Hongyan didn't care about the many people outside the yard. Over the years, she has done the most and eaten the least with Wu Shengli. She has nothing to say. After all, she married such a useless man. But today they even hurt her daughter. That's when she decided to stand up and speak her mind. Wu Shengli, who hurt his foot, sat on the doorstep, hanging his head silently. His bare, bleeding foot still emitted a strong smell from the infection. From afar, you could smell the foul odor. Grandma Wu heard her daughter-in-law encouraging her son to ask for money. She sat on the ground and started crying loudly. Where do I have money? Our big family doesn't eat or drink. Money, 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 it's all you care about. Who gets hurt just a little and then rushes to the town hospital? Didn't his father treat him with traditional methods? He'll be fine by tomorrow. Lu Hongyan sneered and pointed at Wu Xingli's foot. Is that treated? Can't you see the blood? Or, do you not notice it's already infected? Wu Shengli, you are such a useless person. Who am I doing this for? For you, to save your foot. And you? When your girl was beaten, you didn't care. She's your own daughter, but you care more about your unkind brothers. Wu Diji and Wu Xiaodi, who were called unkind, got angry and shouted, What are you talking about? We're doing this for Xingli. He's just a girl, not obedient, so we hit her. What's so strange about that? Are you doing this for Wu Xingli? You're only thinking of yourselves. You keep saying you have no money, but you just don't want to pay for his treatment. When Grandma wanted to sell the little girl, how come you agreed so quickly? Isn't it all for yourselves? These words instantly caused an uproar. This was human trafficking. How dare they? The little girl was their own niece. Xingli is so helpless. How did he end up with such a family? Maybe he even wants to. Look, he didn't argue back. Hongyan is really hardworking. She works day and night, like an old ox in this family. In the end, No one thanks her, and now they want to sell her daughter. If it were me, I would fight them with all I have. Xiejio hated such dirty people. The Wu family had no money, so she didn't believe anything they said. With so many strong workers, they could earn a lot of money by the end of the year. Xiejio used her mental power to scan the entire Wu family. Wow, they have no money? They are broke? They have more money than her uncle's family. And there were several boxes hidden under the big tree in the yard. The little spirit's voice sounded in her ear. Boss, those things under the big tree are not Wu families. Oh, that's great. Then she could take them without guilt. Using her mental power, she quickly moved the treasures under the big tree into her space. Big boss, Wu Laoda and Wu Laosan's house money isn't really theirs. They got it by framing others. Xiejio says she took the money from these people on behalf of justice. With a single powerful move, the money from Wu Laoda and Wu Laosan's house went into Xiejio's space. She looked inside and was surprised. Almost 1,000 yuan. That's a huge amount in the countryside. Wu grandma started crying and begging again, pretending to be poor. She was shouting and hitting the ground. As she did, everyone looked at her with strange eyes. Chen Hongxia frowned and looked at Wu grandma. She mocked. Wu family, didn't you say you had no money? What's that falling out of your pocket? Thanks to Chen Hongxia's reminder, everyone looked closer. Gasps of shock sounded around. Wow, so many big bundles of money. Who keeps dozens of yuan in their pocket? That much could pay a whole family's wages for a year in the countryside. It's clear the Wu family doesn't want Wu Shengli to see this. Lu Hongxia quickly ran over, picked up the big bundle from the ground, and put it in her pocket. She spat fiercely and said, Old grandma, you said you had no money? I've worked hard for this family for many years. This is what I deserve. Wu Shengli, let's divorce. You're a useless man. You and your mother can go. From now on, Xiaoyu will stay with me. I'm afraid that one day I wake up and find these ungrateful people have sold her. Before Wu grandma could react, Lu Hongyan grabbed the money that fell from her pocket. She suddenly stood up and rushed over with a loud cry. Xiejio took a sunflower seed from her space and flicked it at the person's leg. Wu grandma staggered and fell flat on her face. Everyone burst out laughing loudly. Seeing grandma's embarrassing fall, old Wu frowned. His wrinkled face darkened. Second son, take care of your wife. Your leg isn't serious. It'll be fine tomorrow. Stop causing trouble, Xiejio called out to the crowd. Old Wu, you really aren't honest. Wu Shengli's leg is already infected and pus is coming out. If it gets worse, someone could die. Are you trying to make Comrade Lu Hongyan a widow? Tetanus is deadly, and Xiejio wasn't joking. Comrade Lu Hongyan, now's the time to leave. When will you go if not now? When Wu Shengli dies, you and your mother will be sold to the mountains immediately. Xiejio enjoys watching the chaos and doesn't mind making a big fuss. This family is full of bad people, and they definitely shouldn't be allowed to stay in this muddy situation. Lu Hongyan has a personality similar to her aunt, Chen Hongxia, fiery but reasonable. She is hard-working and patient, or she wouldn't have endured for so many years. It's said that a mother is always strong, and her little girl is Lu Hongyan's bottom line. She can tolerate her in-laws' unreasonable behavior and Wu Xingli's inaction, but she cannot tolerate these people trying to hurt her daughter. That is her limit. Once it's crossed, she will fight back with all her strength. Xiejio also sees her character, which is why he said that. At this moment, the Wu family is even considering selling the little girl. If Wu Shengli is gone, what awaits her and her mother is easy to imagine. The house near the big mountain used to belong to the descendants of the village's landlord. During the Great Famine, many families in the village couldn't survive. When everyone was about to starve, that family secretly shared some leftover grain with the villagers, which helped the people of Honghe village survive. Honghe village is one of the poorest villages recently, but during the famine, it was the only one where not many people died. The other nearby villages were in worse shape. Everyone was especially grateful to that family. But later, circumstances changed. That family was labeled as capitalists and was affected during the political movements. The villagers of Honghe remembered their help in saving lives and didn't turn against them. Only the eldest and third sons of the Wu family helped those people destroy their home, which even led to the death of their elderly woman on the spot. The money and valuables they had hidden were obtained during that time. This family is quite cunning. Wu Shengli, sitting on the doorstep, heard about someone dying. He looked up blankly and glanced at his father. He opened his mouth to say something, but was silenced by old Wu. "We are farmers. Whether we live or die, that's your fate," old Wu said. The villagers around saw old Wu's expression clearly. They knew he didn't want to help. "Old Wu, if Wu Da or Wu Seng get hurt, will you help them?" After falling and hurting herself, Granny Wu, who lost a front tooth, angrily said, "Nonsense. Big brother and third brother are not comparable to second brother." Her words were simple and clear. Wu Shengli was not favored, so he was considered unimportant. But the eldest and third brothers were loved, and in Granny Wu's eyes, they were precious. Truly double standards. Lu Hongyan, hearing Xiejio say that, knew that once Wu Shengli died, they might be sold away. She understood that she couldn't stay in this house anymore. Xiejio's words were straightforward and a bit sarcastic, but they served as a warning to her. Now is the time to leave. There may not be another chance. If they were really sold, the future waiting for them would be hard to imagine. The young girl with a swollen face had become sensible and understood what the adults were talking about. She was frightened and leaned close to Lu Hongyan, her eyes red with fear and unease. Lu Hongyan's tears suddenly fell. She held the little girl's hand and said, "Mom won't let you be sold. Mom will take you to Grandma's house now." When she stood up straight, her eyes on Wu Shengli were calm and full of disgust, with no trace of the warmth they once had. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "Wu Shengli, from now on, we go our separate ways." Lu Hongyan turned without hesitation, bowed slightly towards Xiejio, then pushed through the crowd and left without looking back. Wu Shengli never said a word. He just watched his wife leave, sighed softly, as if all his last strength had gone with her. He always knew he was not favored. His father didn't love him, and his mother ignored him. He was insignificant in this family. Since his wife came, someone shared his burdens and chores. He saw her endurance and pain but chose to ignore it. He just wanted someone to stay with him, to sink into this pain, to give his twisted mind a little pleasure. Now, his only spiritual support, the only light reaching out to him, had finally parted ways with him at this crossroads. He chuckled softly. It was for the best. Let her be free. This family was just a prison. It had already trapped him. Now let her go free. Old Lady Wu saw Lu Hongyan leave, her face full of bitterness. She scolded angrily. "Second son, what's wrong with you? You don't take care of your wife and keep going back to your mother's house. What's going on?" When the second son's family left, who would do the chores at home? Who would work in the fields? Wu Shengli heard his mother's angry words. He slowly lifted his calm eyes, quietly looked at her, then suddenly smiled, but his smile was a bit sinister. "Mother," Wu Shengli called softly, then slowly stood up and stretched out his foot toward her. "Do I still have a wife?" Hongyan is very firm about her decisions. "Did you ever think about her feelings when you wanted to sell her? Why did my foot get hurt? Wasn't it because you wanted me to clear the land? I have an older brother above me and a younger brother below me. I am caught in the middle, feeling useless. Since I was a child, how have I lived? I am a person. I have blood and flesh too. I see clearly the pain and patience Hongyan has endured all these years. She tolerated your constant trouble because of me. It's my fault. I am not worthy of her. She shouldn't have to suffer in our family. Once she leaves us, she can find a better life. Any family she finds will be better than ours." Wu Shengli chuckled softly, looking around. "Mother, even though they are all wives, my sister-in-law and younger sister never have to do housework. They sleep until they wake up naturally. Favoritism isn't always so obvious." His gaze suddenly turned to Xiejio, and he smiled brightly. "Xiejio is right. I really can't go on. Since Dad put my foot in the mud, I felt terrible. As he spoke, he suddenly twitched uncontrollably. Blood slowly flowed from his mouth and nose, and his face twisted into a terrifying expression. Oh no! Wu Shengli is having a seizure. The onlookers were startled. Wu Shengli raised his hand to stop the villagers and the team leader from entering their yard. He looked at his so-called family with a mocking and relieved smile. Parents, I am really exhausted. Since I can remember, I haven't stopped working. Now I finally can rest. Wu Shengli slowly collapsed, a look of relief on his face. This. Xia Weiman didn't expect that a family quarrel would suddenly lead to someone dying. Xia Jiu explained, he died from an infection caused by acute tetanus. If he had gone to the hospital for treatment yesterday, he might not have died. Wu Xingli's death made everyone sigh. No one expected that a healthy person could lose their life just because of a foot injury. Xia Weiman looked at Wu Xingli's body and sighed softly. Old Wu, hurry and buy a coffin so we can bury him peacefully. Old Wu kept puffing on his dry tobacco pipe, without saying a word. Old Madam Wu quickly got up from the ground, spat, and said, Buy what? He's not a precious person. Why do we need a coffin? Big brother, third brother, you two carry him up the mountain and toss him into the valley. Wild animals will take care of him. Why make things so complicated? Everyone was stunned. Madame Huang looked at old Madame Wu's face and scolded directly. Old Wu family, have you lost your mind? This is your own child, and he's already dead. How can you treat him like that? Showing favoritism isn't supposed to be this extreme. It looks like you're biased to the point of being insufferable. Chen Hongxia frowned and looked at the Wu family with disgust and mockery. Even though he was no longer favored, he was still her son. How could she say such cold words? At this moment, Chen Hongxia felt very lucky that Lu Hongyan was a decisive person. Otherwise, what awaited them might not be good news. Get out, get out, get out. Old Madame Wu grabbed the broom she used to clean the chicken coop and started shooing people away. Xia Weiman glanced at Wu Xingli's body in the yard and sighed. Even though he was the team leader, he couldn't interfere in family matters. He could say a few words at most. What else could he do? Nowadays, every household was struggling. Even as the team leader, he couldn't just buy a coffin for someone. Not to mention whether they would be grateful, he might even be scolded for meddling. The onlookers who came to watch the scene didn't expect such an ending. They thought at most there would be some scolding or a fight. Such a good life was simply lost because of his parents. Who wouldn't feel sad about that? Finally, Xia Jiu took one last look at the house and followed Chen Hongxia home. The little elf looked upset. It didn't understand human feelings well, but when it saw Wu Xingli's family, it thought they were too cruel. Wu Shengli was their child. How could parents treat him this way? He was already dead, and they still left his body to rot in the wilderness? So, not all parents can truly be called parents, because they don't deserve that name. While eating breakfast, Xia Jiu heard more about Wu's family from the little elf. Wu Xingli's body was carried to the back mountain by the eldest and third brothers of the Wu family, then they left it there. His feet were already hurt, and the strong smell of blood soon attracted wild animals. In a short time, they ate his body, leaving only some torn cloth strips to show he had existed. Hearing this, Xia Jiu felt mixed emotions. She felt sad for Wu Shengli but also condemned the Wu family for their cruelty. She bit into her steamed bun hard, grinding her teeth. These wicked people were like a mouse dropping in a pot of good porridge, unexpected and unwanted. Boss, should we do something about them? These two brothers are not good people. I heard from the big tree in their yard that they like to bother young girls from nearby villages. No matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare target girls from their own village, afraid of being caught and kicked out. Tell the big tree to watch their movements. I'll think of a way to send them away. In these times, a girl's reputation was very important. If those things really happened, how could those girls live with it? They were truly a family of beasts. Understood, boss. I got it. Feeling upset, Xia Jiu finished her morning chores and then went up the mountain. She wanted to find some small animals to hunt. The post-apocalyptic world was still fun. If she wanted to fight someone, she would do it. If she met trash like that in the apocalypse, she'd give him a permanent injury, guaranteed satisfaction. Now, in this era of law and order, she couldn't fight people. So, she had to find another way, something that would satisfy her. After digging a rabbit burrow, catching 3 wild chickens, and a wild boar, Xiejio was ready to head down the mountain with her basket. She frowned slightly. She heard footsteps in distance, more than one person. She tiptoed and quickly jumped into a tree, spreading her mental energy rapidly. In the forest, a figure was chasing another ahead. The man's breathing was a bit heavy, and from the sound carried by the wind, Xiejio could tell that this person was injured. Even though he was hurt, he still kept chasing the person in front. His willpower was quite strong. Seeing his breath and clothing, Xiejio raised an eyebrow. Is this person from the army? Chu Emotion felt the air in his chest getting thinner. He was pushing himself hard, chasing the figure ahead without giving up. If he let the person escape now, it would be hard to catch him again. This mountain is full of paths and tunnels. As the figure got closer, Xiejio grabbed a hanging branch from the tree, swung herself, and with a sharp kick, knocked the running figure to the ground. Before the person could react, Xiejio appeared like a ghost, kneeling down quickly. The man only had time to roll his eyes before passing out completely. Chu Emotion, running, suddenly saw a beautiful young girl in his line of sight. But her face was a little cold, and her skills were more surprising than he expected. When the girl looked up, he could see her gaze was curious, but also a bit indifferent. Xiejio leaned against the big tree, looking in Chu Emotion's direction. Her dark eyes swept over him. He saw Chu Emotion, who had been able to keep chasing the bad guy, suddenly collapse to the ground with weak legs. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his face turned pale. Xiejio clenched her teeth, feeling a faint smell of blood in the air. She saw blood flowing, and immediately reached out to tear off his shirt with a ripping sound. Chu Emotion, sitting on the ground, was shocked. He froze completely. He was torn by someone's hands? This was beyond his imagination. And there was more to come that he wouldn't expect. Xiejio looked at the man's chest muscles and whistled softly. Wow, these muscles, these lines, this broad chest, so good-looking. Very eye-catching. Chu Emotion couldn't help grinding his teeth. His black eyes stared at Xiejio tightly. Seeing her clear eyes with no strange emotions, he realized she was just admiring. He couldn't help but wonder in his mind what kind of girl she was. She was doing something, yet she looked calm and confident, with a commanding presence. This kind of contradictory aura in one person was something he had never seen before. Xiejio didn't care whether this person was looking at her or not. She only saved him because he was wearing a military uniform. She naturally respected soldiers. Behind every peace, there are their silent efforts, which allow ordinary people to live happily and peacefully. Xiejio reached out and gently touched the skin around Chu Moshing's wound, confirming that he was only cut by a sharp blade and no internal organs were hurt. She took down the basket on her back and pulled out a small medicine box, which was actually from her space. Every time she went up the mountain, she prepared a small medicine box for emergencies. It was well-stocked and could fit in the basket, so no one would suspect. Xiejio explained, I'm a villager from down the mountain. I know some medical skills. If you keep losing blood like this, you might not make it to the town. I can only clean and bandage your wound first. Hearing her explanation, Chu Moshing became even more curious about her. A girl who could move freely in the mountains, fight off attackers, and knew medicine, yet she was just an ordinary villager. How could anyone believe that? Oh, if you doubt me, you can check. I was born here and grew up here, not someone who moved in from outside. Who would know? The person was still the same, just with a different appearance. Xiejio kept talking, but her hands didn't stop. She used medicine to clean Chu Moshing's wound and then sprinkled her homemade healing ointment on it. She originally wanted to sew up a few stitches, but that would be harder to explain, so she used her own healing ointment instead. That was easier to justify. This medicine is made by me. It works very well. Once you get to the town, find a doctor to check you. After finishing the bandage, Xiejio tied a pretty bow. He was tall, about 1.8 meters with a balanced build. His tough appearance, short hair, and the bow around his waist looked a bit odd together. Xiejio was suddenly amused by the contrast. Seeing the on the ground slowly wake up, I stepped on him again, and he fell back into unconsciousness. Chu Emotion looked at Xiejio, his eyes flashing. He seemed fierce and a little wild. Xiejio found some from the nearby bushes, twisted it into a rope, and quickly the man. All done, and a little bow, Xiejio waved his hand casually, as if nothing had happened. Chu Emotion watched Xiejio walk away, then realized he hadn't asked the girl's name. How could he thank her properly? Is this girl a monkey? Why did she disappear so quickly after jumping? Chu Emotion pursed his lips, looked at the man tightly bound on the ground, and his gentle expression turned cold and sharp. He grabbed the man and slung him over his shoulder. After glancing toward where Xiejio had gone, he turned and headed down the mountain in the opposite direction. The little spirit looked toward the back mountain and asked, "Boss, who is this person?" Xiejio's eyes were a bit deep. "I don't know." When he was tying up the man, he only took a quick look. The man's aura suggested he might have been involved in something dangerous. When Xiejio was coming down the mountain, he specifically looked at the house at the foot of the mountain. He had already talked to his elder brother in the morning, and his brother agreed to his request. After all, Xie Xiangbei was reaching the age to get married, and it would take some time to prepare the house again. But whether to buy or rent, his elder brother said they needed to discuss with the village officials. Originally, this house was meant to be used as the village office, but since someone had died there, the villagers were superstitious and never moved in. It had been abandoned for a long time. Now that Xiejio wanted to buy it, he needed to inform the other village officials. The money would then belong to the village fund. The house at the foot of the mountain was not far from the cattle shed, only about 5 minutes' walk. As Xiejio was leaving the mountain, he made eye contact with Shun Ziyun, who was coming out of the cattle shed. Shun Ziyun froze in place for a moment. After Xiejio nodded, he looked away and prepared to leave. The people in the cattle shed had special status, and the villagers wouldn't interfere with them. Shun Ziyun's involvement was unexpected for Xiejio, but she wasn't a gossip, and she wouldn't spread other people's private matters. Everyone has their own choices, and those in the barn are all future talents of the country. These people should have a better life. Thinking of this, she turned to leave, took a wild chicken from her basket, and threw it at the door. "More for you." Shun Ziyun opened her mouth but stopped Xiejio's steps. Xiaojio. Unintentionally, Shun Ziyun called out the name she had been thinking of. Xiejio paused, turned her head, and looked at her sharply, with a strange smile on her face. "Do we know each other? Or is there some connection between us?" Hearing the voice, Xie Xuanong came out of the house, coughing as he walked. He looked around and shook his head at Shun Ziyun. "Ziyun, too many eyes and ears. Let's go back." Shun Ziyun looked at Xiejio and then at Xie Xuanong, nodded at Xiejio. "Are you going up the mountain?" Xiejio tilted her head, glanced at both of them, and shrugged casually. "Let's go." She also wanted to know if there was some link between them. Since their first meeting, this person had been trying to talk to her, but not in a romantic way. It seemed they had some connection, but she didn't know what it was. "Xiejio." Xie Xuanong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when Xiejio turned and smiled at him, he couldn't speak. "Let's go back. Grandma Shun will cook some chicken soup for you at noon." Xie Xuanong's eyes lit up, tears flickering inside. "Okay." He picked up the wild chicken and went back inside. Xiejio and Shun Ziyun headed toward the back mountain, to the small creek where they first met. Xiejio took out a wild chicken and a wild rabbit from her basket. Shun Ziyun caught 2 big fish from the river and set up a fire. The crackling of firewood filled the air, and the smell of cooked meat spread around. The two silently ate in quiet. After they finished eating, only the crackling fire and flowing water could be heard. Shun Ziyun's face became serious. She slowly started talking about those chaotic and difficult years. It turned out that the original owner was not Xie Aimin's daughter. Many years ago, in the northeast region, there was still war and chaos. The original owner's grandmother was a supporter of the red capitalists. During the war, she donated all her wealth. The original owner's grandfather was a soldier who fought away from home for many years. The original owner's father was also a soldier, but was lost on the battlefield. Back then, the war affected Heilongjiang province. The grandmother took the original owner's mother and aunt to escape, planning to find the grandfather and uncle. At that time, the mother was already pregnant and in poor health. She couldn't handle the travel, so the grandmother arranged for her to stay in Honghe village. After some secret visits, they found the Xie family. Knowing the Xie family was not well off and that the youngest son was not married yet, they proposed that the daughter stay with the Xie family, pretending to be the young daughter-in-law. The grandmother gave the Xie family a lot of grain and supplies, which made the elderly lady of the Xie family agree to the plan. It also saved money on wedding expenses. After settling the mother, the grandmother took the aunt and continued north to find the grandfather and uncle. During the turbulent years, they moved around a lot. When the grandmother and cousin finally found the grandfather and settled down, it had been 10 years. The aunt also did not survive and died along the way. The uncle was also killed in battle, leaving only the cousin, Shenzian. Shenzian came here to farm in the countryside to find the original owner and to look after the couple, Xie Xuanong and his wife, who kept cattle. Xie Xuanong and his wife are the grandparents of Xie Jiao. When Xie Jiao's father sacrificed himself, Xie Xuanong was working on an important project. It took a long time to learn about his son's death. The original owner's grandfather, Xie Xuanong, was an expert in machinery. He was sent away after being falsely accused by a malicious student. The grandmother was a famous traditional Chinese medicine healer. In those days, traditional Chinese medicine and teachers faced a lot of hostility. Many suffered persecution, and the country's top Chinese medicine practitioners started to disappear from that time. Listening to Shen Ziyun's story, although he didn't experience those chaotic times, he felt heavy-hearted. The soldiers fought bravely on the front lines, but many of their relatives got separated during that period. The grandmother was able to find the grandfather and settle down with Shen Ziyun, which showed her great skill and determination. Shen Ziyun looked at Xie Jiao and finally spoke the long-held words, "Xiao Jiao, I'm sorry. I made you suffer." Xie Jiao looked at Shen Ziyun seriously and slowly shook his head. It wasn't Shen Ziyun's fault, nor was it the fault of the grandparents. It was the invaders from that era who caused many people in our country to face war, displacement, and even the loss of their families. It has nothing to do with you. The death of the original mother was Xie Aimin's fault. In that time, a person who was unwell and pregnant wanted to survive safely on the road. Just imagine how difficult that was. Maybe the original mother wouldn't have even been born safely. The original grandmother's actions were correct. Her only goal was to keep her daughter safe. During turbulent times, settling down was safer than wandering endlessly. The original mother's death was also because of Xie Aimin. Ultimately, the reason was Xie Aimin's fault. Xie Jiao could feel the emotions the original owner had when she left. She hated only the Xie family and Xie Aimin. She didn't mention anyone else. This girl was kind-hearted. No wonder she was the reincarnation of the greatest kind person in 10 generations. She deserved to go to a better place. As for her enemies, she had already made sure they died or suffered greatly. She would live well for herself and treat her real family kindly. These people had waited so long. She wouldn't cruelly tell them that their hoped-for granddaughter had already died, and she was just a lonely soul from another world. That would be too cruel for those still alive and waiting. She thought that the original owner also didn't want her real family to be sad. When she woke up inside her body, the zombie king Xie Jiao was actually the Xie Jiao from the 1970s. Xiao Jiao. Shen Ziyun's eyes were red. When she learned about those years from her grandmother and heard how much her cousin had suffered in Honghe village, she felt especially guilty. Guilty for not coming earlier. "Oh, Xie Xiongdong isn't your aunt's child either," Shen Ziyun said again into Xie Jiao's ear, dropping a heavy bombshell. Xie Xiongdong isn't the original owner's mother's child? That really surprised Xie Jiao. No wonder Xie Aimin and Xie Xiongdong treated Xie Jiao so badly. They weren't even related by blood. This explains why these two worthless people decided to sell the original owner. Letting them die would be too easy for them. They should suffer even more before dying painfully. I was too hasty. Shen Ziyun felt a sudden burst of killing intent from Xiejio and couldn't help but shiver. This little cousin really has a fierce temper. How do you know that? Is Shen Ziyun not a rural youth? Since even the local uncle and aunt don't know, how does Shen Ziyun know? Just 2 days before you and the Xie family cut ties, I was gathering firewood in the mountains and overheard Xie Xiongdong talking to someone. That's how I found out. Xiejio tilted his head. So, you overheard their conversation. Even if I didn't notice, you would still save me and prevent me from being used as debt collateral. Shen Ziyun nodded very seriously. Of course. You're my cousin. How could I let anything happen to you? No matter what, I will save you. Unless I get into trouble myself and can't come. Xiejio's eyes darkened. If that's the case, then in the previous life, when the original owner was sold, did Shen Ziyun also notice something was wrong and try to help? But the original owner was still sold. Could it be that Shen Ziyun also encountered trouble when the original owner had problems last time? Did they discover her? Or was she caught up in something else? What situations would prevent you from going? Xiejio asked with a hint of ambiguity in his tone. Is there something they overlooked here? Or is there something in this village they haven't noticed? Shen Ziyun was stunned, unsure why Xiejio asked that, but he knew that sometimes a single answer could cause a big misunderstanding between them. He didn't want their recent reunion with his little cousin to lead to unnecessary trouble. After thinking carefully, Shen Ziyun replied earnestly, "Unless I lose consciousness or die. Otherwise, even if I have to crawl, I will go to save you. Lose consciousness or die." Xiejio slowly mulled over these words and began to have some suspicions. Are you familiar with the people at the youth training point? The topic shifted so quickly that Shen Ziyun was a bit confused, but since he had been in the compound before, his mind quickly started to turn. Do you mean someone at the youth station? It's just a guess. You should observe more carefully. Whether for us or for the village, it's better to be cautious. During this time, the young people from all over the country have very different personalities. The 9 sons of the dragon are all different, and even more so for people from different regions. Whether for profit or power, being careful is never a bad idea. Moreover, there are the grandparents in the cattle shed who used to be very influential in their own fields. Now, many people want to make them disappear quietly. As long as there's profit, it's easy to imagine some might do such things. Okay, I understand. You also need to be careful, Shen Ziyun warned worriedly. Although he knew his little cousin was capable, dangers are everywhere at this time. And they also need to protect Xie Xuanong and the others. Yes, I know. By the way, I'm about to move out of the team leader's house. I plan to buy the house next to the cattle shed, so it will be easier to take care of Grandpa and Grandma. If you need anything, you can come find me there. Living away from the village at the foot of the mountain is the best place for them to keep secrets. Xiejio gave Shen Ziyun a rabbit to take back to the youth station. He's been up the mountain for so long, and if there really was someone suspicious at the youth station, he would have returned empty-handed after so long, which would attract attention. Bringing back a rabbit makes it believable. After all, an experienced hunter needs time to catch a rabbit, and Shen Ziyun is just a young person. Alright, I'll go down the mountain first. Be careful, Shen Ziyun said, holding the rabbit, glancing at Xiejio, then turning to walk down the mountain. After bringing the criminal back, Chu Emotion thought for a moment and decided to visit the county hospital. Captain, are you hurt? How serious is it? The young soldier assisting him was startled when Chu Emotion said he was going to the hospital. Their captain is the most capable all-rounder in the team. He's a treasure in the eyes of the leaders. If he gets hurt anywhere, what will they do? The little soldier became more and more scared, sobbing loudly. Chu Emotion rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit regretful for bringing such a little crybaby along. Was this tears going to flood the entire cabin? Stop, stop, stop. It's not serious. Just a quick check. Nothing's wrong, you won't die. Don't cry anymore. Chu Emotion finished speaking in one breath, then took a deep, steadying breath. Oh my, facing a crying kid is more stressful than dealing with at the mountain. He finally understood why the political officer sent this person to be with him. Was it really necessary? All because she ate a big bun made by his sister-in-law? Was it worth taking revenge? The political officer. People are in the army, problems fall from the sky. I didn't do it, I swear I didn't. Ma Chong still had tears in his eyes, looking like he might cry or not. Watching him, everyone thought, wow, this is a classic innocent little person, such a heartfelt performance. Really? Chu Emotion took a deep breath, feeling a bit annoyed, trying to stay calm. He knew he couldn't hit or scold him. Ma Chong let out a small laugh, thinking how thoughtful the old leader was. He knew the captain was very hardworking, so he specially sent him to watch over him. Haha, he's really clever. Tears are the most powerful weapon. Finally, Chu Emotion followed Ma Chong to the hospital. They were familiar with this hospital. Any injury would come here, and they knew the doctors well. In the doctor's office, Chu Emotion entered, and Dr. Zhang looked up from his work. Captain Chu, you came to see me? Yes, I got a little hurt. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhang. Chu Emotion didn't fuss. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a tank top underneath, which had been torn by the young girl. So, he had no other clothes inside, only an outer shirt. Dr. Zhang looked at Chu Emotion with suspicion. They had known each other for a long time, and he was familiar with his style of dressing. Chu Emotion, being very smart, saw Dr. Zhang's doubtful look and quickly explained, I got hurt, was saved by someone. The clothes are damaged and can't be worn anymore. As he spoke, he remembered the scene at that moment, and a faint blush appeared on his ears. Dr. Zhang looked at Chu Emotion's expression and smiled without asking more. He lowered his gaze to examine the wound and noticed that, whether it was bandaged or treated, the person helping Chu Emotion had done a very good job. Until Dr. Zhang saw the long, deep wound on Chu Emotion. Even though not much time had passed, the wound was already starting to scab. This was unusual. His expression became serious. Based on the wound, it should have needed stitches. Now, given the situation, it probably was caused by some kind of treatment or substance. Commander Chu, your wound is healing quite well. Based on this, it should need stitches, but Dr. Zhang hesitated and pointed to Chu Emotion's wound, but you see it's already starting to scab. Although Dr. Zhang spoke indirectly, Chu Emotion, as a soldier, understood what he meant. The medicine the young girl used was good medicine. If they had this medicine, soldiers in the army could recover faster and suffer less damage. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for the reminder. A glimmer of hope appeared in Chu Emotion's eyes, but he wouldn't act rashly. If the young girl was truly talented, he would definitely recommend her to the organization. Of course, he would also ask for her permission first. Having someone like her in the team would be a great life support for them. The problem was he didn't know who the girl was or where she lived. It was too rushed at the time, and he forgot to ask. But the mountain nearby was probably where the villagers lived. Narrowing down the area made it easier to find her. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Once he finished what he was doing, he would report to the leaders. Ma Chong saw Chu Emotion come out of the doctor's office and hurried over. Commander, how is it? Nothing serious. Let's go. There were many things to finish, and they didn't have time to delay. As Ma Chong drove the car with Chu Emotion from the small town, Xiejio happened to be carrying a basket and coming in from the town entrance. Since they now knew that the two people in the cow shed were the original owner's grandparents, and with the weather getting colder, they naturally needed to prepare some winter supplies for them. Otherwise, in this northeastern winter, with only thin, worn-out blankets, they wouldn't last long. Xiejio originally planned to help them, and now that she knew they were the grandparents of the original owner, she naturally paid more attention. The quilts she had in her space were from later generations, like air-conditioned quilts and silk quilts, which were different from the ones in this era. Of course, she couldn't give these quilts to them to use. Xiejio thought of Zhang Jingbei. This person was quite capable. Making some cotton quilts shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Jingbei's arm was bleeding badly, with a deep wound showing bone. Mazi looked worried and whispered, Boss, maybe we should go to the hospital? You can't go on like this. If your arm gets ruined, what will we do? I should have asked about the girl's address earlier. Then I wouldn't be so clueless now. If the girl was here, these problems wouldn't be so big. Although she hadn't interacted much with the girl, Sieju knew a bit about her skills. Someone who could cure Chungang's leg must be very capable. Knock, knock, knock. The main gate of the courtyard was knocked. Mazi recognized the signal, 3 long knocks and 1 short. He frowned, quickly went to open the door, and was a bit hopeful. Had their undercover agents found the girl's location? When he opened the door and saw Sieju, he froze for a moment. But soon, he snapped out of it, looked around, and hurried to welcome her inside. Girl, you finally came. Sieju was suspicious. Was she really a treasure? Not seeing her for a day felt like 3 years. The goods she brought probably wouldn't run out so quickly, right? Mazi noticed Sieju's gaze and, after a moment of tense anxiety, choked up and said, "Boss is hurt." "It's serious. Last night during the deal, those actually betrayed us and stole from us. Can we tolerate that? Of course not. All our goods are good quality. If those really took them, we would suffer heavy losses. Surprisingly, they have guns. Although we also have weapons, we can't match guns. Many of our brothers are injured, and Zhang Jingbei's injury is the worst. Since they want to betray us, they will also eliminate Zhang Jingbei to take over our territory." Sieju patted Mazi's shoulder and said, "It's okay. With me here, they will have to give back everything they took from us. No one can steal from her pocket without her noticing. Anything taken from her will be returned, and everything taken by her will be reclaimed. Since they like to betray others, she prefers to buy things at 0 cost. The zombie king has some conscience, but not much. That small bit of conscience is only for those who treat her well, and only for the greater good of the country and the people. As for everything else, sorry, she really has no such thing." Hearing Sieju's comforting words, Mazi's restless heart seemed to settle down. Zhang Jingbei faintly heard sounds outside, but the pain in his arm and his fever made him less alert. He wanted to get up and see, but he simply couldn't. He felt a figure stop in front of him, and he heard a voice not far away. "TSK, TSK. Uncle Zhang, why did you get yourself into such a mess?" His wound was hideous and frightening, with bones visible and flesh turned outward, exposing tender new skin. The outer wound was infected and had a slight white color. Sieju pursed her lips, withdrew her playful smile, and her expression instantly turned serious. If she hadn't come, Zhang Jingbei's arm might have been ruined. Nowadays, local clinics lack medicine, and their medical skills are not advanced. To treat such serious injuries, they could only go to the county hospital. But from here to the county, given their status and that they are being watched, anything could happen. The risks and benefits are proportional. Sieju quickly took out a medical kit from her backpack, which had become a habit of hers. "Whenever going out, I always carry a basket, and inside it, I keep a medical kit. Bring me a basin of clean water." The blood was flowing so heavily that she could hardly see the original shape of the wound. "Okay." Mazi quickly went outside and brought back a basin of clean water. Sieju used a clean cloth to gently clean around the wound with water. Soon, the terrible, jagged wound was fully exposed in front of her. Seeing how serious the wound was, Sieju couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was worse than she had expected. This wasn't caused by a simple knife. Mazi saw Sieju staring at Zhang Jingbei's wound and, recalling the danger from last night, reminded her, "Miss, last night they not only had guns, but this injury was caused by a curved knife held by one of them. Such weapons weren't common here. They were more popular in smaller towns. How did they get such a weapon? Could they be working with the people over there?" Sieju set her doubts aside for now and carefully started treating the wound. She disinfected it first, then took out a small knife to clean the wound, removing the infected, decayed flesh around it bit by bit. Next, she took out suturing needles and carefully stitched the wound from inside out. Mazi watched Sieju's focused expression and felt a deep respect. At that moment, he seemed to see a divine light shining from her. He pursed his lips and felt truly grateful that they had met such a capable girl. His admiration for Sieju was now equal to that for Zhang Jingbei. Zhang Jingbei was his boss and his benefactor. He admired and trusted him, and now he also admired Xiejiu. When she finished sewing the last stitch, Xiejiu straightened up and moved slightly. All done. Nothing serious. She took a pill from her space and handed it to Ma Zi. Give this to him. He has a slight fever. Fever was caused by inflammation. Once the inflammation was treated, the fever would naturally go down. This anti-inflammatory pill was made by her herself, and it worked very well. One pill was enough to cure the illness. Okay. Ma Zi quickly poured a glass of water from the teapot and helped Zhang Jingbei take the medicine. Zhang Jingbei was drowsy. During the cleaning process, Xiejiu had already made him semi-conscious, so he could endure the stitching. Otherwise, he might have flinched from the pain. If she wasn't worried about being noticed, she would have given him an injection, similar to a modern anesthetic. However, traditional Chinese medicine at this time was somewhat taboo, and Xiejiu didn't want to cause herself trouble. After taking the medicine, Zhang Jingbei fell asleep. He only vaguely remembered that someone had come, but his eyelids were too heavy to open. Ma Zi took Xiejiu to the yard. She carefully asked about what happened last night, how much of the goods were lost, and the whereabouts of the group of people. She liked the idea of fighting back secretly. Tonight, she planned to cause trouble. After hearing Ma Zi's explanation, Xiejiu already had a plan in mind. She left a bottle of wound medicine for Zhang Jingbei, told Ma Zi to find some cotton, and asked him to make a quilt before leaving the black market. As night fell, the dark sky was clear with no clouds. The surroundings were silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Xiejiu, accompanied by her little spirit, moved swiftly through the darkness and soon reached the place where Zhang Jingbei and his group had made their delivery last night. Ma Zi said that tonight, this group would be trading with another group. If they didn't come now, when would they? Xiejiu not only wanted to recover last night's goods, but also planned to rob their supplies and give their hideout a surprise visit with no cost. That was the only way to truly make up for her staying up late. Little came, the zombie king is coming. In the forest outside the city, Xiejiu was hiding in a tall tree, waiting for the trade to begin below. She heard rustling sounds from afar, and her eyes lit up. She whispered to herself, "They're coming." A man dressed in black, along with a few of his brothers, looked at their bulging waistbands, which probably carried weapons. Under the moonlight, the man had a long scar running from his brow to his right cheek, giving him a fierce look. "Boss, is tonight's plan the same as last night?" Little Luo, watching the distant area with no signs of movement, asked with doubt. Last night, they didn't expect that a simple trade would turn into a fight between the two sides. Although the fight wasn't very big, as people who often walk in dangerous places, they were still worried. Usually, their groups kept to themselves and didn't interfere with each other. They didn't understand why the boss was doing this, but it wasn't their decision to make. The man in black's face was hidden in the darkness, so his expression was unclear. After a long moment, a hoarse voice responded, "Yes. Of course, supplies were needed. The other side was in a hurry, and if they weren't prepared, there could be unexpected problems." My younger brother opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but when he saw that face, his fear overcame his curiosity. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. At that moment, a creaking sound came from the distance, likely caused by a cart rolling over uneven ground. Although the sound was not loud, in the quiet night, it seemed to amplify endlessly. The leading man wore a simple shirt and long pants, with black cloth shoes. He looked ordinary, but from Xiejiu's perspective, this man was not someone to be underestimated. His footwork suggested skill. Even though he was pulling a cart, each step seemed carefully measured. Could such a person be simple? "Brother Mu, sorry for the delay on the road." "We're a bit late," said the man with the scar. Mu Su, the scarred man, looked up slightly, a cold smile curling on his lips. "Brother Su, no need to apologize. It's not too late. As the saying goes, good food is worth waiting for." Mu Su signaled to a subordinate nearby, who hurried forward to check the cargo on the cart. When the subordinate nodded, Mu Su's face showed a hint of excitement. His scarlet tongue flicked over his teeth, giving an unsettling, bloodthirsty impression. Sudali kept a close eye on Musu's expression. He had heard some rumors about what happened last night. Dragon Ridge was a small place, and any disturbance would be known to their group. He wanted to cancel tonight's deal, but considering that his men needed to earn some money, he decided to go ahead bravely. Besides, their goods couldn't compare to what was involved last night. Surely, the other side wouldn't want to take everything they had. Siegio thought. What gave you that illusion? Even small bits of meat are still meat. They were in this line of work. Could they be so soft-hearted just because they had fewer goods? The outcome was obvious. After the subordinate signaled that the goods were ready, Musu moved his hand. He pulled a curved knife from his bulky waistband, glinting coldly in the night. At the moment Musu moved, Sudali looked alert and shouted loudly, This fool really is hopeless." Seeing Sudali's actions, Musu became even more excited. He tiptoed and suddenly lunged forward. Not only Musu was excited, but Siegio, watching from the tree, was also very thrilled. She watched Musu's subordinate, slowly releasing her mental energy, and directly sent a mental command into his mind. Dea squinted his eyes for a moment, then immediately snapped out of it. A voice in his head told him, "Quick, leave this dangerous place with the cargo. As long as he protected the supplies, the boss would surely reward him later." Hearing the word reward, Dea seemed to be injected with adrenaline. He abandoned his fight with Sudali, took advantage of his opponent's distraction, grabbed the cart, and charged forward shouting loudly. This move left both sides confused and stunned. Musu thought to himself, "No wonder he's one of my people. He knows to seize the cargo first." Sudali gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, swinging his club wildly at the enemies. Musu, meanwhile, grew more excited. Once he confirmed the goods belonged to him, he felt confident and fought even more fiercely. Siegio followed Dea as they headed toward the warehouse, where they stored their supplies. The supplies on the cart had already been stored in her space. Dea, feeling lighter and more relaxed, had a look of clear confusion. He wondered, why does this road feel so easy today? Before he could think further, they arrived at the warehouse. It was a standalone building far from the residential area. The yard was dark and seemed to be used only for storage, not living. Although it was a small, isolated yard, from the outside it looked dilapidated. Anyone would never guess that beneath it was a hidden secret. Beneath was a dugout tunnel. Unlike typical cellars, this one was specially treated to prevent moisture. If some grains got damp, they wouldn't fetch a good price. With a mental suggestion, Siegio led the way. As Dea was moving supplies, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly fainted completely. Siegio looked at the supplies, smiling with his eyes forming a crescent shape and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing 2 neat rows of teeth. He gently patted the wall with both hands, as if his inner joy was about to burst out with this lively rhythm. I've earned money, I don't even know how to spend it." With a gentle wave of his small, white hand, all the items in the underground cellar were absorbed into Siegio's space. When the battle between the two groups reached a fierce point, Siegio had already taken all the supplies from Musu and the goods stolen last night from Zhang Jingbei, and he left this small courtyard without taking a single cloud of dust. Only Godiah was left lying alone on the ground. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And this hidden oriole in the dark was someone no one expected. Even the next day, when Zhang Jingbei and Mazi learned about the heavy losses from last night's fight between the two groups, they only made a quick guess and didn't suspect Siegio. After all, these supplies were not a small amount, and it was impossible for just Siegio alone to handle them. If there were really many people involved, and they were hiding in the dark, Musu would definitely know. When Musu returned to the small courtyard with his people, the yard was pitch dark. Musu frowned, feeling a bad premonition rising in his heart. It was his younger brother who first discovered Godiah lying on the ground and the empty trailer. Boss Dia fainted and the supplies. Musu thought about the supplies underground and hurried into the house. When he came out of the tunnel and saw the empty house, he was on the verge of losing control. He shouted coldly, Who? Who is it? After gathering the supplies, Xiejio hurriedly left. Looking at the extra items in his space, he couldn't help but whistle. Tonight's harvest was quite good, feeling very happy. Most importantly, when he was giving mental commands to Godiya, he received a message from his consciousness. That was, these supplies were all meant for the people behind Musu. As for who these people were, his subordinates didn't know. But every month, Musu would go to an abandoned warehouse near the outskirts. The place used to be a warehouse for the town's textile factory, but it was abandoned and left unused for a while because no one rented it. Every month, they would deliver supplies to the abandoned warehouse, but Musu didn't know who he was trading with. It seems this person is quite cautious. Could there be something suspicious going on? Xiejio chose Godiya for a reason. When they were in the countryside, when Su Dali's goods arrived, Musu signaled Godiya to check the goods. Usually, only someone trusted by the boss would be asked to do such a task. Unexpectedly, even Godiya, who Musu trusted, didn't know the full details. This suggests that Musu's backers are not simple people. Also, the curved knife he used is quite suspicious. In this era, there are strict rules about controlling knives. That curved knife isn't something easily obtained. Fortunately, when Xiejio left, she had already placed a mental mark on Godiya, so she is fully aware of their movements. As long as they move, Xiejio can sense it immediately. The morning light pierces through thick clouds, outlining the land in gold. The air is especially fresh, and the gentle sunlight evenly bathes the green trees and grass, with flowers emitting a pleasant fragrance. Xiejio looks out the window at the golden scenery, stretches comfortably, and realizes today is her moving day. Yesterday evening, her uncle told her that, after the village leader's unanimous decision, they decided to rent her the house at the foot of the mountain. They think that one day, a girl will get married, and she will choose her own partner. There's no need to buy a house now. Mainly, the village leaders considered that if Xiejio lives there without issues, when she gets married, they can move the village office to that location. Although superstitions about feng shui are forbidden in this era, the villagers still have some taboos. If Xiejio hadn't confidently assured them she didn't mind or fear, the village chief probably wouldn't agree. After dressing neatly, Xiejio stepped outside. As she opened the door, she heard Godan's voice from outside the yard. "Little auntie, are you awake?" Godan, the young boy, woke up early because today was her moving day. He is now a little young man and can help his aunt with chores. Since his aunt is moving far away, he also wants to help by keeping an eye on things. "Get up," said Xiejio, holding her washing items in one hand and opening the courtyard door with the other. Gooden walked in from the door, his shiny black eyes full of sadness. "Auntie, if you leave, I won't be able to see you anymore." Sniffling, he was reluctant to part with his aunt. Xiejio reached out and tousled Gooden's head, teasingly saying, "Are you sad because you're leaving your aunt, or because you're leaving her big white rabbit? We live in the same village, not 10,000 miles apart," Gooden replied. He felt a little sad. He didn't want to leave his aunt or her big white rabbit. "Auntie, can I come visit you?" Gooden's eyes suddenly brightened. Xiejio shrugged, a bit confused. "It's just that they don't live together. Why can't he visit?" "Of course you can." Gooden was happy. He had worried all night about this and hadn't slept well, just thinking about it. Since his aunt couldn't cook, he could go light a fire for her and gather firewood too. His heart was now at ease because of Xiejio's words. They ate breakfast at Xie's house. Taking advantage of the morning, with help from her older brother Xie Xiangbei and Gooden, she moved her things back and forth twice, finishing quickly, without delaying work. She had already told her aunt and sister-in-law that she would light a fire at her house in the evening to warm the place. Many villagers saw Xiejio's actions today. When they saw her coming, they curiously asked, "Xiaojiu, I heard you moved to that house at the foot of the mountain?" "Yes, I used to live in the house that my aunt prepared for my third brother's wedding. He's about the same age as me, so it's about time he found someone. We all hope that third sister-in-law will come in soon." The house needs some fixing. Xiejio knew exactly what these people were gossiping about. There's not much entertainment in the village. So everyone likes to gossip and watch the fun. They secretly hope that Siejio and her family don't get along well, so they can have more gossip. But that's not going to happen. Anyway, what she said was the truth. The house was originally meant for Xie Xiangbei's wedding. Since she was of age, it was natural for her to prepare early. She needed to find a new place to live. That house isn't clean. Are you not afraid? Siejio glanced at the older woman in the crowd and smiled softly. Andy, do you think that thing is scarier than a person's heart? The most dangerous thing in the world isn't a steep cliff, but unpredictable human nature. The older woman awkwardly smiled and closed her mouth. Seeing this, Siejio noticed that her dark little thoughts were instantly exposed in her eyes. She and Chen Hongxia had been fighting since they were young. Later, she married into a village, and naturally, they kept competing, though only she was aware of it. Her husband wasn't as ambitious or caring as her own. She always wanted to stand out but could never quite succeed. Originally, Siejio lived at Chen Hongxia's house, and she wanted them to clash, so she could find a way to criticize her. But Siejio, though young, saw through these tricks clearly, which made her feel awkward. Huang Dajie and Siejio were paired together. After hearing Siejio's words and looking at the older woman nearby, she snorted. The Gu family? I've been competing for years, and have I ever truly succeeded? Always chattering all day, acting like you're so capable. You haven't even figured out your own life, yet you're meddling in others' affairs. Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I can call over the village chief's wife and have her sort you out. Hearing Huang Dajie's words, the Gu family woman quickly slipped away as if she had oil on her feet. Call Chen Hongxia over? Ask her to come, so she can be scolded? Once, she and Chen Hongxia had fought. Women's fights usually involved the same old tricks. But she, despite being bigger, was actually pressed to the ground and yelled loudly. Thinking of this, she felt the pain from where she had been hit before. There was no reason to stay now, when would be a better time. Night fell, and the world gradually grew quiet. Stars twinkled in the night sky, like tiny spirits adding a mysterious touch to the peaceful night. Tonight's warm house feast was very successful. It was cooked by the eldest aunt and the eldest sister-in-law, with plenty of meat and vegetables. Siejio even opened a jar of her homemade peach blossom wine for her uncle and several cousins. When the eldest uncle smelled the aroma of wine, his eyes shone like stars. However, after Siejio explained, everyone could only drink one bowl. Drinking more was not allowed. The wine brewed by Siejio always contains some medicinal herbs. Even though the peach blossom wine didn't have many herbs, the version made with a bit of spiritual spring water was stronger than those sold in the market. Drinking too much could be bad for health. Aunt and the eldest sister-in-law also drank half a bowl each. After drinking, they felt warm and comfortable. They carefully tidied up for Siejio before saying goodbye and leaving. Siejio stood in the corridor, watching her elders leave, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the leftover braised pork in the kitchen that hadn't been served and carried her bowl to the cow shed. After knocking, Xie Xuanong opened the door. Seeing Siejio standing under the moonlight, he was slightly stunned. The smell of braised pork was so strong it filled his nose. Xie Xuanong had learned from Shen Ziyun that Siejio already knew her background. This was also their first formal meeting in a sense. He felt a bit nervous, wondering if Siejio might dislike them. Siejio extended her bowl forward and said, "Grandpa, this is for you." Because of their status, Siejio couldn't invite them into her home, so she could only bring some food to them at this time. Even after knowing they were her grandparents, Siejio didn't have much contact with them, only occasionally leaving some things at the door. Xie Xuanong trembled slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Looking at Siejio, he seemed to see his son who had died on the battlefield. He choked a little and said, You call me Grandpa." Since learning Siejio's identity, Xie Xuanong had dreamed of being called Grandpa. But now, with the uncertain situation, he couldn't risk harming Siejio because of himself. That was also why he had not contacted Siejio since arriving in Honghe village. Otherwise, Siejio tilted her head, blinking her eyes with a playful look. Or should I call you Grandpa Xia? Shun Hongying saw her husband standing at the door, frowned, and didn't know who had arrived. Curious, she hurried over and just happened to overhear Xiejio's playful words. A head popped out from behind Xie Xuanong. When she saw Xiejio, she smiled and her face lit up with a gentle smile. Grandma, this is the braised pork for you. It's getting late, so you should rest now. I'll head back first. In the village, even here, it's not completely safe. Xiejio has mental strength and can avoid danger, but it's cold at night, and he doesn't want the two elders to be exposed to the night breeze. In a few years, if they can hold on, justice will be restored. All right, go back. We're doing fine here. We don't lack anything. You don't need to come often. If people see you, it might not be good for you, Shun Hongying advised. Okay, I understand. Xiejio waved and turned to leave the cattle shed. Looking at the stars in the sky, a relaxed feeling appeared on Xiejio's face. This place is much better than the end-of-the-world scenario. On the other side at the youth station, everyone was already asleep. Su Jianjun, who should have been sleeping soundly, quietly got up. Seeing that a few people were sleeping peacefully, he put on his shoes and tiptoed out. Just as he left, Shen Ziyun, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, unlike someone just waking up. He silently got up and sprinkled some colorless, tasteless powder into the air, making the others sleep even more deeply. He gently opened the door and, under the moonlight, quietly followed Su Jianjun up the mountain. Su Jianjun was not heading to where Xiejio lived, but to another mountain entrance. The back mountain of Honghe village is a large mountain shared by several surrounding villages. It's quite interesting because it looks like a big embrace, wrapping the nearby villages inside. The villages are connected, but only through the back mountain. If you go from the village, it's not connected. You have to take different paths at the fork in the road to reach different villages. Only the back mountain is connected. But few people travel between villages through the back mountain. Without special skills, who would dare to take on such a risky task? Who would dare to traverse the mountain without the ability? That's basically asking for trouble. Shun Ziyun watched Su Jianjun walk up the mountain, his brow furrowing into a deep line. Even someone like him, who practices martial arts, wouldn't usually go up the mountain at night. Nighttime is the territory of wild animals. Wolves, Siberian tigers, wild boars, they all like to come out at night to hunt. With their physique, they are no match for these beasts. Asleep, Xiejio was suddenly awakened by the loud, shrill sound of a tiny fairy. "Boss, your cousin has gone up the mountain with that educated youth," the fairy said. Xiejio rubbed her head, wishing she could shout to the sky. "Is there some serious problem? Why stay up so late?" Going up the mountain to feed wild animals, but she still resigned herself and got up. Through her recent interactions, she had come to understand Shen Ziyun a little. He was not the kind to act without reason. Since he was following someone up the mountain now, it meant this person was suspicious. The only question was, which side was this person on? Xiejio didn't even go through the front door. She jumped out the back window and ran toward the mountains behind. The distance from here to Shen Ziyun's group was a bit far. Shen Ziyun was not far behind Su Jianjun, closely watching his every move, afraid of missing something important. They reached a big tree, and Su Jianjun stopped. Shen Ziyun crouched far away in the grass, staring at Su Jianjun's actions. After walking so long, Su Jianjun was tired, but he didn't dare to delay. It was nighttime, and if he encountered danger, he would be in trouble. Money is important, but safety is more so. Without life, money is useless. He didn't want to risk his life for money that his greedy family members might take for themselves. He had been sent to the countryside for a long time. Whenever his parents asked for money or grain, they never cared if he had enough to eat. Although his parents had jobs and their family shouldn't be poor, they only complained in their letters. He knew this was their usual trick because he had an older brother and younger siblings. He was just a middle child, easily ignored. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed him up to go to the countryside without hesitation. He was like an old ox, always working for his family. The death of Wu Xingli made him see how cold his family was. If he kept helping them blindly, He might be the one they abandoned if something happened to him. He knew them too well. To live a good life, he had to rely on himself. Even if the money wasn't entirely clean, it was better than starving. He just wanted to gather some information about the villagers. It shouldn't be a big problem. After giving himself a mental pep talk, Su Jianjun took advantage of the night. He carefully looked around to make sure no one suspicious was nearby. Seeing the area was clear, he pushed aside a black hole under a big tree and gently placed the note inside. Then, he covered the hole with nearby weeds and leaves, restoring everything to how it was. Finally, he glanced around once more before heading back along the same path. Shen Ziyun, hiding in the grass, pressed close to the ground, afraid of being seen. When Xie arrived, he used his space ability to appear directly on the big tree where Su Jianjun's items were hidden. Seeing Su Jianjun leave, Xie stayed still. Only when Shen Ziyun tried to move did Xie silently land behind him and press on his shoulder. Shen Ziyun almost jumped out of his skin from the sudden move. Hearing Xie familiar voice, he calmed down and cast a resentful look at his unpredictable little cousin. He really wanted to say, "Jiu, scaring people can really be deadly, especially in the middle of the night," but after seeing Su Jianjun return, Shen Ziyun's admiration for Xie grew endlessly. How did his little cousin know this person might come back unexpectedly? Luckily, they hadn't moved earlier, or they would have been caught. He never expected Su Jianjun to be so cautious. Xie gaze swept over Su Jianjun, a hint of thought crossing his mind. Normally, in the dark of night, doing such dangerous things, most people would just quickly hide the items and leave, fearing encounters with people or wild animals. But this person turned back. Was it natural caution, or was there something more? Xie picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it out swiftly. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Banish the wrinkles. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Banish the little troublemaker. The troublemaker? Isn't that the little dog? That's right. Shen Ziyun watched in shock as Su Jianjun performed a slick slide and fell not far from them. He was amazed and opened his mouth wide, looking at his stunning little cousin again, and guessed her fighting skills might be extraordinary. His little cousin's strength is limitless. He is strong. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. He is reckless. Let him be reckless. The bright moon shines over the great river. Xie patted Shen Ziyun's slightly dazed expression, then stood up and walked out of the bushes. He kicked the fallen Su Jianjun, knowing he wouldn't wake up so soon, and then turned toward the big tree. Shen Ziyun quickly hid his surprise, got up and followed Xie. Xie bent down and carefully peeled open a small, dark hole. He reached inside and fished around until he found a note. A smile appeared on Xie's face. He chuckled to himself. He had found it. He took out the note, pulled a small flashlight from his pocket, and shined a faint light on the paper to read the message. Shen Ziyun and Xie looked at the note with serious faces. They didn't expect it to contain such detailed information about the village. It included the population, grain production, yield per acre, the situation in the cattle shed, and details about the village's important leaders and influential people. It was very detailed. What are these people planning? Are they targeting the whole village or specific individuals? Xie looked at Su Jianjun, who was unconscious on the ground, with a fierce fire in his eyes. Such a person dying would be too easy for him. So, Xie took out a dark pill from his space and handed it to Shen Ziyun.
Go, feed this to him.
For such bad people, he must taste what it's like to wish he were dead. Once he takes this medicine, he will appear to be a fool on the outside, and he truly will be. But inside, he remains conscious. He just can't speak normal words no matter what. Xie wants him to watch himself slowly die, while still awake. That's the most painful way. Xie doesn't know what the people behind Su Jianjun are planning, but it's definitely not good. Shen Ziyun took the pill from Xie, opened Su Jianjun's mouth, and threw the pill in. The pill dissolved instantly, sliding down his throat into his stomach. Xie put the note into his pocket, which was actually his space, then took out a pen and paper. He mimicked Su Jianjun's handwriting and changed the content. It looked like it was about the village, but every sentence was just nonsense, together forming a small, meaningless essay. Xiejio was happily looking at his small essay, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. He threw the note into the cave. Little elf, break a big branch from the tree and place it in the space so they can watch over this place for us. If someone comes, they will notify us. Got it, boss. The little elf took advantage of the night, snapped off a branch from a big tree, and gave it some spiritual spring water. The big tree, which was about to make noise, felt the benefits of the spring water. It immediately became happy and wanted to jump in place, promising repeatedly that if someone came, it would definitely notify the little elf. Xiejio was satisfied and left with Shunziyun. As for Su Jianjun, of course, he had to be left here to faint. Whether he could survive depended on his luck. Anyway, even if he survived, he wouldn't be able to say much. After Shunziyun and Xiejio parted ways, they hurried back to the youth commune. When they finally lay on the bed, their slightly nervous hearts finally relaxed. Once their minds relaxed, fatigue set in. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into sleep. At dawn in the east, everything woke up. A new day quietly blossomed in the morning light. Everyone at the youth commune gradually woke up. Looking at the golden light outside, they quickly got up. The bell for starting work had already rung once. When it rang the second time, everyone had to leave. Today, Su Jianjun and Chen Hongmei were in charge of cooking. Chen Hongmei had finished washing up and went to the kitchen. Seeing that Su Jianjun hadn't come yet, she was a bit angry and rushed over to the male youth, knocking on the door loudly. Su youth, wake up and start cooking. Time is running out. Zhang Jiwei, who was dressing, heard the shout outside. He frowned but didn't look up and said, Su youth, Chen youth is calling you. Hurry up, don't delay work. Shunziyun, who was also dressing, naturally knew what was going on. After a flicker of his eyes, he looked at Zhang Jiwei. Su youth isn't here. This morning's big scene still needed Zhang Jiwei to sing it. When I woke up this morning, he was gone. He looked like he left very early. The bed was cold. Shunziyun and Su Jianjun slept together. Zhang Jiwei didn't doubt what he said. After all, he knew whether the person sleeping next to him was warm or cold. Zhang Jiwei paused while dressing. Then, not believing in superstition, he hurried over to check Su Jianjun's bed. It was indeed cold, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. At this time, it wasn't very cold during the day, though it was a bit chilly at night. Still, it wasn't as cold as winter. Moreover, the young workers all slept together, with their blankets mostly around them. For the bed to be completely cold, it wouldn't happen so quickly unless the person had been gone for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei was worried that Su Jianjun might be in trouble. He opened the door and saw the angry Chen Hongmei. He quickly asked, Comrade Chen, did you see Su Jianjun this morning? He's not in the dorm. His question was based on the fact that Su Jianjun was still there last night. If he was missing, it must have happened after they all fell asleep. Since they were sleeping, the only time someone might have left unnoticed was during the night. His first suspicion was the nearby latrine, just a few steps from the dorm. Could he have accidentally fallen in during a midnight visit? Back then, the latrines were simple pits with 2 wooden planks on top. If someone wasn't careful in the dark, they could fall in. If the problem was in the latrine, the early risers, especially the female workers, should have noticed something. As Chen Hongmei was about to get angry, she paused when she heard Zhang Jiwei. Her mood grew even more annoyed. Comrade Zhang, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that my missing friend and I are connected? Nowadays, if a man and woman had any slight relationship, rumors of improper conduct could spread easily. If such gossip got out, how could she continue to live normally? Hearing this, Zhang Fengying, who had come out of the house, slightly twitched her mouth and quickly tried to explain to Chen Hongmei, who looked like she was about to start a fight. Comrade Zhang means that after we got up, we didn't see Comrade Chen. It doesn't mean her disappearance is related to you. Oh, my, she had never seen such a fiery side of the usually kind-hearted person, like a firecracker going off. Chen Hongmei rolled her eyes sharply but looked a bit annoyed and said, Comrade Zhang, you're an old member of the youth team and the team leader. Can you speak more clearly? Your words are confusing, and people might misunderstand. Looking at Zhang Jiwei standing blankly at the door, Chen Hongmei waved her hand in front of him. Zhang Jiqing, you're so silly. Shouldn't you have gone to tell the village chief? There are wolves in the mountains. If Su Jiqing has an accident, you, as the youth team leader, with Chen Hongmei's meaningful chuckle, Zhang Jiwei suddenly snapped out of his daze and looked at Chen Hongmei with different eyes. Who says honest people are easy to bully? Does Chen Jiqing really have a clever mind? Chen Hongmei, I just come from a poor family and don't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I don't understand. You're so foolish. Thanks to Chen Hongmei's reminder, Zhang Jiwei also thought of this problem. Our place is close to the back mountain. Who knows if Su Jiqing ran into a wolf when he got up in the middle of the night? If something really happened to Su Jiqing, would he, as the youth team leader, be responsible? And if there are spots for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, would these incidents cause him to lose his chance to apply? Zhang Jiwei's mind was racing, and fear suddenly filled his heart. He quickly shouted inside, Su Jiqing, Shen Jiqing, hurry up and get dressed. I'm going to find the team leader. In the end, he was more worried about how this matter might affect himself than about the missing Su Jianjun. Oh, Shen Ziyun responded, lowering his eyes to hide the sarcasm, and quickly dressed. The show was about to begin. How could he miss it? He also wanted to see how Su Jianjun would end up. From his understanding of Xiejiu, last night's medicine was probably just a starter. He was really looking forward to seeing what would happen. Xie Weimin's family was having breakfast. They had gotten used to having Xiejiu nearby. This morning, they didn't hear her cheerful greetings and laughter, which made everyone feel a bit uncomfortable. Gooden took a bite of the egg in his hand, lost in thought. I wonder if little Annie has eaten yet. She definitely can't cook. Zhang Lily patted Gooden's little head and comforted him. Your little auntie wouldn't let herself go hungry. If you're worried, you can go check on her later and bring her a boiled egg. This morning, when she boiled eggs, she had cooked an extra one just like when Xiejiu was here. But when she served the table, she suddenly remembered that Xiaoju no longer lived here. Gooden's eyes lit up suddenly. Yay! Dog Egg picked up a big bowl and loudly drank the cornmeal porridge inside. Captain, something's wrong, Captain. Zhang Jiwei's sudden shout startled Dog Egg, almost choking him to death on the porridge in his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He turned red from coughing. Xie Weimin frowned, feeling worried for his grandson. He quickly asked Zhang Lily to pour some water to help him soothe his throat, then got up and went out. He almost bumped into Zhang Jiwei, who was rushing in. Zhang Jiwei didn't bother to catch his breath and hurriedly said, Captain, Su Jiqing is missing. What? Xie Weimin thought he heard wrong. He pinched his ear to listen carefully, feeling this was a bit beyond his understanding. What does missing mean? Such a grown person. How could he go missing? Isn't that unbelievable? Zhang Jiwei confirmed again. Su Jiqing is missing. Hearing this, Xie Weimin was so shocked he staggered. Oh my, he really is missing? This is a young person sent to the countryside. If he's missing, what should we do? Hurry, send someone to find him. Xie Weimin shouted urgently, almost splitting his voice. Okay. Xie Xiangbei and Zhang Jiwei ran out together. Xie Xiangbei wanted to ask the militia members who patrolled last night if they saw Su Jiqing. And, of course, they needed to notify the villagers' strong men to go up the mountain and look for him quickly. They are near the big mountains, and if some wild animal comes down at night, it's possible. They just hope the person is safe. Xie Xiangbei led the militia, running and knocking on drums to spread the news. Soon, the villagers' strong men were gathered together. The villagers and the young people at the youth station didn't have much interaction, but at this moment, everyone was unusually united, regardless of any conflicts. After all, it concerns a person's life. Everyone who could come came to the back mountain. Xiejiu was waiting for these people. When she heard the noise, she came out and saw Xie Xiangbei. She called out, "Third brother, you're not working today. Why are you taking people up the mountain?" Last time, Huang Mantao drank a medicinal wine given by Xiejiu, who treated him like a younger sister. Before Xie Xiangbei could respond, Huang quickly explained, "Little Jiu, a young person from the Knowledge Youth Station has gone missing. We're all going up the mountain to look for him, to see if something big came down last night. Xiejio exchanged a quick look with Shinziyun among the crowd, then hurried inside to grab a chopping knife. I'll go with you. The big animals on the mountain can be quite aggressive. If I'm there, I can help you handle any trouble. The villagers, already a bit scared, showed grateful smiles when they heard Xiejio's words. That's great. Little Jiao, let's go quickly. Xiejio and the others headed up the mountain together, searching for Su Jianjun's trail. Soon, they found a set of footprints that seemed to go uphill, with a trail of drag marks behind them. The marks weren't deep, but looked unusual. Xiejio looked at the tracks, raised an eyebrow, and touched the green ring on his finger. The little spirit. Spirit, when we came down the mountain yesterday, did you call your friends to play a game of hide and seek? The little spirit is the only one of its kind in the spirit race. It can communicate with plants and animals. Looking at the drag marks on the ground, it's clear they weren't made by small animals, probably something larger. Hee, the boss knows me well. The beasts can get bored too. As their good friend, I naturally have to help them solve their problems. Xiejio nodded. That's great. Truly impressive. You're awesome. Xiangbei saw the tracks and looked serious. He said to everyone behind him, be careful, these look like the tracks of a wild animal. Everyone gasped. If Su Jiqing really encounters a wild beast tonight, it could be very dangerous. Some people worried, others remained calm. They were about to start working, but now they had to come out searching for someone. The villagers didn't complain openly because of the team leader's authority, but they weren't happy inside. If it weren't for a life at stake, they'd rather be working in the fields. Xiangbei, look. Does that look like fabric from pants? Huang Mantao looked to the side and saw a strange-colored object among the grass. Xiangbei suddenly stopped walking and turned around to take a closer look, but Xiejio stopped him. This back mountain is not only the rear of Honghe village, but also the back mountain for other villages. Although Su Jianjun's disappearance was caused by them, it doesn't mean nothing else happened after they left. After all, Su Jianjun went up the mountain to send messages. Who knows if someone went up the mountain after they left? Although the big tree didn't send any news, it's better to be cautious. Third brother, I'll go. Xiangbei knew that Xiejio was better at fighting, so he naturally withdrew his hand. Be careful, okay? Xiejio stretched out the axe he was holding and grabbed a torn cloth from the grass, then handed it to Zhang Jue. Look, is this Su Jiqing's? Zhang Jue was startled to see an extra knife in front of him. After seeing the cloth, he staggered and nervously pressed his lips together. Shun Jiqing, you also take a look. He was worried he might get nervous and see things wrong. Su Chuanlin and Shinziyun went up together to look. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded. Zhang Jue said, last night, Su Jiqing was definitely wearing these pants. They knew this so clearly partly because of Su Jianjun's little quirk. The weather was neither cold nor hot. When they slept at night, they usually took off their outer pants and wore only shorts, sleeping comfortably under the blankets. But Su Jianjun, even in midsummer, had to wear a pair of pants, what he called sleep pants, worn only for sleeping. Zhang Jue had said more than once that his behavior seemed a bit feminine. Now that they were out in the countryside, was it necessary to be so particular? Eating well, staying warm, having a bed to sleep in, that was enough. They fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed and woke up when the time was right. Who would bother changing pants all day? Only he had this habit. If Xiejio knew, he would definitely say it was a matter of living style. In later generations, people would change into pajamas after bathing, right? In this era, life simply didn't allow for that. If life allowed it, who wouldn't want to live more comfortably? People should be close to here. Let's move a little faster. Xianju looked ahead, feeling happy inside, but her face stayed calm. The little fairy had already told her that her friends from the front had the latest news. A gray wolf was dragging the silly Su Jianjun, happily moving forward, trying to find a beautiful place with clear water to eat again. Xianju couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She wanted to say, "Are you a beast? Why are your demands so high? A beautiful place with clear water. Green trees, mountains, grass, shady trees. What's wrong with this environment? Could it be that she wants to go to heaven?" Xi and Jiao led the way, followed by Xie Xiangbei and Shinzian. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei saw an unforgettable scene. He saw Su Jianjun lying in a pool of blood, a gray wolf biting his thigh, blood dripping down. Ah! This scream not only scared everyone but also startled the happy wolf, which snarled at the crowd. Seeing Xi and Jiao at the front, the wolf sensed her scent and made a soft growling sound. So fragrant, so nice, I want to cuddle. The gray wolf wished it could lie on the ground and show its white belly, but under Xi and Jiao's stern stare, it let out a whimper and slowly backed away, turning its head repeatedly. Everyone thought the wolf's look was because it was unhappy about losing its prey, but actually, it was upset because its favorite smell was gone. The little fairy couldn't help but shake the leaves on her head. It was really hard to watch. Friend, don't be so useless. She really eats beasts. Do you want to turn into a roasted wolf? Although wolf meat isn't tasty, it's still meat. The gray wolf looked at Xi and Jiao with a gaze that seemed to want to cry, then finally left sadly, whimpering. When everyone saw the wolf leave, they finally relaxed. They hadn't dared to breathe just now. Su Jianjun was drooling and crying softly. Whoa! They all looked at Su Jianjun lying on the ground. Seeing that he was missing a leg, they couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, his life was saved, but now he was missing a leg. What will happen next? Zhang Jiwei worriedly stepped forward. Su Jiqing, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Xie Jiao glanced at Su Jianjun, then used a machete to cut down a small, not very thick tree, making a simple stretcher. Hee hee. It hurts, brother, it hurts. Su Jianjun giggled foolishly, then started crying. He grabbed Zhang Jiwei's arm and wiped tears and snot all over it. Zhang Jiwei felt sick and wanted to shake him off, but Su Jianjun clung tightly, like glue, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't get free. Xie Jiao watched them, raising an eyebrow. Is this an unexpected surprise? Zhang Jiwei is very selfish. Now that he has a little helper, it seems like a good thing. Su Chuanlin looked at Su Jianjun and frowned. Why is he so silly? Did he get scared during the attack by the wild animal? Su Jianjun's condition meant he couldn't stay at the youth commune anymore. His leg was gone, so he might even be able to go home early due to illness. But thinking about Su Jianjun's family situation, Su Chuanlin showed a meaningful smile. Xie Jiao observed everyone's expressions carefully. It seems there are many secrets they don't know. Su Chuanlin, a youth from the countryside, probably knows something. Seeing Su Jianjun's condition, Su Chuanlin felt a mix of relief and sympathy. Since arriving at the youth commune, he had learned from daily interactions that Su Jianjun liked to take small advantages. Everyone shared their food, and each person's supplies were kept together. At the youth commune, he, Shinzian, and Zhang Fengying had better conditions. Their food was enough for them. Having good conditions didn't mean he was stupid or naive. Watching the food supplies decrease faster than usual, he remained calm on the outside but was actually paying close attention. He had caught Su Jianjun secretly taking extra food from their 3 bags during cooking. He secretly put the extra food into another bag. Su Jianjun wanted to send this food back to his parents. Su Jianjun was greedy and liked to take small advantages, and he was also proud. When caught, he initially denied it. Later, Su Chuanlin showed him evidence, and he admitted it, tearfully complaining about how hard life was at his home. Haha, now he has gotten into trouble. With such a family, and in his current state, will Su Jianjun's family take him back? After all, for that kind of family, when you are useful, they will use your longing for family ties to control you. But once you are no longer useful, they will cut the cord they hold in their hands immediately. He thinks. Su Jianjun's ending will definitely be that his parents abandon him. He once subtly warned about this. He knows Su Jianjun understood, and now, late at night when climbing the mountain, Su Chuanlin's lips curl into a sneer. Bad people will face their karma. From that sneer on Su Chuanlin's face, Xie Jiao can tell that Su Jianjun probably isn't well-liked at the youth station. Seeing Zhang Jiwei looking miserable after being pulled aside, Xie Jiao couldn't help but say, Hey, Zhang Jiwei, your awareness is really lacking. Su Jiqing is one of you young workers, and he's already like this. Can't you just be nice and coax him a little? Who are you trying to impress? Xiejio's words drew the attention of others to Zhang Jiwei's expression. This person usually acts confident in the village, but in reality, everything is just for himself. Haha, I want to peel his skin. Shen Ziyun and Xiejio echoed each other. Zhang Jiwei, as the leader of the youth team, you should show some self-sacrifice at this moment. Just coax him a little, it's not a big deal. Is it harder than going to work? Zhang Jiwei, who usually acts pompous, now looks like a boomerang hitting him right in the forehead. Shen Ziyun directly repeats what Zhang Jiwei likes to say, without changing a word. Zhang Jiwei opens his mouth but feels these words sound familiar. He wants to say something but is immediately cut off by Xiejio. Zhang Jiwei, can you be more straightforward? Stop whining. You're draining your own blood. Today, the ones climbing the mountain are the village's strong laborers, the backbone of their families. Usually they have sisters or others at home. She wants everyone to see Zhang Jiwei's temper and remind their sisters at home. But don't be fooled by his face and words. From his gaze, Zhang Jiwei clearly looks down on rural people, but he has to deal with them anyway. He secretly looked down on her, but for a better life, he sometimes married a villager when he couldn't endure anymore. Whoever was unlucky enough to catch his eye, if they took the college entrance exam again and succeeded, he would likely abandon his wife and children. As for why Xiejio knew about this, well, since last night when she and Shen Ziyun caught Su Jianjun, the little spirit told them that the heavens had sent a message.
Haha.
The message was sent randomly and at unpredictable times. Does this count as a special power? Or is it just a useless gift? Isn't it like the saying, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass? It means she has to run around every day in the wide world, eyes bright like bells, looking for bad people who cause trouble, and occasionally giving them some food. Can she go back now? Xiejio looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. As long as she wasn't dead, she would keep fighting. Xiejio carefully carried Su Jianjun onto a simple stretcher. Zhang Jiwei, who was pulling his arm, nearly lost his balance and fell. Xiejio shot him a look of disgust. Hurry up, run. Huang Mantao and another strong man quickly lifted the stretcher and ran downhill. Zhang Jiwei could only sweat and follow behind, panting like a thirsty old ox, wishing he could roll his eyes. The team leader and others arrived here and saw the faint figures running down the mountain. He hurried forward. Did you find him? Xie Xiangbei nodded with a worried look. Yes, we found him, but it's not good. Huang Mantao and the other strong men also came down, with Zhang Jiwei staggering beside them. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Su Jianjun on the stretcher. Seeing his miserable state, they all gasped in shock. Oh my, this is too tragic. Xiangbei, quickly, tell Tong Laotu to get the car. Hurry and send him to town. If this keeps up, he might not make it. This day has been so hard. I'll go now. Xie Xiangbei knew how serious this was. It's a matter of life and death. He turned and ran toward the Tong family. Old Master Tong once fought on the battlefield against the Japanese. His son died there, and his daughter-in-law received the bad news while she was pregnant. She couldn't accept this and took her own life by drowning herself in the lake that night. Now only old Master Tong is left. The villagers take care of him and let him drive a ox cart, which also gives him some income. Old Master Tong quickly arrived driving the ox cart, thoughtfully covering it with straw. Come on, Min. Hurry and get the person on board. Having fought in the war himself, old Master Tong knew that losing a leg was serious. To survive, timely medical help was necessary. He had been wounded many times on the battlefield, in an era with little medical supplies. Usually, as long as the injury didn't involve losing an arm or leg, a proper bandage could allow the soldier to continue fighting.
Things are much better now.
These children are full of hope. Quick, everyone lend a hand, Xia Weimin shouted. Everyone worked together to lift Su Jianjun onto the ox cart. Zhang Jiwei wanted to take back his arm, but even though Su Jianjun was unconscious, he still held onto his arm like iron. Xiejio rolled his eyes at Zhang Jiwei's expression. Zhang Jiqing, Saving a life is the most important thing. Just go with us. There's no point wasting time here. The town is almost there. At this moment, Xia Weimin also noticed Zhang Jiwei's actions. He frowned but agreed with Xiejio's words. Zhang Jiqing, you go with Xiang Bei to send the person to the town. Zhang Jiwei usually cared a lot about his reputation, but now his face looked as bad as it could be. He really wanted to say he didn't want to go. But after pretending for so long, it was hard to tear off the mask and be himself. At this moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Actually, he felt both at the same time. But before he could speak, Xiejio, like picking up a chick, grabbed him and said, "Women are so troublesome. Such a hassle." Old Master Tong looked at Xiejio with admiration. He liked the straightforwardness of the young girl. His gaze then fell on Zhang Jiwei's face, full of disdain. He patted the old yellow ox on its back, and the ox started to trot away. Zhang Jiwei looked at the increasingly distant Honghe village, wishing he could reach out and slap himself, as if to make himself just a. Xie Xiangbei watched Zhang Jiwei's hesitant expression, wanting to hit him but not daring to, and couldn't help but smile slightly. What's wrong with this person? He quietly moved a bit farther away from him. Could this person be as perverted as Xiaoju said? A man's innocence is also important. If a man loses his innocence, he's like a cabbage in the field. No one cares much. Yes, he must protect his future wife's innocence. That makes sense. Xia Weimin's good mood early in the morning was ruined by Su Jianjun's matter. Seeing him so badly hurt, he knew he had to talk to his family about it. When they arrived at their village, as the village leader, he had to handle the follow-up issues. Someone like him could easily retire early and go back to the city. But after making a phone call, Xia Weimin felt even worse. Xiejio just happened to come from behind, saw Xia Weimin looking exhausted, and guessed roughly what was going on. "Uncle, who made you so upset? You look unhappy." Seeing it was Xiejio, Xia Weimin's lips twitched slightly, wanting to smile, but the situation was too frustrating, so he could only hang his head and say dejectedly, "Well, I don't know what Su Jiqing's family is thinking. I just told them the situation, and they directly said that person isn't related to them. What kind of people are they?" He had heard that Su Jiqing earned work points, not only to support himself but also to send grain to his parents now and then. Now he's injured, and his family has disowned him. Aren't they just using him like an old ox? Now that they can't get any benefit from him, they don't care anymore. "Uncle, you should try to be more open-minded. Every dragon has 9 children, and every parent is different. Not all parents are worthy of being called parents. In later generations, many parents are neglectful, and this was the 1970s when food was scarce. There were even cases of selling children, so not recognizing him is just another form of neglect." "Well, I guess that's all I can do," Xia Weimin sighed, gradually regaining some energy. His tense mood this morning had drained a lot of his spirit. "Now, as I calm down, a feeling of tiredness spreads from my body. Behind me, I hear the sound of a bicycle bell. Bicycles are rare in our entire Red River team. Only the team leader and the village secretary have them. Others don't. When they hear the bicycle bell, everyone looks over curiously. But when they see the police, their curiosity turns to suspicion, and their whispers become quieter. Xia Weimin has to focus and forces a smile, saying, "Comrade police, what wind brought you here? I hope it's not someone from the village who's done something wrong. My old heart can't handle that." Looming, the leader, sees Xia Weimin and Xiejio and smiles as he says, "Captain, I brought a banner and a reward for Comrade Xiejio. Thanks to Comrade Xiejio for helping us catch the main members of the human trafficking gang." Hearing this, the villagers around are surprised and start talking excitedly. "Oh wow, Xiejio is amazing. I knew those people that night looked suspicious. Turns out they were traffickers. If it weren't for Xiejio, those children might not have been found." Exactly. Everyone talks among themselves. Looming hands over the banner and reward to Xiejio and says, "Comrade Xiejio, thank you for cooperating with us." Xiejio takes the banner and reward and replies, "It's what I should do." Those bad people are like poison in society.
No one would just stand by and watch.
The villagers think, does this count as criticizing us? We don't have such high awareness.
If we saw something like that,
could we just run away? We don't have that much strength. After hearing Siejio, Luming admires and trusts her even more. He then also informs the captain that Fu Ai, who was shot yesterday, has been executed and asks him to tell Fu Ai's family. Among the crowd, Granny Tian, who is watching the scene, hears that her beloved youngest son has been shot and becomes overwhelmed with grief. Her eyes roll back and she faints. Granny Tian has fainted. Huang Dama, unable to hold back, looks up at the blue sky. She can't believe it. Whenever this old woman is up to no good, she's always around. What's the reason for this? If it weren't for feeling sorry for the old woman, I really would have punched her. Who asked her to look down on my eldest son and kick him out? Now my favorite youngest son is gone. Let's see how she still dares to act proud. Mrs. Tian's fainting didn't earn any sympathy from the others. Everyone looked at her with mockery. Others could ignore her, but Xia Weimin couldn't. He gave Lu Ming a shy smile and said, sorry for making the police comrades laugh. Lu Ming, being a police officer, had heard about the Tian family's situation. To avoid embarrassing the team leader, he decided to leave. Xia Weimin quickly called over his wife and Aunt Luo from the village secretary's family, and together they carried Mrs. Tian to the team office. Chun Hongxia and Aunt Luo also found the old woman annoying, but since she was unconscious, they couldn't ignore her. Siejio's eyes twitched, and he whispered something into his aunt's ear. Chun Hongxia's eyes brightened. She suddenly thought of something. Seeing her husband's eyes light up, Xia Weimin slightly twitched his mouth and lit a candle for the old lady lying there. Actually, he was also quite annoyed with her. Quick as ever, Chen Hongxia grabbed her family's teacup, weighed it in her hand, and smiled. She shouted, "Move aside." The onlookers, not understanding what was happening, saw Chen Hongxia holding a teacup and poured the water inside onto Mrs. Tian's face. Mrs. Tian shivered, crawled up from the ground, and started cursing. Who is this? Don't they want to live? Dare to splash water on me? Hearing this, Chen Hongxia's expression turned very unpleasant. Siejie walked up and slapped her. You're full of foul words. My aunt was saving you, and this is how you repay her? Mrs. Tian. In my dying moments, I suddenly realize what a clown I am. Mrs. Tian looked around at the disgusted eyes, feeling the cold water on her face and the burning pain. Just as she wanted to scream, she remembered what she had just heard. She stopped crying and looked like her spirit had been drained. Yes, she had fainted just now. Her little fortune. Her little fortune was. Tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks, and her sobs turned into heart-wrenching wails. Little fortune, my little fortune. This time, the tears were genuine tears from Grandma Tian, unlike the crocodile tears of the past. She staggered out, tears streaming down her face as she ran. The village was so big, but she didn't know where to go. Back home, without little fortune, the house was cold and empty. Her son, who had promised to give her a good life, had suddenly become a cold, lifeless body, no longer able to call her mom. Ugh. Ugh. Grandma Tian sobbed repeatedly, but her tears couldn't bring her son back. As she walked, she unconsciously reached the foot of the mountain where the thatched hut was. She heard voices inside. Chunhong, eat. You and Nyodan eat together. You two should take good care of yourselves, Nyodan said. Dad, you eat too. We can't finish all this food. We're a family, so we should share everything. Guan Chunhong smiled warmly at her son and husband, scooped a spoonful of egg custard into Tian Dofeng's bowl, and said happily, Nyodan is right. We eat together. Grandma Tian looked at the scene inside the house, her feet seeming rooted to the ground. She couldn't move. The voices inside continued, reminding her of the past. At home, no matter how delicious the food was, she and Little Fortune always ate first, never sharing with Big Fortune. She thought for a moment, had Big Fortune ever said anything? It was a long time ago, and she couldn't remember clearly, but she remembered those longing eyes.
Now.
Her guilt and favoritism toward her son had been made up for by his wife and son. A bitter smile appeared on Grandma Tian's face. Just then, Big Fortune, who was going to add rice, saw his mother outside the house. He pretended not to notice and sat down to eat with his family after serving the food. Although the house was small and a bit broken, being together made his heart warm. He thought that with his and Chuan-hong's hard work, they could have a good life. Poverty wasn't scary. What was scary was not working hard and dreaming too high. He was determined to work steadily so his wife and son could live peacefully. Grandma Tian looked at Big Fortune, feeling unsure whether her sadness or disappointment was stronger. She staggered away. Zhang Jingbei finally woke up. Looking at his well-bandaged arm, he shook his head, trying to remember the scene before he lost consciousness, but he just couldn't recall it. Ma Zi came in and saw the scene. He quickly helped Zhang Jingbei sit up against the bed and placed a soft pillow behind him. "Boss, you're finally awake." The worry in his eyes turned into happiness at that moment. After drinking a bowl of warm sweet water, Zhang Jingbei looked better. His voice was still hoarse from just waking up. "When I was hurt, did someone come by?" Even though he was injured, he still kept some alertness. But because the injury was serious and his eyelids were heavy, he fainted. Ma Zi remembered the terrifying experience from yesterday. He organized his thoughts and told Zhang Jingbei about Xiejio coming over and also mentioned Xiejio's request for a few blankets. "That's easy. Just have someone get some cotton and make it nice for her." Being able to save him from death's door and protect his arm was enough. Giving a few blankets was nothing to repay. These are small issues. Besides, they were partners. Getting blankets was a simple matter. Seeing Ma Zi's troubled expression, Zhang Jingbei raised an eyebrow. He knew Ma Zi's personality well. Now, with that look on his face, it must be a tricky problem. "What's wrong?" After thinking for a moment, Ma Zi still told Zhang Jingbei what he had learned. Zhang Jingbei's eyes darkened for a moment. His calloused fingers slowly rubbed, and his eyes showed contemplation. "You mean not only did we lose a lot of supplies, but those two groups also lost a lot?"
Ma Zi nodded.
"That's the information I have. But I feel like there's more to it. I sent people to investigate, but couldn't find any extra details." Zhang Jingbei pondered for a moment. From the beginning, he had felt that Xiejio was not an ordinary person. In fact, he believed this woman was no simple character. Now, with what happened when he was injured, he didn't think it was just a coincidence. Xiejio must have played a role in all this. People like her don't like being watched. Once discovered, their partnership might not continue. More likely, they would offend her. For strong people, it is important to maintain a sense of respect. Don't do anything unnecessary. "Let's just pretend we don't know anything," Zhang Jingbei said, worried that Ma Zi might not understand. He added, "If you want to work with her, don't offend her." Ma Zi nodded and said, "I understand." Unaware of their conversation, Xiejio was eating when she heard a branch in the space tell her that Zhang Tianzong from Jiushi village had taken new actions. Since Zhang Tianzong's wife unilaterally divorced him, he stopped pretending and moved into the widow's house. After all, the child in her belly was his, and he naturally cared about that. He originally wanted to find a rich benefactor just to get some information from his father-in-law, hoping it might bring some convenience. Now that things have been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. He hadn't acted for a while to keep a low profile and let the attention on him fade away. Also, he was somewhat worried because the Zhou family's arrest had caused some concern. Now, after so much time, the villagers' attention on him has been drawn away by other gossip. It's time for him to start moving. He wants to finish his task quickly and leave with his wife. What action? Since entering Xiejio's space, the branch of the old banyan tree had been completely overwhelmed by the spiritual energy inside. It was thriving happily in the dark soil. Now, its branches had grown a little longer. He hadn't gone out for a long time, but just now he did, and he wrapped his head with only his eyes showing. Definitely a sign of someone up to no good. Xiejio immediately became alert. Today, she was assigned to till the land, and her seemed to come alive in her hands. With a series of cracking sounds, the hard soil was transformed under her, turning decay into something miraculous. Everyone's gaze on Xiajiu changed. Oh, my little Jiu is so capable. Look at how straight her plowing is.
Exactly.
If someone marries little Jiu, their family's luck will really turn around. Amid the envy and jealousy of the crowd, Xiajiu finished her work for the day. After the scorekeeper checked her work, she carried her and left. She really needs to see what that Zhang Tianzong is doing dressed like that. Zhang Tianzong, who is being watched by Xiajiu, went up the back mountain through Jushi village, then followed a small path across the mountain and arrived at the back of Honghe village. He wore a black outfit and had a cloth wrapped around his head, covering his face except for his eyes. He carried a basket on his back and held a mountain knife in his hand, alertly watching his surroundings. Xiajiu quickly climbed the mountain, hiding in a space, and soon, with the help of a little spirit, reached a big tree not far from Zhang Tianzong. The only reason for this person to come here must be the small note left on the mountain last night. It seems he doesn't know about Su Jianjun's accident, or he wouldn't have come up the mountain now. To be safe, he should have come at least a day later or come under the cover of night. After confirming the direction, he carefully approached the big tree where Zhang Tianzong was. Once he was sure the area was safe, he squatted down and reached into a large hole at the bottom of the tree. Xiajiu's lips curled into a teasing smile. Was the note he altered really so easy to take? Even if he wanted to take it, he'd have to pay a price. At this moment, Xiajiu's mental power spread out in all directions, quickly catching a small, sleepy creature, a snake. The little snake was suddenly teleported into the tree hole. Before it could enjoy the fragrant smell, it was hit with a foul odor and sensed something reaching in front of it. It let out a cry and bit down immediately. Zhang Tianzong, feeling pain, let out a muffled groan. Shivering, he pulled his hand out and saw a small, dark snake quickly slither away at his feet. His desire to kill it burned fiercely when the snake disappeared. If he hadn't been holding the note, he'd be furious. He kicked the big tree in front of him hard and cursed a few words under his breath. Coincidentally, a small bird sitting on the tree was startled, and a warm lump of bird droppings fell right on Zhang Tianzong's head. He froze completely, reached out to touch it, but felt it was inappropriate. He could only bend down, pick a blade of grass from the bushes, and, fighting the disgust, carefully wiped the warm mess off his head. He was messing around while imagining that thing, and he suddenly vomited loudly. Xiajiu watched Zhang Tianzong from the space, a cold killing intent appearing on his face. If he didn't want to alert others or scare the snake, he would have already sent him to the afterlife. This place is full of mountains, and it's quite easy for someone to die quietly here. But these people are not fighting alone. Naturally, they want to root out this group completely. Otherwise, if they make a mistake and someone notices, it will be hard to catch them again. Zhang Tianzong's eyes were full of anger. He looked at the note one last time, then quietly left Red River Village. Xiajiu slowly followed behind. He guessed that since Zhang Tianzong had the note, he probably wouldn't return to Jushi village now. He and the widow are both like nails stuck in the people's midst. If they got any information, they wouldn't share it among themselves but would report it immediately to their superiors. Xiajiu followed Zhang Tianzong, passing over most of the mountain, and finally stopped in the deep mountains above Jushi village. Looking at Zhang Tianzong's expression, he seemed to be waiting for someone. After arriving here, Zhang Tianzong seemed much more relaxed, no longer as cautious or tense as before, which shows he is familiar with this place. In fact, this is a place he often visits, so he knows it well, including what's around. Therefore, he is not afraid of any sudden surprises. A thoughtful light flashed in Xiajiu's eyes. If that's the case, it suggests that even wild animals might not come here often, or perhaps he is not afraid of wild animals at all. As for whether it's the former or the latter, Xiajiu thinks it's probably a mix of both. After a quarter of an hour, a man emerged from the deeper part of the mountain. The man was about the same height as Zhang Tianzong, and in terms of appearance, they looked somewhat alike. The man's face bore signs of wind and frost, but his eyes were like a venomous snake, cold and sharp. However, when he looked at Zhang Tianzong, the coldness in his eyes slightly eased. Zhang Tianzong quickly straightened up and respectfully called out, "Father." This address made Xiejio raise an eyebrow. In this era, few people call their father dad. Most simply call him father. Moreover, Zhang Tianzong showed a bit more respect in front of the man, with less admiration. It seemed more like a subordinate relationship. "Did you get it?" "Yes, I did." Zhang Tianzong took out a note hidden inside his clothes and respectfully handed it to his father. The man looked at Zhang Tianzong with a hint of satisfaction. He took the note but didn't rush to read it. Instead, he put it in his pocket and warned, "The critical moment is coming soon. Be careful. Also, find ways to bring more test subjects. To succeed, they must keep experimenting. Only through continuous testing can they get the best data. Once they succeed, they will be rewarded when they return. Even if they want to become nobles, it might be possible." The man was excited about his future life. They had been here too long and longed to return to their own country. When the news of surrender suddenly arrived, they didn't receive any instructions to go back. Anyway, they were good at hiding. They quietly went into hiding. Over the years, they hadn't achieved nothing. Their experiments were nearing a critical point. As long as the test subjects kept up, he believed they would succeed. Zhang Tianzong bowed slightly. "I understand, father." His father was not only his parent but also his teacher and superior. All his achievements were thanks to his father's guidance. To follow his father back home, he needed to prove himself worthy in his father's eyes. Otherwise, Zhang Tianzong lowered his gaze, hiding his ambitions, and quietly left. But his eyes were seen by Xiejio in the space. "Boss, which one should we follow?" The little elf, though from the elf race, was not stupid. Quite the opposite, very clever. Now, is there anything it couldn't understand? These people are all bad. Xiejio watched the direction Zhang Tianzong left without moving, but kept a close eye on the man in front of him. Zhang Changming stood still and frowned. He always felt like an invisible eye was watching him. He was cautious by nature, so he carefully looked around, even checking the grass nearby. Nothing seemed unusual, so he slowly walked back along the path he came from. Xiejio stayed in the space, leisurely following behind Zhang Changming, occasionally admiring the flowers and plants in the mountains. When the small flowers and grasses sensed Xiejio and the little spirit's presence, they bloomed eagerly, waving in the wind as if shouting, "Master, please accept our respect." Zhang Changming's expression darkened when he almost fell over a vine for the second time. His eyes showed a look of hostility and malice. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed this mountain to complete his plans, he would have burned these things to the ground. The little spirit happily waved its tiny leaves, almost flying with joy. It loved the fresh air here. Even in the space, Xiejio remained alert. She extended her mental energy bit by bit, making sure not to miss any danger. Suddenly, she sensed a small group of people lurking in the northwest direction. Are they enemies or friends? Did these people discover this place long ago, or did they find it by accident? Xiejio checked the memories of the original owner. It seemed no troops were stationed here. So, who are these people? Are they sent by the army for a mission? She scanned the area again with her mental power, sensing their aura, and began to make some guesses. Little spirit, if a fight breaks out later, pay attention to those people. Yes, Master, Chimo Shen and his small team had been hiding here for a day. They received information that this might be a secret base left by spies. But they didn't know how many people were inside, or what was there. Their mission was to find out the situation. Once they knew, they could act immediately. They brought only the best soldiers. "Boss, why do you think they're hiding deep in the mountains?" Lu Bo asked. Chimo Shen looked at Lu Bo and then at everyone else. "It's probably not something good. No lies, someone is coming." Xiejio had already left the space when she realized there was someone nearby. She didn't want to suddenly appear and be mistaken for a monster later. Anyway, it was easy for her to stay unnoticed. She followed behind Zhang Changming, slowly approaching the deep mountains. Suddenly, they saw a large cave ahead. It looked man-made rather than natural. At the cave entrance, 2 guards were patrolling, holding guns. Xiejio frowned slightly. When the guards saw Zhang Changming, they respectfully greeted him. Team leader. Xiejio raised an eyebrow. Good, he was still a team leader. He was a big fish. Zhang Changming paused at the cave entrance, serious as he warned. This is a critical moment. You must take it seriously and avoid any mistakes. Maybe Zhang Changming thought they were on their own turf now, with guards watching, so he spoke directly in the country's language without hesitation. Xiejio felt her fists tighten. So, it was the small country. These little pests caused our country so many years of war and sacrificed so many compatriots. The hatred for that small country is unbreakable. Killing that small country is our duty. Yes, the guards responded respectfully. When Chu Emotion saw Xiejio hiding in the shadows, his eyes nearly popped out. This girl was fierce. How did she get here? Was she following that person? Did she notice something too? If anyone in their team was most careful, it was Guan Chao. He usually went on missions with Chu Emotion and knew him well. Although his gaze only flickered for a moment, Guan Chao caught it. He looked in Xiejio's direction and asked, Team Chu, do you recognize her? Chu Emotion's eyes showed worry. He explained, you know about the last mission I went on. We finished it, but if I had met this girl, I might not have made it back. What? Lu Bo exclaimed. They knew their captain was injured on that last mission. They heard Ma Chong mention it on the way back, but they didn't realize how dangerous it was at the time. Now, after hearing the captain's words, they became more sure that the other side was not simple. Chu Emotion looked at Xiejio's side and said softly, maybe she found out something and followed us. Xiejio, hiding in the grass, could also hear their conversation through the small plants. Oh, the person we saved last time? That makes things easier. Xiejio reached out and touched the small grass beside her, slowly releasing a little bit of mental energy. A brown field mouse ran out from the grass. Its short front paws gently scratched her finger, as if saying, I can do it. I can be your messenger. Xiejio picked up the mouse and looked at it. Seeing its small, lively eyes and the little tongue licking her finger, she could feel the mouse's mood. Do you want to be a messenger? The mouse nodded its tiny head, eager to squeak happily, but it knew they were behind enemy lines and couldn't make any noise. If it caused trouble for the boss, it might end up being roasted. Woo-woo. It was a smart mouse. A fighter among mice. Yay. Good messenger Jerry. I entrust this honorable and sacred task to you, Xiejio whispered to Jerry, then placed it on the ground. The mouse suddenly darted forward like a small whirlwind, rushing toward Chu Emotion at lightning speed. Chu Emotion was focused on the cave with his comrades when suddenly a mouse scurried to his feet. He almost cut it in half, thinking it was about to meet its end. If Jerry hadn't been quick and dodged slightly, it would have been dead. The mouse looked resentful, grinding its teeth. If it weren't for respecting the boss, it would have bitten him. They all bully mice. But the boss is the best, giving it treats.
Chu Montag Shen Shivat.
How did he see such resentment in a mouse? Lu Bo, straightforward as always, scratched his head and muttered softly, Boss, I feel like this mouse has some strange thoughts about you. Huh. The others wanted to laugh, but held back. After receiving a little mental energy from Xiejio, Jerry gained some intelligence. The mice are quite smart now. They can barely understand these people's words. Suddenly, one mouse rolls its eyes and bites Chu Moshing's clothes, trying to pull him towards Xiejio. Guan Chao looks at Jerry and then at Xiejio's direction, confused. He says, Old Chu, I feel like this thing is trying to pull you to that girl. Well, you're right. That's exactly where that girl is. Chu Moshing looks at the mouse at his feet and then at Xiejio's direction. Out of curiosity, he decides to go see what's happening with Xiejio. He says seriously, stay here. I'll go over there and check. Maybe the girl has heard something. Okay, be careful. Guan Chao thinks that since Xiejio managed to save Chu Moshing in that situation, she must be skilled. Also, if that girl is bad, there was no need to save him when Chu was hurt. Chu Moshing slowly moves closer to Xiejio, following the mouse. Soon, he reaches the edge of where Xiejio is. Suddenly, the situation changes. A sharp sound comes from the cave. Quickly, A group of people rushes out, gasping for air. Their faces turn from white to dark. They look like they're on drugs, with a deadly aura on their faces, but their fierce eyes make people feel uneasy. Siejio suddenly remembers something she saw in her past life. She used to love doing biological warfare experiments, various biochemical tests. Could this be what's happening here? If they succeed, it will cause great destruction. No, she must not let them succeed. She quickly grabs Chu Masheng and says simply, "Comrade soldiers, I'll be brief. I suspect these people are from Zyrizi. They're probably researching something here. Should we take this chance and eliminate them?" "How do you know they're from Zyrizi?" Chu Masheng and the others are far away and didn't hear Zhang Changming and the guards talking, but Siejio did. "I was nearby and overheard their conversation." Siejio's eyes are fixed on the scene ahead. Seeing those rushing out, her expression worsens. She suspects these might be failed experiments. Even if they are, these people cannot be left alive. This is not only for them, but also for millions of people. "How do you plan to do it?" Chu Emo-shin knew Siejio's skills, so he asked this question. "How many people did you bring?" Siejio thought for a moment, looked around at the environment again, and nodded seriously. "It's not impossible to fight, as long as we deal with the outer area first. If we can reach the cave entrance, the people inside won't be a problem." "What do you mean?" Chu Emo-shin looked at Siejio's shining eyes and felt a sudden curiosity about her. Even he couldn't be sure that the people inside were not dangerous. What could this girl do? "Just trust me. We are on the same side. I won't do anything to betray the country or the people." Siejio's gaze was calm and reassuring, making people believe in her without question. "Okay, I trust you." Chu Emo-shin didn't blindly trust Siejio but saw in her eyes the same fearlessness and faith they had. He quickly sent a signal to Guan Chao. Guan Chao received the signal and immediately led his people to meet here. Everyone looked at Siejio with curiosity. She simply nodded calmly at everyone. Chu Emo-shin explained the plan to them. No one objected. Since Chu Emo-shin was leading, their task was to find out what was inside the cave. Now that they had local help, it was the best news for them. Siejio was the first to attack the cave. As a woman, she wouldn't attract much attention. Soon, the guards at the entrance noticed Siejio. Their cold eyes scanned her from head to toe, and they frowned when they saw her backpack. Two of them quietly moved closer to her.
This was a deep mountain.
Although they couldn't be sure if a woman could reach here safely, the only possible outcome was death if she did. As these two moved, Siejio also acted. She reached out and took out a small axe from her backpack. She pushed off the big tree with her toes and suddenly darted out, wielding the axe with the force of a big blade. The guards realized they had underestimated her and cursed loudly. "Thank you for your message. Here is the corrected and simplified version." Siejio swung his sword forcefully, shouting angrily, "Baga, you idiot!" As he swung, he also had a soft, cute little object in his other hand, which he threw directly at the face of the young man. The man was so scared he screamed loudly. One sword, feeling cold and sharp, and his heart was flying. Chu Emo-shin saw that Siejio was already fighting someone, so he quickly led his people to rush over. The sound of fists hitting each other echoed in the quiet mountain, creating gusts of wind. Siejio knew they couldn't stay here long. He took out a strong sleeping powder from his pocket, quickly made a gesture toward Chu Emo-shin. The others understood and quickly hid in the wind. After pouring the powder, they heard the sound of people falling inside the cave. The guards outside the cave also fell down. But the few people who had just come out, with faces showing deathly expressions, still stood straight. At this moment, Siejio and his group couldn't see anything strange. They were just being silly. Chu Emo-shin and his people quickly joined Siejio. They exchanged a few words. "These people seem suspicious. Yes, be careful." Siejio and Chu Emo-shin rushed out together. When they moved, the suspicious people also started to act. Their joints made cracking sounds like popping beans. According to Siejio, it felt a bit like zombies rushing forward. "Friends, have you ever seen zombies rush?" Siejio: "Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes." After the popping sounds, those people's limbs became very agile. They leapt quickly to their side. Jumping zombies are coming. Each of them quickly drew their swords from their backs. Xiejio was excited, licking his teeth. All right, little friends, come on. Grandma is sending you to the afterlife. Xiejio gripped his sword, slicing with a sharp edge, then kicked off the ground and charged at the approaching man. You jump, I jump too. Xiejio focused on one, but missed. These people looked like they were full of deathly energy, but their movements were very fast. They could copy each other's actions, making the fight quite tricky. No matter how difficult, for Xiejio, it's a matter of life and death. When dealing with enemies, she uses fierce methods to make sure they are completely defeated. Xiejio quickly kneels down, swings her axe forward, and unexpectedly cuts through the man's neck. A line of blood suddenly spurts out. Xiejio's eyes brighten instantly. This is the only time she's seen blood after many strikes. It's not that she lacks skill, but these people are like iron walls. No matter where she cuts, no blood flows. Their armor is so thick, it's almost unfair. Xiejio eats everything, but never suffers losses. Finally, she finds their weakness. She glances at Chu Mosen and the others and quickly says, "Cut their necks." That's their weak spot. Since they couldn't kill these people earlier, Chu Mosen and the others have also realized that the group is made up of elite soldiers, skilled in combat. With teamwork, they handle the fight easily. Xiejio dodges from a man with a quick flip, and the man yells loudly in frustration. Suddenly, something changes. The man pulls out a small, sleek pistol from his waist and aims ahead. Xiejio's pupils shrink sharply. She shouts, "Watch out." She quickly rushes forward and tackles the man away. Chu Mosen feels like something hit him hard and accidentally crashes into a large tree nearby. It hurts, but at least the bullet that was about to hit his heart is now stuck in his thigh. The little sprite on Xiejio's fingers sees this strange scene. The leaves on the tree shake, and it looks very sad. Poor guy. The boss doesn't understand caring for others. Is he lucky? Or just lucky? The sound of the bullet hitting flesh and a muffled groan happen at the same time. Xiejio's back seems to have eyes. She quickly grips the air with her right hand, and a small, sleek dagger falls from her sleeve into her hand. She shoots it directly into the man's throat. The man's eyes are wide open, staring death in the face, and he collapses completely. The enemies are finally defeated. Guan Chao and the others rush over immediately. "Captain, are you okay?" When they go on missions, they always call Chu Mosen captain to keep their ranks and identities secret. Chu Mo-shan grimaced in pain, teeth clenched, as blood streamed from the wound on his leg. At this rate, he feared he might bleed out before reaching the town. Xiejio took down the basket on her back and, under everyone's surprised gaze, directly pulled down the man's pants. Chu Mo-shan only saw a flock of crows flying past him. Where was he? Who was he? Last time, his clothes had been torn off. This time, his pants were taken. Luckily, the wound was on his leg, and he still had a small cloth to cover himself. A blush quickly spread across his cheeks, and even his ears turned red. A few people looked at each other, then at their hopelessly lying captain, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. Xiejio didn't notice their looks. She lifted Chu Mo-shan's leg and first reset his ankle with a quick bone adjustment. With a loud comma, the dislocated ankle snapped back into place. Then she took out a surgical knife and some medicine to treat the bullet wound, sprinkled her homemade hemostatic powder, wrapped it with bandages, all in one smooth motion. Guan Chao was once again amazed by Xiejio's incredible medical skills. He gained a deep understanding of her talent and medical ability. Such a talented girl would be a waste not to join their team. He needed to have a good talk with old Chu about this. Xiejio patted the daydreaming Chu Mo-shan and said, "Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, your injury isn't serious. If you're worried, you can go to the hospital after descending the mountain, but," she pointed at the dark cave, "I want to go in and take a look." "What about you guys?" Chu Mo-shan, supported by Guan Chao, stood up. These minor injuries were common for them. In the face of their mission, these small wounds were nothing. The redness on his face had faded. Even if Xiejio hadn't said anything, he hoped she would join them inside. Whether it was her skills or the medicine she carried, they needed both. We're going in with you. It's our mission. Lubo, go down the mountain and tell them to come up. Once everything was arranged, Xiejio and Chu Emotion slowly headed toward the cave entrance, leaving 2 people to guard the spot. They couldn't let others go in first. What if someone came up the mountain at this moment? Wouldn't that make it dangerous for them? They refused to be caught like fools. Although this is not real for Xiejio, Chu Moshing doesn't know that. He naturally wants to make the smartest plan. Xiejio takes out a bright flashlight from her backpack. Guan Chao looks at her backpack, which looks like a treasure chest. He can't help asking, Comrade Xie, do you bring so many things when you go up the mountain? Xiejio pauses and looks at her flashlight. You mean these? I'm a restless person. I go up the mountain every day. These things are just in case. Then Guan Chao asks, why are you here on this mountain? It sounds more like a routine question than suspicion. Xiejio stops and looks at their expressions. She tilts her head and asks, want to know? She knows that since she is involved in these matters, she will be asked sooner or later. So she explains everything from last night when she found Su Jianjun going up the mountain to bury a note, to today when she saw someone come to take the note, then followed the person here, and finally tracked them into the deep mountains. Listening to her story, their eyes show admiration. They didn't expect the girl to be so observant. Without her involvement, they might not have completed the task so smoothly today. First, they didn't have this strong sleeping drug. Without it, they couldn't quickly control these people. Second, without Xiejio, they wouldn't have been able to subdue these mutated individuals so fast. Just injuring the leader was only half the job done. Without her, their casualties might have been higher. They are grateful and trusting of Xiejio, who saved their leader twice and helped them. If she were a bad person, would she save you? She would probably want you to die. Xiejio and the others enter the cave under the flashlight's light. Unexpectedly, the cave is quite different inside. It looks like a cave from outside, but inside, it is divided into small compartments. Each compartment holds people with different expressions. According to the signs above each cave, these people have used medicine, but each cave contains different drugs. That's why they are kept separate. Today, under the effect of a sleeping drug, each of these people collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. This place looks like a cave, but in fact, they have extensively used it. They kept expanding outward to make the best use of the space. Zhang Chengming also fell to the ground. When Xiejio saw him, he kicked him gently, then picked him up as if he were a small chicken and placed him aside separately. Guan Chao and Chu Mosheng watched Xiejio's actions with some confusion and asked, Monsieur, what are you doing? Xiejio looked at the 2 serious-faced men. Thinking about her own personality, she usually doesn't follow the usual rules and doesn't care much about formalities. But they are clearly different. They are soldiers, and obeying orders is their duty. I know your task is secret, so I won't ask much. I want to explain my purpose. Maybe you can consider if it's feasible? There are so many people here, so there must be someone behind them, Xiejio pointed to Zhang Chengming. Take this man, for example. His youngest son is still in Jiushi village below. If his identity outside is true, then his other 2 sons are in another village. These people are scattered across their villages. What are they trying to do? Xiejio took out a note she intercepted yesterday. You can see this. It's a report he asked the educated youth to investigate about our village. Have you ever thought about why they are investigating these things? Are they trying to select useful personnel, or destroy the village? And what is their plan? My idea is simple. Use these people as bait to catch the people behind them. As the leader of this plan, Zhang Chengming must know the details. It's the same if you hear it from him. Guan Chao took the note from Xiejio and looked at it with Chu Mosheng. When they saw the contents, their faces looked a bit grim. They often go on missions, so they naturally understand what this intelligence means for people like them. These people want to find out about a village's situation, which probably means they plan to attack it. Otherwise, why would they risk gathering this information? Chu Mosheng and Guan Chao exchanged a glance. Having worked on many missions together over the years, they had developed a special understanding between them. A single look can reveal what the other person is thinking. Chu Emotion asked, Miss Xie, what do you want to do? Xiejio smiled slyly. If you looked carefully, you could see a cold light and a hint of killing intent in her eyes. She took out a small black porcelain bottle from her pocket, which was actually a space. This is my homemade pill. Just one pill, and these people will listen to me. Afraid they wouldn't believe her, Xiejio took a pill and put it into Zhang Changming's mouth, then waved another bottle near his nose. Zhang Changming blinked and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiejio, he was momentarily stunned. Then a voice rang in his mind. Doggy, be obedient, or I'll make you a dog. Zhang Changming couldn't help but shiver. He instinctively clamped his legs together, almost as if to hide his private parts, and said in a trembling voice, Pretty sister, I will listen. I am obedient dog. Please don't make me a dog. His legs clamped tighter, making his bow-legged trait even more obvious. Even though they had lived here for a long time, they still couldn't forget the small manners ingrained in their bones. So, who doesn't have bow legs? Little did they know, this was actually the best proof of their identity. Guan Chao and Chu Emotion thought that they just wanted a bottle of 1982 plain water to relax. The world is too mysterious, and life is too frightening. Pretty sister? Doggy, are you serious? Xiejio flicked her hair dismissively, as if nothing could stop her. Doggy, come tell Grandma what you guys are doing here. After taking the obedient pill, Zhang Changming's murderous look was gone, replaced by a small, cautious heart. In his eyes, there was only Grandma. He babbled on, explaining how they came here. It turned out that during the war between the two countries, they were sent here as spies to gather intelligence for their small country. They were caught off guard when they surrendered. They didn't receive any notice to retreat. For their cause and themselves, they chose to stay undercover. They were ordinary people living in nearby villages. Life was no different for them. Many of them married and had children here to better hide their identities. They had been undercover for decades. At first, no one contacted them, but in the last 10 years, gradually, people started reaching out. This boosted their confidence. As long as they could return to their country, they would be rewarded and could change their civilian status. They would be granted noble titles and could marry noble ladies, gaining honor for their families. Before becoming undercover agents, Zhang Changming was an assistant in a laboratory. He had his own ideas about the experiments. Thinking about the successful cases from the past, they also started research in the mountains. Now they are at a critical stage. The people just mentioned are their test subjects. He was working on a biological agent that could improve a person's physical strength, making them unstoppable in battle. Their mission was to kill as many high-ranking military officers, generals, and scientists from China as possible to create a complete break in their defenses. Listening to Zhang Changming, Xiejio, Guan Chao, and Chu Emotion looked more serious. If they had arrived a little later and the experiments had succeeded, it would have been a big challenge for them. Even with personnel assigned to protect them, mistakes could still happen. They had already seen how strong these people were. If the experiments were successful, it would bring endless problems. Little days, Xiejio couldn't help but kick Zhang Changming. Having already taken the obedience pill, Zhang Changming felt unfairly upset after being kicked. Ugh ugh ugh. Why did the pretty girl have to kick him? Hadn't he already told her everything he knew? He was an obedient dog. He didn't want to be a castrated dog. Guan Chao looked at Zhang Changming's reaction and asked his own question. Miss Xie, he has seen us. Could he reveal our situation? Xiejio, fiddling with her belongings, replied. No. What does this obedience pill do? Think of it like this. In ancient times, emperors gave this to their loyal warriors. If he says even one word about us, his head will explode. A sparkling, gossiping glow swept over the two people. Xiejio, being very sharp, immediately noticed when Guan Chao's gaze shifted over. She tilted her small head slightly, smiled, and took a pill from a porcelain bottle. Could it be that this comrade wants to try a taste? When did he say he wanted to try? Which ear heard him say that? Good heavens! Before Guan Chao could recover from his surprise, Xiejio continued. After you take it, if you want to return to normal, I can help with that too. Want to try one? No loss, no trickery. We do honest business, no cheating. It sounded like a wolf grandma trying to trick Little Red Riding Hood. Guan Chao quickly hid behind Shu Masheng, only showing his head, and stammered, "Comrade Xie, stay calm, stay calm." Xie said she was very calm. Isn't he just curious? She's so kind, willing to satisfy her curiosity. Why wouldn't she be happy? I'm not curious anymore. I'm not curious at all, Guan Chao admitted first. Xie nodded with a meaningful smile. Comrade Guan, Comrade Chu is your comrade. No matter what, in front of outsiders like me, you are on the same side. You shouldn't act like a bystander. If I had bad intentions, she didn't need to finish. Everyone understood. She has no ill will. But what if she had bad intentions? First, she would infiltrate their group, then strike them hard. How many lives would they have left? Guan Chao looked stunned, then realized his mistake. Yes, as a soldier helping them, he shouldn't have let his guard down before understanding her true identity. This was only possible because Chu Masheng had investigated after their last mission and confirmed Xie was trustworthy. That's why, when he met her, he couldn't help but listen to her advice. But Guan Chao was different. He didn't know. As a member of the People's Liberation Army, he should have been more cautious. There was also a possibility that he trusted Chu Masheng, but Xie thought she was still a member of the Special Forces before becoming the Zombie King. Having met many different people during missions, she knew that the situation she described was something one of her former team members had encountered before, and the ending wasn't very good. So, trusting the people is one thing, but being cautious is another. Otherwise, the cost could be your life. Spies and bad people don't have those words written on their faces. They can appear around you in many different forms. Being careful and attentive is responsible for yourself and your teammates. Guan Chao lowered his head in shame and said, "I understand." Xie shook his head. "I just think that soldiers are the most admirable people. Because of your silent efforts, ordinary people can live peacefully. I hope you don't think I'm being nosy. No, your reminder has been very helpful." Chu Emotion looked at Xie's expression and a faint smile appeared on his face. This young girl is brave and careful. Her understanding and control of human nature made him want to look at her more. Thinking about the 2 times someone stripped her clothes and pants, a warm feeling rose in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly, and he dared not look directly at anyone. Xie gave the main people here a pill to make them obedient. After checking the surroundings again, she restored everything to its original state. Then everyone slowly withdrew. Zhang Changming saw Xie leave and pouted. Mississippi, Xie looked at the eager little ones and twitched her lips. If their leader saw how proud they were of their little notebook, she wondered if he would be so angry he'd want to hang himself with a noodle and end it all. Good boy, be obedient and keep studying. When you finish your research and use what you've learned on your little ones, then go and deal with them. This clever tactic, using their own weapons against them, is awesome. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The few suspicious test subjects outside, who had been killed by them, had already been taken care of by the remaining people. Lu Bo led his team to rush over. Seeing that Chu Emotion and the others were fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the foot of the mountain, Ma Chong, responsible for the reception, suddenly saw Xie. His eyes lit up. Hey. Miss, I think you have a special talent. You're not an ordinary person. You look like the savior of our team. Thank you so much, miss. Ma Chong's tears came suddenly, making Xie stunned. She reached out her hand. No need to thank me. With a quick whoosh, I couldn't help but step back 2 paces, revealing a small, fuzzy head. Looking at Ma Chong, who was tear-streaked and snotty, I couldn't help but ask, is he also your subordinate? Could it be that when they go on missions, he drowns enemies with tears? Though I thought this, Xie wouldn't say such things. They are all good young people protecting the country, and deserve respect. Miss Xie, can you see that he's different? Of course, Xie could see it, which is why he teased a little. Those who go on missions are never incapable. They all have special skills. Ma Chong's stance and movements are different from others, more stable. It seems he is skilled with his feet. His quick footwork explains why he can be their messenger. People like him usually have reconnaissance skills, risk avoidance, and enough ability to protect comrades during retreats. If they lacked ability, they couldn't do this job. Stable stance, quick feet, good eyesight. After hearing this, Ma Chong stopped crying and hurriedly ran in front of Xiejio. He looked him over from head to toe, then gave a thumbs up. Chu Emotion said, "All right, let's leave quickly to avoid being noticed." Xiejio smiled and said, "It's safe here for now. Don't worry. If anyone gets close, I can sense it. But this isn't a place to stay long. Let's say goodbye here. Miss Xie, I will report your situation to the higher-ups. We also need your cooperation for the next steps." She is skilled with her hands and her medicine-making skills are excellent. Truly a rare talent. Xiejio paused, thinking about Shin Ziyun and what he told her about Kyoto. Is the surname Chu the same as the one her cousin mentioned? Captain Chu, may I speak with you privately? Xiejio bit her lip, thinking about the news from Zhang Tianzong that also mentioned the cattle farm. She sensed something unusual behind it. Her eyes looking at Chu Moshing carried a deep, mysterious feeling that others couldn't understand. Chu Qingfeng from the Great Academy in Kyoto, Xiejio said while observing Chu Moshing's subtle expressions. Do you know him? When she mentioned Chu Qingfeng, her heart skipped a beat. Her calm eyes showed a hint of scrutiny. Her grandfather's identity was not something a young girl like her could easily know. If she knew, then how did she find out? What is her connection to Kyoto? Or is it her? Xiejio raised an eyebrow. From the brief change in Chu Moshing's expression, she understood that the Chu family mentioned by Shin Ziyun was the same Chu family Chu Moshing belonged to. They shared the same grandfather, living in the same large estate, both prominent figures in the military district. When Xie Xuanong and others were sent away, it also involved her maternal family. But her grandmother was a red capitalist who donated all her wealth to the revolutionary cause at that time. Her grandfather earned his military medals through his own efforts on the battlefield, fighting with sword and gun. Both her grandmother and grandfather held significant influence in the military district. The higher-ups appreciated her grandmother's support back then and respected her. Even when some wanted to accuse her grandparents of being capitalists, those accusations were suppressed by the top leaders. Shin Ziyun is my cousin. Hearing this, Chu Moshing's eyes showed a relaxed smile. So, your Grandpa Shen's granddaughter, Xiejio, was surprised this time. You knew? Chu Moshing smiled and explained. Not only I know, but everyone in the estate who plays with us also knows. A slight smile appeared on Xiejio's face. Being remembered and watched by others made her feel unexpectedly happy. It turned out her grandparents never forgot her mother, nor did they forget her. Getting back to the main point, Xiejio's expression grew serious. Comrade Chu, have you ever thought about it? These people, even those in the cattle farm, weren't just used for experiments. Do you think it's that simple? What kind of people were sent to the cattle farm? Anyone with some ability and power in this era would know. They were all high-level intellectuals. They had been displaced or framed for various reasons. The country needs talented people like this. In the future, the country's development depends on the knowledge they have learned. There are also teachers and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. When the college entrance exam is restored, the country will need them to teach and nurture students. Now, they are in such a difficult situation and still face unseen dangers. Some people want to get rid of them quickly. Miss Xie means that someone is pretending to be related to this matter to eliminate these people? As soon as this was said, Chu Emotion quickly understood. It's clear that what Xiejio wants to express is not so simple. Someone is working with the Little Daily Life group, trying to use their hands to achieve their goals. Otherwise, how could the actions of the Little Daily Life group involve them? The people in the cattle shed, after being persecuted, are mostly in poor health. As intellectuals, they have little fighting ability. If you were a leader and wanted to send people to fight, wouldn't you choose strong ones? You wouldn't pick the old, weak, sick, or disabled. Their actions clearly have some purpose. If that's true, then these troublemakers must be caught. Under Chu Emotion's watchful gaze, Xiejio slowly nodded. This was also a guess based on what he saw last night in the cattle shed and today's observations. It's the closest to the truth. I will investigate this matter.
Good.
If you need my help, you can find me in Honghe village, Siejio said, glancing at the sun and preparing to leave. Seeing Siejio leave, Guan Chao came over. Captain, Miss Xie has gone? Yes, we should leave quickly too. Since they've already set the bait here, they need to catch bigger fish. They probably can't go back for a while. They can only leave after this matter is resolved. Thinking about what Siejio said, Chu Mo Shen felt he should call his grandfather and report Siejio's situation to his superiors. Zhang Changming, who had taken the obedient pill, looked eagerly at Siejio leaving, silently encouraging himself. He must work hard and not let his aunt down. Heavenly Emperor, if you don't want to disappoint your aunt, then you'll have to disappoint me? Zhang Changming, that I don't know anything. I took the obedient pill, so I only listened to my aunt. On the other side, Siejio carried a basket on her back and held a chopping knife in her hand. She hummed a little tune as she walked along the mountain path, feeling very happy. Suddenly, the little spirit shouted, "Hey, boss, hurry back. The village is getting lively." Siejio kept walking without stopping, even running a little faster, leaving a shadow behind her. She asked, "What's going on? Could it be another fun thing to watch?" Someone jumped into the river. Isn't life better? Although life was harder in those days, the old saying goes, better a bad death than a good life. Even if life is tough, as long as you try, there is hope. Darkness will pass, and light will come. Boss, really, someone jumped into the river. Siejio quickly ran down the mountain toward the crowd. When she was about to reach the bottom, she threw her basket and chopping knife into her space.
Ah?
Arya, are you trying to risk your life? Ugh, someone help Arya. Many people gathered on the riverbank, anxiously watching Arya in the water. On the bank, Erlai Z saw Arya in the river. His cloudy eyes flashed with a faint light, and he took off his shoes. He was about to go into the water when Siejio suddenly slapped him away. You're up to no good. The wicked look in Erlai Z's eyes showed he had some bad plans. Siejio jumped quickly and landed right beside Arya. Everyone saw her jump in and gasped. These days, it wasn't that they didn't want to help, but a woman's reputation was very important. If a man and woman had physical contact, they would be tied together for the rest of their lives. In other words, if a man jumped in, Arya would have to marry him, no matter who he was. Even if he was a troublemaker, she would have to marry him. Siejio didn't fully understand this rule, but she understood the worries and fears of the people on the bank. They wanted to help, but they were afraid of getting involved. Also, Red River Village was a small mountain village nestled in the mountains. Not many people knew how to swim, and in past years, some had drowned in the river. It's understandable that the people on the bank acted this way. In dangerous situations, people tend to think first of themselves. Siejio quickly dove in, reaching out with her arm and passing it under Arya's armpit to lift her out of the water. She supported Arya while paddling toward the shore. Her actions naturally drew the attention of the people in the field, who came running to watch the scene. Shin Ziyun heard the gossip among the crowd. Anxiously, he picked up a sturdy stick from the ridge and hurried to the riverbank, offering it to Siejio. Comrade Xie, hold this. I'll help pull you up. Siejio looked up at Shin Ziyun's worried face and silently took the stick he offered. She didn't like to be stubborn or unreasonable. That wasn't her way of doing things. Since someone was helping, she was happy to accept. Moreover, her cousin's pale face showed how much her actions had frightened everyone. Thank you, Shen Jiqing, she said softly, a small dimple forming a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing her smile, Shen Ziyun's restless heart finally felt at ease. He had finally recognized his cousin. If something went wrong, their grandfather might be furious enough to tear him apart. At that moment, everyone seemed to come back to their senses. They hurriedly helped Siejio pull Arya out of the river. Arya's mother, Fat Aunt, rushed over in a hurry. Seeing her unconscious daughter, her eyes filled with tears, and she cried loudly, "Arya, wake up. Look at your mother. Please, wake up." Fat Aunt cried as she shook her unconscious daughter. Seeing Arya like this, everyone's hearts ached. They began to talk among themselves. Arya is a capable and obedient girl. Why would she do something like this?
Exactly.
I saw her going to work yesterday and she seemed fine. Why would she suddenly do this? Zhang's family isn't the kind to pick on others. Whether it's the daughter or the daughter-in-law, Fat Aunt treats everyone equally. Something must have happened to upset her. Fat Aunt's husband's family name is Zhang. Besides Arya, Fat Aunt and Uncle Zhang have 3 sons who are already married. Only Arya is still unmarried, and the family loves her very much. Most importantly, Arya is very capable herself. She always earns 8 work points when working in the fields. Her older brother and sister-in-law also speak highly of her. Her younger sister-in-law is straightforward and doesn't talk much, but she can help take care of the children. Such a sister-in-law is very popular among the sisters-in-law. Now, when they saw Arya throw herself into the river, her brothers and sisters-in-law ran over from the fields after hearing the news. Chun Hongxia learned the whole story from others. Seeing Xiejio soaking wet, she quickly took off her coat and draped it over her shoulders. Xiejio didn't care about being wet all over. She knew that the rescue time for drowning is 4 minutes. During this time, she performed CPR and artificial respiration to increase the chances of survival. She hurriedly knelt down and said, "Aunt Pang, please make way." "Let me see Arya." A tearful Aunt Pang, with tears and mucus running down her face, saw Xiejio and, as if clutching a lifeline, begged, Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu, please save Arya. I will do my best." Xiejio knelt on the ground, laid Arya flat, tilted her head to one side, checked her pulse, and quickly started CPR until water gushed out of Arya's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of coughs, Arya slowly woke up. She opened her eyes, looked around in confusion, and when she saw her mother's red eyes, tears streamed down her face. "Mother, mother," Arya cried loudly. She truly didn't know what to do. She didn't want to burden her parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law, so she chose the most extreme way. Now, seeing her mother's red eyes, a wave of guilt and fear rose in her heart. Arya's brothers, upon hearing the news, ran over from the fields. Seeing their sister, soaked and alive after the ordeal, the big men all had tears in their eyes. Aunt Pang hugged Arya and cried so hard she could hardly breathe. "You little brat, why? Everything was fine. Why did you do this? Without you, how will mother live?" The Zhang family did not believe in valuing boys over girls. They treated boys and girls equally, which was rare in Honghua village. Mother, talking about sad things, Arya's tears flowed like broken pearls, and her eyes showed clear anxiety and resentment. Arya's eldest brother, Zhang Hongxing, was big and strong but very thoughtful. Seeing his sister in this state, he frowned and said, "Little sister, no matter how difficult things are, there's always a way to solve them. No matter what, your brother will support you." When Xia Weiman heard someone had fallen into the river, he was talking with the accountant in the wasteland. After hearing the news, he ran quickly over, even losing one shoe in the process, and carried it in his hand as he ran. Seeing Arya rescue someone and bring them ashore, he finally relaxed. "Arya, what happened? You were fine. Why did you jump into the river?" Everyone knew that water was scarce here. If she hadn't been rescued, what would have happened? A girl as beautiful as a flower. If she had been lost, how could her parents go on living? Erlai, who had been kicked and was struggling to get up, saw the squad leader coming and hurried over, begging, "Captain, I was just trying to help, but Xiejio hit me." What should I do? His wife had just been taken away from him. Although he was afraid of Xiejio's fists, losing his wife was worse than anything else. Xiejio looked at him with a faint smile, a half-smile on his face. Zhang Hongxing had already stepped forward, picked up a stick from the ground, and suddenly swung it at Erlai. "You're a troublemaker. What should I do? How about I treat you to some bamboo shoots with meat?" As men, Zhang Hongxing could see through Erlai's expression. Erlai was crying out loudly as he was hit, running and shouting, "Captain, aren't you going to do something?" Xia Weiman rolled his eyes. He didn't care. What could he do? It was obvious what Erlai wanted to do, and everyone could see through it. If they really let Erlai jump in, Arya would be the one in real danger. His older brother had only lightly hit him. Siegio looked at Arya's expression and started to have some guesses. He then said, "In front of life, all suffering is just a scratch. If you're not afraid of dying, what else should you fear? When you face problems you can't solve, remember you're not alone. Talk to your family, talk to your uncles and elders. There's always a way to fix things. Disregarding your own life only benefits the one who can't get past the obstacle in their heart." Arya, with her eyes clouded in confusion, looked at Siegio's firm gaze. The gloom in her heart seemed to be torn apart by a strong beam of light. A golden ray shone through and in her heart, a flower called courage began to bloom. Naya's gaze became firm. She looked at Aunt Fat and spoke about the problem that troubled her heart. It all started when Naya went to the town once. This was about 3 months ago. Naya's old monthly cloth tore, so she had to go to the town to buy a new one. She initially wanted to make it herself, but at that time she was very busy working, and she heard the women in the village say that the supply and marketing cooperative's monthly cloth was better than what she could make. So, when she had free time, she decided to go see it. That trip turned into the beginning of her nightmare. In the town, she met a man. This man was her trouble. Everyone listened quietly as she told her story. According to Naya, Siegio's eyes darkened. It seemed like he had planned this crime. It might be an exaggeration to say they committed a crime, but it was clear they had a plan. Their plan was against Naya herself. From her words, it seemed that as soon as she arrived in the town, she hadn't even started shopping when she encountered these people. So, could it be that these people's original goal was Naya from the start? Father, mother, the village chief, uncles, aunts, and everyone. I really have no choice. They said that if I didn't agree, they had ways to hurt my parents and even make our village's crops fail. Sniff, sniff. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I don't want anything to happen to my parents, and I don't want the village's crops to be ruined. These days, without food, we can't survive. But inviting such people into the house is like inviting wolves into the home, isn't it? She naturally didn't want that. Siegio's eyes showed some thought. Now, what was making them so anxious? And to want to marry into their Hongha village, this sounded suspicious. In these times, unless a family has many siblings and is truly so poor they can't feed themselves, or all the brothers can't find wives, they wouldn't consider marrying into another family. Moreover, Zhang's family already has 3 brothers, so there's no need for Naya to continue Zhang's bloodline. There's no reason to keep her in Zhang's family. Are these people really just scheming to come to Hongha village? Siegio's heart suddenly sank. Could it be? Before he could figure it out, he heard a small voice shouting, "Boss, something's wrong. A group of people is rushing over." What does it mean when a group rushes over? Has this world become magical? A group holding tools has rushed to the village entrance. Next, Siegio hears the clear sound of the village bell ringing. This bell only rings when something big happens in the village. Everyone forgets about Arya and the others and starts shouting, "Quick, grab your tools. Someone is coming into the village." Here, coming into the village is a negative phrase, meaning an attack. It's not just visiting relatives. Xie Weimin still has his shoes in his hand. Hearing the noise, he runs quickly toward the village entrance. Originally, Aunt Pang wanted to take Arya home first. Her brother and sister-in-law also advised her to go back. But she said, "Dad, Mom, brother, and sister-in-law, maybe they are here." They said if she was disobedient or unwise, they would come themselves. Then, everyone in the village and her parents would know her reputation was ruined. It would be impossible for her to find a good family to marry into. Someone like him, who is willing to come to her house, is rare. She should be grateful. After she said that, Aunt Pang also refused to let her daughter go back. Her brother and sister-in-law stopped persuading her, and they all ran toward the village entrance. They want to see which fool dares to bully their sister and daughter. Although Arya is just a young girl, she is not stupid. Who would openly want to marry into her family? Her family is not particularly desirable, and they're not wealthy either. If they were rich, it might be understandable. But since they are not wealthy, and these people still want to marry into their family, it's clear they have other intentions. At the village entrance, a group of outsiders dressed somewhat well, but their proud and contemptuous looks almost seem to overflow from their eyes. Their eyes are full of scrutiny. They are not just looking at the people standing here, but are instead examining the mountains and houses behind them. Xiaoju stands among the crowd, her brow slightly furrowed. When she hears the little spirit's reminder, she almost immediately figures out who these people are. They are from Zhang Tianzong's brother in Jiushi village. But what she didn't expect was that these people not only bought informants to gather information, but now are trying to fully enter their village with such a method. What do they want to do? Are their goals for their village, the back mountain, or all of Honghe village? Are the spies becoming so bold? Xiaoju quietly moved closer to Shen Ziyun and whispered, "Cousin, go to the police station and say I sent you to find them." Chu Emotion was in town, and his task on Jiushi Mountain hadn't finished, so he probably wouldn't leave soon. These people are all small-time troublemakers, and I won't let any of them go. At first, there was no good reason to act, so they planned to wait and see, afraid of disturbing Zhang Changming's people, hoping to catch them all at once. Now that they've come out, we should help them. Take the back mountain route, Xiaoju advised. Going from the back mountain wouldn't attract attention and would save time. Also, since these people came with a purpose, they might have planted people outside the village. If they leave through the village, those people would know they are reporting to the authorities. This could cause unnecessary trouble and alert the wrong people. Those men are not good people. If they get aggressive, they will suffer the consequences. Okay, be careful. Shen Ziyun silently avoided their gaze and ran toward the back mountain. Xia Weimin finally put on his shoes. He stood at the front of the group, looking at the outsiders with a very serious expression. Where are you from? Why are you here in Honghe village? In the northeast, during the war, many older folks fought in small battles. Back then, the troublemakers often crossed the mountains to harass villagers, and the villagers hated them deeply. Even now, outsiders are not welcomed here. And with the current unrest and the presence of spies, the villagers are very cautious. Hearing Xia Weimin, an old, thin man with a dry tobacco pipe stepped out from the group, took a couple of puffs, and smiled kindly, saying, "Oh, is that Brother Xia? I am the accountant from Wuliu village." The wealthy man pointed to Zhang Tianhe, who was in front, and said, "This young man from our village is interested in your village's girl, so I came along to see what's going on." Xia Weimin's gaze swept over these people, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wulu village is about 20 or 30 miles from here. Your nearby villages have no girls left, and you insist on coming to our village. Besides, I remember that the accountant of Wulu village is a middle-aged man, he added. When Xia Weimin said this, Fu Gui's smile faded slightly, and his cloudy eyes carried a cold, stern look. "Brother Xia, this marriage is a good match between two villages. You and I shouldn't interfere. It depends on what the young people want. What do you think?" The young men from Wulu village, each holding sticks, looked at them with some mockery. Fu Gui's words made them tighten their grips on their sticks, showing signs of readiness to act. A few of them stepped forward openly, as if ready to spill blood at Fu Gui's command. Seeing this, Xiaoju stepped out from behind, bent down, picked up a brick from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and lazily lifted his eyelids. Marriage is about mutual consent. What, do you want to force it? Marrying into Qin and Jean. If you put down your sticks, maybe we can trust you a little. How many people marry with sticks in their hands? Are you trying to fight and see who's stronger? Xiaoju tapped the brick in his hand and shouted loudly, "Are the young men of Honghe village here?" Because of the bell, most people from Honghe village gathered at the entrance, from elderly men in their 70s and 80s to small children just a few years old. Now, hearing Xiaoju's call, everyone responded in unison. Whether they had conflicts or not, when facing a crowd, everyone united against outsiders. Are they trying to force it? Can they do that? Are they trying to fight? Are we afraid? One voice overpowered another. Fu Gui and Zhang Tianhe exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw. Then, a surge of anger rose in their hearts. They never expected Honghe village to be so united. They thought that just catching a young girl's reputation would make them hesitate. But in the end, they were the ones being grilled over the fire. The situation was urgent, and they had to act, even if it was different from what they had expected. They could not back down. Looking at the lush scenery on the back mountain, they were determined to succeed. Arya and the three brothers from the Zhang family looked at the scene with great pride. They felt proud to be villagers of Honghe village and comforted that, during difficult times, Xiejio and fellow villagers did not abandon them. They also knew well that a woman's reputation could force many women to risk their entire lives, and some might even take their own lives because of it. The voices of support gave them endless strength. They decided clearly and firmly, this is settled, and this is final. Arya stepped out from the crowd. Because she had just jumped into the river, she was a bit disheveled, but now she stood tall and confident, walking steadily to the front. Her dark eyes were calm and composed. She looked up at Zhang Tianhe, who was standing at the front, with no fear, only determination. She said firmly, I don't know who you are or what you want, but I do not agree or want to marry you, and I will never let you become a son-in-law in our family. You have the support of your uncles and brothers, and I have the support of my uncles and brothers too. Her voice was full of pride. No one is more noble than anyone else. A woman's reputation is very important, but it is never just about words. I act rightly and honestly. I won't risk my future or my life because of any rumors. If you dare to hurt my parents or brother or steal our village's grain, even if I have to risk my life, I will make you understand that women can also hold up half the sky. Clap, clap, clap. Xiejio smiled and led the applause for Arya. The girl, between life and death, understood the meaning of life and knew what she wanted. This was a transformation of life. The villagers of Honghe village couldn't help but applaud Arya after Xiejio. Good, Xia Weimin shouted. Arya, we all support you. If these troublemakers want to attack our village or harm our people, they need to consider whether we agree. They even wanted to kill the Zhang family and leave the village with nothing. Are they bandits? Bandits wouldn't be so brazen. Xiejio stepped forward and said, I suspect that some of you are bad elements hiding among our people, deliberately trying to destroy the unity of Honghe village. Bad elements, down with the bad elements. Thank you for sharing your story. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xiejio knew the identities of these people, and those following them were clearly not good people. If these people wanted to cause trouble, she would act first. When they came to their village with sticks and were beaten, it was just self-defense, and she was in the right. Holding a stick, she led the charge and struck Fu Guo's head with it. This person openly sided with the troublemakers. Maybe he was just a troublemaker himself, or he was bought off. Either way, he deserved the beating. People like him deserve to be punished. Down with the bad guys. The villagers of Honghe village rushed forward one after another. Xiejio quickly looked around and saw Zhang Tianzong hiding at the back. Good, she thought, perfect to take all these people down at once. Villagers, this is the person who caused the widow to get pregnant and made Jean Dolly want to be the father. Oh, this person's character isn't good, and those with him probably aren't good either.
Kids, hit them.
Jean Dolly's family had suffered greatly because of Jean Dolly, and they had also scared some other men in the village who liked to hit their wives. Now that they knew the main culprit was here, everyone was punching and shouting wildly. How could they bully people like this? Are they trying to pick on the villagers? Of course not. Xiejio's actions just gave everyone a chance to vent. Also, because the little spirit said so, Shinziyun, Lu Ming, Chu Emo Shen, and Guan Chao had come. What are you doing? What's going on? Lu Ming's voice sounded from behind. In the crowd, Chu Emo Shen saw Xiejio waving at him. He quickly ran over. Comrade Xie. Xiejio quietly whispered a few words in his ear. Chu Emo Shen looked at the Zhang brothers and nodded silently. When everyone saw the police arrive, they stopped fighting. Arya stepped forward at Xiejio's signal and explained everything. Comrade police, these people forced themselves on my family and wanted to marry us against our wishes. Does that count as a crime? She was just a simple village girl and didn't understand the law, but she knew how to threaten. Who wouldn't know how to threaten? Lu Ming was slightly surprised, but after seeing Chu Emo Shen's gaze, he quickly composed himself. It almost went unnoticed by others. The chairman said that women are half the sky. A woman's wishes are very important. Again, marriage is about mutual willingness, not a transaction. Everyone from Wulu village was shocked. Not only had they been beaten by people from Hongha village, but now they were being taken back to the police station? What kind of fools are they? One young man from Wulu village had been brought over by Zhang Tianhe to fill in, and he hadn't even recovered from the pressure of the marriage proposal when he was beaten again. Now he was being taken to the police station, and his legs went weak. He sat down heavily on the ground, looking more wrong than Do-yi, and he pounded the ground while crying out, "Police officer, I'm innocent. I only agreed to help with the marriage proposal because I'm from the same village." If the woman hadn't agreed, he wouldn't have helped at all. But now what has he heard? What kind of mind is this? How can someone have such strange ideas? Does the woman have money, power, or something else worth coveting? At this moment, his limited brain finally started working. Sieju looked at him with a half-smile and casually sprinkled some salt on his wound. "Oh, this is a fight involving a crowd, which could land you in a farm camp. Do you have an elderly mother or a wife at home? Do you think your wife would be so upset when she finds out what a fool you are that she might just divorce you?" The man lying on the ground froze, tears silently falling. Sieju seemed to discover a new world. Oh, how angry she must be. "Do you still feel sad or scared?" Sieju pretended to think, then looked at the golden sky and muttered to himself, Today's sun rose from the east. No wonder the weasel is greeting the chicken. What's wrong? Your wife is a girl and you care? Our village girls aren't girls? You're double standard, unlike anyone else. So if you don't go to the farm, who will? Your mother must be so angry to have given birth to such a fool that she might want to send you back to be remade. Wah. Wife, mother, I don't want to. Please give me a noodle. I want to hang myself. The man spoke seriously, but if you looked closely, his face was already pale. Sieju smiled and looked at the police officers. "This is what you heard. He asked to die himself. It has nothing to do with me. The noodles are very precious, and there's only one. Not even half. I can help you." Shadowless kick of Foshan. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's body moved like a graceful parabola and fell into the small river nearby. The man looked confused. Under the confused tree, there are confused fruits. Under the confused tree, you and I. He said he wanted to die, but he didn't really want to die. At this moment, he really started to cry.
Wow.
I have such a hard life, even more bitter than bitter herbs. Wife, mother, son. I'll go ahead first. The man sang with a very emotional tune, quickly climbed out of the river, lowered his head, and ran to the police. "I am guilty. Take me away." Everyone's mouths twitched wildly. Where did this funny guy come from? Zhang Tianhe was also stunned. Until the man reached the police, he finally came back to himself. He opened his mouth, but when he saw his older brother gently shake his head, he closed it and quietly followed the police away. His brother is smarter. Since he let him follow, nothing serious will happen. Even if something does happen, his brother can get them out. Besides, they just wanted to ask for a marriage proposal, not commit any serious crimes. They definitely won't get into trouble. But little did they know, all of this was already impossible because their identities had been exposed. Once they entered the police station, there was no way out. Also, since Zhang Tianhe could bring so many people here, it showed they had good relations with the villagers of Wulyo village, or perhaps they had bribed many to do their bidding. Do those people know their true identities? Or do they suspect something? If they knew their identities were suspicious and still helped them, those people's loyalties had already changed. They were no longer innocent villagers, but bad elements who disrupt unity. Those people cannot be spared. Fu Gui too watched as the villagers of Hongha village looked like they hated evil and wanted justice. He couldn't help but swallow hard. His proud and spirited look at that moment turned into that of a defeated rooster. No, it was more like a hen that had been plucked of its feathers, looking miserable. It was exactly the same. With looming shout, everyone from Wulyo village was taken back to the police station. Chu Emo silently nodded to Sieju, then followed Lu Ming and the others as they left. Knowing their identities, it was natural to investigate the person behind everything. Xie Jiao wasn't worried they could escape. Once in the police station, they wouldn't come out again. Until everyone was taken away, the villagers finally regained their senses. Aunt Pang and Uncle Zhang bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all. Thank you. Aunt Pang only just came back to herself after the incident of her daughter jumping into the river. Now, her back was soaked with cold sweat. Many villagers also saw that something was unusual. They relied on the mountains, and during those times when everyone was prepared for war, they truly fought against enemies. At first, people might not have reacted immediately, but after seeing Lu Ming and the others take the person away, they started to have some guesses. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Xie Weiman looked at the militia members and couldn't help but remind them, starting today, increase patrols around the village. If anyone from outside comes in, be sure to find out who they are. People from nearby villages mostly knew each other. Several villages had family ties, and many were related by marriage or kinship. If someone new appeared, it was easy to recognize them. Okay, we understand. Xie Xiangbei and Zhao Jianjun were the captain and vice captain of the militia, and they handled all militia affairs. At this moment, they felt their responsibilities had grown heavier, but for everyone's safety, they would do their best. As everyone dispersed, the head and third son of the Wu family hurried over, running and shouting, "Captain, Major, our house was robbed." Since Wu Xingli's death, the Wu family had kept a low profile. Besides going to work, they rarely appeared in the village. Seeing the frantic arrival of the Wu family's head and third son, the villagers were momentarily stunned. After a while, they felt that Wu Xingli's death was so pointless. They had said before that they didn't have money to treat Wu Xingli, but now they claimed their house was robbed. Wasn't that contradictory? The villagers grew more disdainful of the Wu family. No one was foolish. In the face of life and death, they could ignore human life. Now this situation.
Well,
Truly, heaven has eyes. Xie Weiman's steps, which had already started to leave, paused. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. At the moment he turned around, his expression was back to normal. Old Wu, you say your family was robbed? When did that happen? What did you lose? Although he was the team leader, he wasn't a police officer. He got up before the rooster crowed and went to bed after the dogs. People come to him for even small problems. He felt pressured inside, but still had to smile politely. It just happened a moment ago. I noticed when I was about to take something. Xie Weiman frowned. Just now? Just now you weren't here? A big event happened in the village. Even the old folks and children were there. How come the Wu family didn't come? And now they're saying something was stolen? Old Wu looked confused. Why would they be here? Is there any gold here for them to pick up? Old Wu honestly said, Captain, we were all at home just now. So since you were all at home, why are you coming to me about something you lost? Xie Weiman wished he could say, you're all at home, and you lost something, so why are you looking for your own family? He's not Sherlock Holmes, able to solve their case. Besides, if it was an inside job, they could handle it internally. Why make it public? Old Wu didn't understand what Xie Weiman meant. When he heard his excuse, he got angry. Captain, how can you not care? If you don't care, then who will? Be careful. I'll report you to the commune. Old Wu was a fool. In the Wu family, he was the one leading the charge. His father told him to invite the team leader, so he had to do whatever it took to get him here. He didn't realize that once he said that, not only did Xie Weiman's look at him change, but the villagers' gazes also shifted. This reminded everyone of the bad things the Wu family had done before. Everyone's faces looked tense and uncomfortable. Xie Xiangbei clenched his fists, wanting to punch someone. But thinking of his father's trouble, he silently gritted his teeth. He couldn't act out. If he did, his father wouldn't be able to act either. If they fought, these troublemakers would surely turn the tables. Xie Jiao was not one to tolerate nonsense. He went straight for a punch and cursed it all day long, reporting and complaining. Have the Wu family's conscience been eaten? How many bad things have they done? Just now, the villagers from the outer village bullied us. Your Wu family is hiding at home and not coming out. Now you're complaining that your stuff is missing. Haven't you found a scapegoat yet? Are you trying to create one here? If something is lost, you should call the police. Even a 3-year-old knows this. Don't you know it now that you're grown-ups? Arya, who has experienced life and death, has now become Neo Hualu Arya with incredible fighting power. Now, Xiejio is her idol. She wants to follow her idol's steps closely.
Exactly.
Your Wu family is so unkind. When it's time for you to help, you don't. Now you're just whining. Aren't you broke? Didn't you watch Uncle Shengli die? How come you had no money then, but now you do? Money doesn't grow on trees. Arya's sharp words surprised Xiejio. She couldn't help but give a big thumbs up. Truly impressive. Instead of wasting energy fighting each other, it's better to focus on creating a better future.
You.
You, Wu Laoda stammered, pointing tremblingly at Arya like a late-stage Parkinson's patient. Are you crazy? Xiejio grabbed Wu Laoda's finger and gave it a strong twist, making a cracking sound that everyone heard clearly. Xiejio took a step forward, and as she got close to Wu Shengli, her voice was soft but clear in his ear. Wu Laoda, do you really think your family's things are safe? That one sentence stunned Wu Laoda. Cold sweat started to run down his forehead. When they found out the items were missing, they only cared about whether they could find them again. They never thought about whether those things could be seen in the light. You. Wu Laoda's eyes flickered nervously. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Does Xiejio know something? I'm going back. Before Wu Laoda could finish, a branch from Xiejio's hand caught his collar. Since the Wu family lost their things, my uncle, who cares about the people, naturally wants to go see what's going on. Uncles, aunts, and elders, since the Wu family lost their things. Why don't we all go take a look? Maybe we can help find them. We're all from the same village. We shouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xie Weimin received a signal from Xiejio's eyes. His words, which he was about to say, changed course. As the team leader, if the Wu family has a problem, I will naturally go see what's happening. He said this, and headed towards the Wu family's place. The villagers looked at each other, then followed quickly after seeing that Xiejio and a few other families friendly with the Xie family had already gone. People love to watch a good show. Old Wu stood in the yard, drooping his head and smoking a dry pipe, making a bada-bada sound. When he heard the eldest and third sons say that things were stolen, he felt a bad premonition. Those items were worth quite a lot. Although they weren't valuable now, they were rare and precious back then. Even if they couldn't be exchanged for money now, they could be kept for the grandchildren. Plus, the eldest and third sons had a lot of money, which was now gone. How could he not be angry? Over the years in the village, only he had taken other people's things, and no one had ever taken anything from him. This time was unusual, and he felt uncertain. Could it be that he was really getting old? He didn't want to admit it, but he had to accept it. He was truly old now, feeling weaker, especially after his second son died. He always felt uneasy in his heart. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks, or perhaps it was his second son's spirit. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe in gods or ghosts, he only believed in himself. Since the spirit of his second son was causing trouble at home, he wouldn't show mercy. Let him be forever unable to find peace. In the underworld, Wu Shengli thought, what hatred or grudge? Even in the afterlife, his heartless father was still thinking of him? If his father missed him so much, why not just pull him down there? Xiejio. That's a great idea. Only in this way would the villagers dare not become the second Wu old man. Anyway, there's no good person in the Wu family. Those people deserve to die. Let's start with Wu old man. Xiejio wanted Red River Village to get better and better, so these pests and wicked people had to be removed. Most importantly, besides Wu Shengli, everyone in the Wu family had blood on their hands, some more than others. Even Wu Laopa had taken lives. There was actually a sister above Xiaoya, but Wu Laopa despised her as a girl. When she was born, she took advantage of Lu Hongyan falling asleep and smothered the baby girl to death. She even claimed the baby was a stillbirth and threw her on the mountain to be eaten by wolves. The Wu family's faces are so big, they can't fit in a basin. Since they are so shameless, then fine. Let's send them to. Old Wu, holding a finger broken by Xieju, looks pale as a ghost, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It's unclear whether he's scared or in pain. Xie Weimin and Xiejiao are at the front, excitedly watching the scene unfold. They hurriedly follow Old Wu towards the Wu family. Xiejiao is worried he might go back and tell Old Wu, which would ruin their plan to catch the bad guys. Xie Weimin sees how fast Xiejiao is running and, thinking about his personality, guesses something big is happening with the Wu family. Their curiosity fills their minds, and they unconsciously quicken their steps, occasionally making a hee-hee sound. Xiejiao, big uncle, please calm down. Your expression is too scary. Those who know we're investigating. Those who don't might think we're here to eat people. Old Wu is smoking a dry tobacco pipe, watching his eldest son rush in like a ghost. Before he can speak, he hears Xie Weimin's voice from outside the courtyard wall. Old Wu, I hear from Wu Dad that your family was robbed? Why are you in such a hurry? Did you lose something valuable?
Tell me about it.
If I can find it, I'll help. If I can't, I'll call the police. Xiejiao, who knows how to stir trouble, casually carries a thick stick he found somewhere, grinning mischievously. Grandpa Wu, what did you lose? Let everyone see. Yeah, let's help find it together. We're all from the same village. We don't want any reward. We just want to see what's going on. In the 1970s countryside, most families left their doors unlocked at night. It's not that there were no thieves, but most families didn't have valuable things. Even if someone broke in, they wouldn't find anything worth stealing. Given how anxious and hurried the Wu family is claiming something was stolen, it's clear that whatever was lost must be valuable. Xiejiao's words are clearly meant to stir up trouble for the Wu family. Every household in the village is poor, so if people suddenly find out the Wu family is rich, wouldn't they be suspicious? Wouldn't they wonder? Wouldn't they be jealous? Wu Shengli was sick and had no money, but now he has money again? The villagers' gossip could easily drown them. Xiejiao's actions had other reasons behind them. In the space, the mouse Jerry couldn't help but squeak. Let me handle it. Let me handle it. I know the tricks here. I'll make sure everything is done properly. Old Man Wu looked worried, and at that moment, he finally understood where his nervousness was coming from. It was because of Xiejiao, this unpredictable troublemaker. This girl never played by the rules. When the second son was sick last time, he had already seen how difficult Xiejiao could be.
Now.
Xiejiao tilted her head, pretending to be curious, and asked, Grandpa Wu, is there something you find hard to talk about? Could it be? Xiejiao's eyes lit up as she looked at Old Man Wu with a hint of curiosity. Is it that the person you love doesn't love you back? So you can't marry someone who loves you? Then, you hide the token of love from the one you can't have, and now it's lost. Or maybe, she continued, you secretly kept your wife's underwear and now your two sons, who share the same hobby, have found it. Or perhaps, Old Man Wu's face darkened more and more as he shouted, no. If Xiejiao kept talking like this, their family's reputation would be ruined. He wondered how a young girl could speak so openly and casually. Xiejiao clapped her hands and said, Oh, these kinds of stories are all in books, right? Even though you're not young anymore, you can still think about these things. Or maybe, Grandma Wu's close friend wants. The villagers watching couldn't help but want to laugh, but dared not. Although Xiejiao's words were roundabout, they understood her meaning. This playful teasing was just her way of indirectly asking what Old Man Wu had lost. None of it. Old Man Wu quickly dismissed Xiejiao's long story. If she kept talking, he might end up being accused of something inappropriate with his wife. How could he live like this? When the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. When the enemy moves, I will definitely act. Jerry, now. I'm rushing. Little Jerry suddenly charged out, ready to confront the troublemaker, and quickly slipped into Old Man Wu's house. Then, squeak, squeak, Jerry boldly ran out of Old Wu's house, rolling a blue and white porcelain vase under his feet. This was something Xiejiao had stolen from Wu's house. It was just the right thing to cause trouble. The Wu family isn't a good bunch. Old Wu is brave and fights. Old Wu is clever and plans, and Wu San is just a lucky guy. Parents love him, older brother cares for him, and he gets his share without doing much. But because of small favors, he starts to think that they should share everything equally, even when they get something. Now, they are taking their things out of Old Wu's house. Do you think these two selfish guys will have a good attitude toward Old Wu? Of course not. Later, Wu Shengli will possess their bodies, and it will be another big show. People like this are really pests in the village and should be removed quickly. Nowadays, spies are rampant. People without morals can easily be bought with money or small favors. Such people are a danger to the village. Letting them fight among themselves is a good idea. No one can complain. Using a knife to kill someone else and staying out of it is a smart plan. At first, Jerry's voice didn't attract others' attention. In the countryside, it's normal to have a few mice in the yard, but you can't ignore someone like Xiejio who wants to cause trouble. Wow, Grandpa Wu, your house is so fancy. You even have such a beautiful blue and white porcelain. Amazing! This used to be worth a lot of money, even if it's not valuable now. It's still a good item, a family heirloom. When he said this, others naturally looked over. The villagers followed Xiejio's gaze and saw a big gray mouse on the porch, pulling at a piece of blue and white porcelain with its tiny paws. Old Wu also looked over and saw the familiar porcelain. That was his treasure. Why does it look so familiar? Because Old Wu once went around smashing things with some reckless people. He considers himself experienced and knows this is valuable. He kept it in his house, under his bed, and every night he would take it out, look at it, and touch it. It was more precious to him than his own wife. Old Master Wu is a simple-minded man with strong limbs. Father, where is my treasure? Why is it in your room? As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at them. Red River Village is a relatively poor village nearby. Because they rely on the mountains, they often come down from the hills to scavenge. Plus, the land here isn't very good, so the grain yield is low, making the village quite poor. Everyone knows this. Now, suddenly seeing such valuable things in the Wu family, people's thoughts naturally changed. Old Master Wu was stunned. He looked back at where everyone's eyes were focused. When he saw a large rat pulling at a blue and white porcelain, he was so shocked he stammered, "Teach this." His mouth trembled badly, showing an expression of disbelief. His jaw hung open for a long time. What is going on? He knew there was a porcelain bottle in his eldest son's room because his son liked that kind of thing, and he had given it to him. Why was his son's item pulled out of his room? And by a rat? Before Old Master Wu could figure it out, Jerry spun twice and a half, then went straight back into Old Master Wu's house. This time, he was pulling out something from Wu's third son, a shiny bottle and a glittering gold bar. As soon as these two items appeared, they dazzled everyone watching. People outside the wall gasped in surprise. Whispering among themselves, they said, "Wow, the Wu family is so rich. Are they really desperate for victory?" Wu's third son immediately got angry when he saw the bottle. "Father, how did my things get pulled out of your room?" He was very fond of that bottle, often keeping it by his pillow and playing with it every day.
Now.
It was taken out of his father's room? They say even brothers keep accounts straight, but these were all his things. Why does his father take his stuff? Xia Weimin also saw that this was a thief crying, "Stop thief." He knew this thief was an insider. He said, who would go into someone else's house to steal these days? Every household was so poor that only family members knew each other's secrets. Otherwise, who would know that the Wu family was so rich? Old Master Wu, what am I saying? I told you, when you said something was stolen, everyone was at the village entrance. Only you were at home, so the item definitely wouldn't be lost. You refused to believe it and even threatened to report me.
Now what?
That thief is your father. Do you still want to report me? A dog-biting Lu Dongbin doesn't recognize a kind heart. Old Wu isn't a good person either. He already gave them face, but since they are shameless, he won't bother to do so anymore. Old Wu finally realized something was wrong. How could the belongings of the eldest and third sons appear in his house out of nowhere? He shivered uncontrollably. goosebumps covering his body. He looked around nervously, then glanced at the sky. Luckily, it was daytime. Ghosts shouldn't come out during the day, right? They say ghosts are afraid of sunlight. Oh, ancestors of the Wu family, you must protect your grandson. Old Wu only dared to think this silently. Old Wu, aren't you ashamed? You stole the things yourself and then asked your son to find the team leader. What are you trying to do? The Wu family's actions naturally make people suspicious. The Wu family has no good people. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix to a phoenix, and a rat's son can dig holes. Nothing surprising about that. Exactly. Even when a rare bamboo shoots up, they still manage to ruin it. Xiejio looked coldly at the Wu family members, a slow smile forming on his lips. Little spirit, give them a lesson. Got it, boss. Leave it to me. The little spirit found the souls of 2 chickens that hadn't been reborn yet. After some bargaining, it forced them into the bodies of the eldest and 3rd sons. The souls of the 2 chickens. We've done this job. Next life, we won't be ordinary chickens. We'll be fighting chickens. Guaguada, guaguada. The brothers shook their heads and bobbed their bodies, transforming into 2 proud roosters. They strutted forward, clucking loudly, then started kicking, scratching, and biting. They perfectly demonstrated the art of rooster fighting. Old Wu was stunned by his 2 sons' sudden actions, and the villagers looked confused too. What are they doing? Have the son and father turned against each other? I told you to steal. I told you to steal. The eldest son is the obedient follower of the 3rd son, and the 3rd son is the obedient follower of the eldest son. They are saying the same thing, using their hands, feet, and even teeth together. Old Master Wu is too old now. He can't compare to his 2 strong and healthy sons. He is pressed to the ground and beaten randomly. Old Master Wu screams loudly. Ah.
Ah.
Adat. Big brother, 3rd brother, I am your father. Have you gone crazy? Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Old Master Wu is on the ground, dark and twisted, crawling. Old Lady Wu is already shocked by what she sees. Seeing her husband's face covered in blood from being scratched, she rushes forward and shouts, Big brother, 3rd brother, this is your father. How can you hit your father like this? Stop hitting. Please stop. The 2 turn their eyes and shake their heads, their voices suddenly changing from rooster crowing to triumphant shouts. I am hitting him. He wants me dead, so I want him dead too. Dead.
Dead.
Dead. Both of their blood-red eyes glare fiercely at Old Lady Wu. When has Old Lady Wu ever seen such a scene? The eldest and 3rd sons usually listen to her, but now they are attacking their father. Thinking that the voice belongs to the 2nd son, she is so scared she screams and keeps retreating. Old Lady Wu's legs go weak, and she cries with tears and snot all over her face. 2nd son, don't blame your father for being cruel. Our family is really poor.
Bah. Bah. Bah.
Poor? Can poor people have gold bars? Gua gua to kill him. Kill him. She shakes her hair and walks away quickly. The eldest son suddenly lunges forward, puts a gold bar in his mouth, then throws it. The gold bar flashes like a bright golden light and disappears with a whoosh. In fact, it has been taken into the space by Xiejio. She feels justified in taking their unjust wealth. Xiejio. Morality. We have some, but not much. It depends on the person. Hee, now that the gold is in hand, the Wu family is about to have a big show.
Ah. Ah.
Ah. Old Lady Wu watches the gold bar fly away, stomping her feet in anger. Big brother, 3rd brother, do you know what you're doing? This is gold. How much is it worth? These 2 wasteful kids. Jerry quietly entered Old Wu's house, quickly grabbing something valuable. With a blink, he entered Xiejio's space. Jerry was happily playing with a bottle, occasionally lying on his back to sun his belly. Life was really good now. Opportunities are for animals who are prepared. He seized the chance, which is why he could stay in the boss's sacred place. A sharp mind is truly a good thing. Boss Wu and 3rd Wu were both possessed by the spirits of 2 chickens, and they were having a great time playing. Unfortunately, Old Wu was about to be overwhelmed. The villagers saw this strange scene but dared not approach. It was clearly abnormal, and they even heard Victory Wu's voice. This was a time of breaking old customs, and such things were not allowed. If someone reported it, they would be in serious trouble. Quick, it's here. Everyone, hurry up. We must seek justice for my sister. Suddenly, a strange voice came from afar, catching the crowd's attention. They looked toward the sound and saw Lu Hongyan rushing over with her family. Seeing their fierce attitude, the crowd gave a little support to the Wu family members who were fighting. Lu's family was from Huaihua village, 2 villages away from Honghe village. Huaihua village was a bit wealthier than Honghe village. Their village's leader was quite smart, and the community was very united. They worked hard to make money. They developed in many ways, farming land, digging ponds, going up the mountain to gather dry goods. They also kept some distance from outsiders, worried that others might find out how they made money. Nowadays, these small schemes had to be done secretly. If someone got jealous and reported them, everyone would be in trouble. Lu's family was a big family in Huaihua village. Their leader was also surnamed Lu, but they weren't closely related to Lu Hongyan's family. Years ago, the Japanese soldiers had raided several nearby villages. To save the leader of Huaihua village and his family, Lu Hongyan's father sacrificed himself. Over the years, the leader's family still took good care of Lu Hongyan's family. After all, they survived thanks to Lu Hongyan's father. Since they were from the same village and related, they naturally looked out for each other. When the Marshall family first came to Lu's house to ask for marriage, they spoke as sweetly as flowers. How many years have passed since then? Their lovely daughter has been turned into something unrecognizable by them. Can they bear to see this? Do they really think Lu's family has no one left? After returning home, Lu Hongyan told her family everything about what had happened, especially mentioning how Xiejio and the team leader helped her. Lu Hongyan and her brother led the way, walking ahead. When they saw Xiejio, Lu Hongyan paused, then said to her brother, "Big brother, this is Xiaojio. If it weren't for her, I might have been beaten to death by them and wouldn't have been able to come home." Hearing his sister's words, Lu Ziqiang smiled and thanked Xiejio. "We came in such a hurry this time. Next time, I will bring my sister to thank you in person." Xiejio responded with a gentle smile. "Big brother Lu, you're too kind. It's just a small favor. No need to thank me." Lu Ziqiang smiled at Xiejio, knowing well that even though he was a simple farmer, he understood the principle of repaying kindness with kindness. Whether others need help or not is their business, but they must behave properly. He pulled Lu Hongyan into the yard. Seeing the 3 people fighting and the old woman crying with tears and snot, a strange sense of satisfaction flickered in their eyes. After the incident, the eldest daughter-in-law and the 3rd daughter-in-law hid inside the house. In the Wu family, they had no right to speak. In previous years, the 2nd sister-in-law, 2nd wife, was there. They could hide behind their husbands, whether working or doing chores, and could take a little rest. Now that the 2nd sister-in-law has left, they must face the anger of their father-in-law and mother-in-law. If they do anything wrong, they will be beaten. They never expected that the suffering they are experiencing now would come to them. In the past, someone stood in front of them, and they felt happy to see others suffer. Now it's their turn, and they realize what Lu Hongyan went through. The Wu family is like a deep pit. Once you fall in, without a strong family backing or real ability, it's very hard to get out. They don't have Lu Hongyan's strength or reliable family support. They can only struggle through this hardship. After several days, they couldn't take it anymore. They should think about how desperate Lu Hongyan must have felt before. Lu Hongyan's voice was not sharp, but it was not polite either. She had contributed a lot to this family, but received very little in return. They learned from others that Wu Shengli had already died, and Lu Hongyan was not very sad. She had fought for Wu Shengli before, but this man was weak and unwilling to oppose his parents. In the end, his death was nobody's fault but his own. Now, she had come back with her brothers from her family, intending to take back her dowry. When she married into the Wu family, her 2 older brothers helped her a lot, so her dowry was considered quite good in the nearby villages. Hearing the noise, old lady Wu looked up and saw Lu Hongyan. She wished she could tear her apart. "You shameless woman! How dare you come back?" Second brother is already dead, and it's all your fault. Lu Hongyan snorted softly and immediately fought back fiercely. Everyone knows how Wu Shengli died. I'm not here to argue with you. I want my dowry back. It has nothing to do with you. She gave her brother a look and then turned without looking back, heading into their original room. Wu Shengli died suddenly, and after his death, the Wu family never calmed down. The family was afraid, and they didn't enter their house these days, so Lu Hongyan's belongings could be kept safe. Outside in the yard, the fight had become intense. Wu the Elder and Wu the Third, both young and strong, directly beat Wu the Old Man to death. Xia Weimin wanted to stop them, but, on Xiaowu's reminder, he decided not to. If he had gone up, he might have been accused too.
Ah.
Old man, open your eyes and look at me. As Wu the Old Man was dying, his eyes opened wide as he looked at his wife, wanting to say something but unable to speak again. Wu the Elder and Wu the Third went into their father's room and started rummaging through everything, eventually finding their parents' savings. Normally, they were good brothers and never argued, but when they saw the money, they couldn't help but tear up. The sound of fists and kicks came from inside. Wu the Old Man was gone, and Xia Weimin couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped quickly into the yard and called some strong villagers to come inside. These people are all members of the militia and they are quite skilled. When they heard Xia Weimin's call, they quickly ran inside. When they reached the door, they saw Old Master Wu and Old Master San, who had somehow obtained knives. Each of them had a knife and immediately attacked each other, sending each other to the afterlife. Both knives were deadly. They knew how to stab, and each strike hit the heart. Blood dripped steadily down. Xia Weimin sighed. Well, just bury them here. Since everyone was a witness, their family's internal fight had nothing to do with others. Old Lady Wu saw her only 2 sons had been killed. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately. When Old Master Wu's family and Old Master San's family heard their heads were gone, they no longer hid inside. Instead, they hurriedly rushed out of the house. They once thought it was lucky to find such a man, but after Lu Hongyan left, they realized that without comparison, there was no harm. They used to live quite well, and their treatment in their in-laws' house was decent. That was because Lu Hongyan was their first, highlighting their luck. Now that she was gone, their misfortune became clear. They suddenly understood a truth. They had always been unlucky. Entering the Wu family's deep trap meant they had already fallen into misfortune. They used to be proud, but only now did they realize that it wasn't marrying Old Master Wu or Old Master San that was their luck. Both men were irresponsible, and with Lu Hongyan as a scapegoat in front, they naturally avoided trouble. It wasn't because their husbands were particularly good that they lived comfortably. In fact, their husbands were cold and selfish. As long as their interests weren't touched, they wouldn't say a word. But once their interests were threatened, their selfish nature showed. Just like now, 2 brothers who used to wear the same pants turned against each other over benefits.
Haha.
It's no wonder they only now understand the meaning behind all this. No one is to blame for this ending. Once, they looked down on Lu Hongyan and mocked her. Now, the words they once spoke and the sneaky arrows they shot backfire like boomerangs, piercing their fragile hearts. They are not as brave as Lu Hongyan. Lu Hongyan had the courage to resist and leave, but they could only drift helplessly in a sea of suffering. When Wu Laoda and Wu Laosen left, each carried a small bag with their change of clothes. Now is the time to go. When the man has died, do they still want to stay and serve the difficult mother-in-law? The 2 of them left the house at the same time. Outside the courtyard wall, the onlookers watched their actions, smirking with a look of mockery. These 2 women have a bad reputation in the village, just like Wu Laoda and Wu Laosan. In the past, they looked down on those who were worse off than them, with arrogant attitudes and contemptuous eyes. Now, that attitude is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Oh, where are you going? Wu Laoda's wife, you used to say, marry the chicken, follow the chicken. Marry the dog, follow the dog. And you also said, hitting is love, scolding is love. Now that your husband just died and his body is still warm, you want to remarry? Mrs. Huang, who was once a model of domestic violence in the village before her husband died, was also troubled by a meddlesome mother-in-law, making life very hard. When Wu Laoda first married into Honghe village, Mrs. Huang was beaten so badly she was covered in wounds. When she went out to seek help, she happened to see Wu Laoda. But they refused to help and even said harsh words. That time, Mrs. Huang almost died from the beating. Now, seeing Wu Laoda, she feels only relief and can't help but poke fun. Xieju looked at her and thought, Mrs. Huang, "You're quite something." Mrs. Huang.
You.
Wu Laoda's steps halted. She glared angrily at Mrs. Huang and shouted, "None of your business." Xieju thought, this person is really ungrateful. You once treated her badly, and she only responded with a few words. That's already polite. Yet your eyes and nose are not right. Suddenly, the elderly woman, lying unconscious on the ground, felt something bite her. She let out a loud scream and jumped 3 feet high. Before she could see what it was, she heard sarcastic voices outside. Okay, she just fainted, not dead. Why do these two mean people want to run away? Old Lady Wu tightly clenched her worn-out waistband and rushed out in a hurry. Jerry the mouse couldn't help but spit and complain. Ugh, I'm so dirty. You owe me a favor. 9. That old woman's backside smelled terrible, like she hadn't washed it in hundreds of years. Xieju slightly curled his lips and looked down, trying not to laugh. With her stinky backside, Old Lady Wu ran out like a fierce little whirlwind. She raised her thin, bony hand and slapped Old Wu's face. With a crisp, loud sound, it was clear and sharp.
Ow.
You old thing. How dare you hit me? Old Wu's family couldn't take it anymore. They threw down their bag and started fighting with Old Lady Wu. Seeing the two fight, the 3 from Old Wu's family looked at each other with a sneer. They took small steps, slowly approaching the door, ready to slip away at the right moment. Xieju, watching the sneaky look, threw a sunflower seed shell at them. Old Wu's 3rd family member, after a small cry of ouch, fell right onto the fighting too. This fall wasn't simple. It was with all of Xieju's strength and aim. These 3 were definitely going to suffer. The 2 on the ground, in pain, turned their anger toward her. Old Wu's family had known this old woman the longest. With just a glance, she understood her plan. They want to team up to beat up Old Wu's 3rd family first. After that, they planned to settle scores among themselves. Their plan was really clever, but she didn't oppose it. After being beaten up, Old Wu's 3rd family was naturally unhappy. Jerry showed his clever and mischievous side again. Amid everyone's surprised shouts, Jerry took tiny, unrecognizable steps and directly handed a knife to Old Wu's 3rd family. The knife was still bloody, as if pulled from 2 dead bodies inside the house. Seeing this, Xia Weimin's eyes widened. Being the team leader was really tough. Even the mice had become clever enough to help send people to their doom. He tremblingly stretched out his hand, saying, "No." At that moment, the 3rd family's members suddenly found themselves handed a handful of knives. In a flash of anger, they each struck out, giving the 2 people nearby a deep, cold feeling and making their hearts soar. The feeling of blood splashing. Oh yeah, olala. I feel so excited. Ha ha ha. I'll go first. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the greater good. The 3rd family member laughed wildly, then cut his own neck with a knife. Oh no, the whole family is wiped out. Everyone in this family had blood on their hands. Death is their best ending. When Lu Hongyan finished preparing her things and came out, she saw a yard full of people lying down. The Wu family members, all of them, were in the yard, but none of them looked peaceful. They all looked unfulfilled. She looked up at the golden sky, felt the cool breeze blowing past her ears, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Luckily, she ran away quickly, escaping from that family. She passed through the thorns, and from now on, the road ahead would be smooth. She looked ahead and smiled, knowing a bright path was waiting for her. The ending of the Wu family made the people who had come to watch feel sad. But as they entered the Wu family's yard, preparing to bury them as the captain ordered, A little spirit, acting on Siejio's instructions, arranged for a kind-hearted person, one of the few villagers who had attended middle school. This person accidentally found a notebook placed near the chicken coop. It clearly listed all the bad deeds the Wu family had done over the years. At the same time, some families in the village who had suffered also realized that their suffering was caused by the Wu family. The Wu family members' hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. What made everyone even more heartbroken was that the old woman of the Wu family didn't spare even a newborn baby. After death, they were left to become food for wild animals on the mountain. Many villagers preferred boys over girls, but the Wu family was unique in throwing away baby girls as soon as they were born. Everything happened just as it should. Xia Weimin looked at the list of crimes, which was too long to count, and sighed helplessly. Let's bury them on the mountain. As for the coffins, forget it. Nowadays, most families are not wealthy, and these people didn't deserve to have good coffins. It's just good enough to lay them to rest. With the help of the village chief and strong workers, this was done quickly. The village gave each person who helped with the burial 50 work points. As for where the money for these work points comes from at the end of the year, the Wu family still has some belongings left. There are a few old hens in the yard, which families in need can buy directly. The money from these sales is kept in the team fund, and at the end of the year, it is divided among those who earned work points. The Wu family's matter is now completely settled. The sunset slowly sinks west, and the evening glow colors the sky red. That bright red hue looks like a fairy's colorful dress. Everyone walks along the country path, facing the sunset. At this moment, they feel more relaxed than ever. Their bad mood has turned clear after seeing such beautiful scenery. In the town at the police station. After turning to the town police station, Chu Mashing walks to the last office door and knocks. Knock, knock, knock. A deep male voice comes from inside. Chu Mashing opens the office door, steps inside, and closes it behind him. Then he greets Uncle Xue. Xue Gang used to be a subordinate of the old master. Later, after an injury during a mission, thanks to the old master's help, he transferred to a local position and became the head of the Manhwa town police station. Deep in his work, Xue Gang hears the familiar voice, looks up sharply, and a gentle smile appears on his serious face. He stands up and walks quickly toward Chu Mashing, patting his shoulder with big hands. Xue Gang looks happily at Chu Mashing. Mashing, why are you free to come see Uncle Xue today? He has watched Chu Mashing grow up since he was a child and knows that the military has rules. He can't come out easily. Chu Mashing explains, I have a task here. I want to borrow Uncle Xue's phone to call my grandfather. He's talking about a secret, so he can't use the post office. It wouldn't be good if someone overheard. Here, the only person he trusts is Uncle Xue. Xue Gang shows a knowing expression. He's not pretentious. He's just from the military and understands the rules. He quickly stands up, smiling as he heads outside.
No rules.
I was just about to go out for a smoke. He's giving Chu Mashing time to make the call. Thank you, Uncle Xue. Only after sensing that Xue Gang's footsteps had faded away did Chu Mashing dial Chu Qingfeng's phone. The call was answered after 2 rings. Hello? Who is this? When Chu Mashing heard his grandfather's voice, he instinctively straightened his back, as if reporting to a leader. Grandpa, it's me. On the other end, Chu Qingfeng was slightly surprised to hear his eldest grandson's voice. He hadn't expected to receive a call from him and smiled warmly, saying, Mashing, is that you? Do you need something, Grandpa? His eldest grandson usually wouldn't call him without a reason, unless something important was happening. His normally serious tone instantly softened when he heard his grandson's voice. Grandpa, I met Grandpa Shen's granddaughter. In the big courtyard, anyone familiar with the Shen family knew about the lost granddaughter living outside. Chu Mashing recounted how he met Siejio, emphasizing that Siejio had saved him twice and helped them complete their mission. He also shared Siejio's suspicions. Although these were their guesses, based on their observations, it wasn't baseless. There was likely a hidden hand behind the scenes, with clear motives. They needed to be cautious early on. Otherwise, the consequences could be serious. Hearing his grandson's words, the smile on Chu Qingfeng's face disappeared completely. He understood very well what these words implied as an experienced senior leader with absolute authority in the military. If things went wrong, the country could lose many talented people. This was something he couldn't ignore. No matter what their goal was, they had to be stopped at the start.
Grandpa understands. I will talk to others about this.
By the way, you're not getting any younger. When will you find a wife for me? That girl looks pretty good. Didn't she save you twice? As the old saying goes, a life-saving grace deserves a life in return. Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but praise himself. He was truly clever, secretly pushing for marriage, but really just wanting to see if his grandson was interested in the girl. If they were a perfect match and both from the same big courtyard, that would be wonderful. Grandpa Chu emotion. Grandpa, the 8 characters aren't even complete yet. Besides, with that fighting ability, he's probably the weaker one. Chu Qingfeng. Kid, just finding a wife is good enough. A real man can be flexible. What's wrong if the one below isn't your wife?
Chu Montak Shen.
Grandpa, you're thinking too far ahead. Xiejio. Did you two ask me first? Grandpa, I have to go now. That young girl just helped us catch 2 descendants of spies. I need to interrogate them. He spoke with a hint of pride he didn't even realize he had. But old experience is valuable. Chu Qingfeng immediately caught the proud tone in his grandson's voice. A cheerful laugh came through the phone directly into Chu Emotion's ear.
Ha ha ha.
Okay. Grandpa won't bother you anymore.
Kid, keep it up.
Grandpa believes in you. Chu Emotion's face suddenly turned a little red. He always felt that his grandpa's words had some hidden meaning, but he couldn't quite tell what was off. There was a subtle hint of metaphor. Chu Emotion patted the redness on his face, looked outside, and saw that Shuigang hadn't returned yet. To avoid delaying the interrogation, Chu Emotion opened the door and stepped outside, then closed the office door behind him before leaving. Looming stood at the window, watching the people brought back. Remembering Chu Emotion's instructions, he specifically looked at 2 of them, slightly frowning. Could these 2 be special? Inside, Zhang Tianzong and Zhang Tianhe, who were being held, automatically crouched together, secretly communicating. Brother, do you think something's wrong here? They just wanted to visit Red River Village to propose marriage. It wasn't a big deal. Things like this happen in rural areas all the time. Why were they the only ones taken in? It made him uneasy. He didn't tell his father about this operation, hoping to get praise after success. But secretly, he had his own reasons. Their father and mother had 3 children. When their father left 5 or 6 villages ago, their mother had already been quietly killed by him. She died of illness. No matter who investigates, nothing unusual will be found. Their father's identity was revealed to them as they grew older, and they understood the mission they carried. They are subjects of the emperor, and naturally must be loyal. Their mother was Justa in their father's success story. Without her, how could their father hide during such turbulent times? And how were they born? Although their father was kind to them, he also believed in survival of the fittest. Years ago, the second brother was the first to suggest becoming a family heir, and he gained their father's approval. Their father's laboratory was built on the mountain in the village where their older brothers lived. He also wanted to earn their father's recognition like his brothers, to gain more opportunities and advantages. He had checked all the nearby villages, and only the mountains of Honghe village had the richest resources. The people there were strong and brave, making it a good place for experiments. And also, thinking of these things, Zhang Tianhe frowned. At that time, during his secret investigation, he met someone. It was that person's casual advice that led him to choose this place. Now, he feels he was used. Actually, it was mutual use. But all of this can wait until he gets out. For now, he needs to think about how to escape. If their father finds out they were captured, he will be very angry. Honestly, their father is in his prime and could easily remarry and have more children. But if that happens, they would become useless. No, it's not allowed. Absolutely not. He also wants to be like his father, to become a noble and marry a noble lady so they can climb higher. We won't. We're so careful. No one will find out. Don't lose your composure. Zhang Tenzong looked at the 5 or 6 villagers sitting or squatting nearby, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Still, he asked cautiously, "Are these people trustworthy? If they are not reliable, it could cause trouble for them. But it's just trouble, nothing too serious. At worst, they can kill them. After all, they haven't killed that many, right?" Zhang Tianhe whispered to Zhang Tenzong, "Brother, what does it matter if they're unreliable? These people are here because they've benefited from me. When we go out, we will send them up the mountain. Everything will be decided by us then." He never paid much attention to these people. Honestly, they are just tools, his knives and guns, used for attacking. Once they are no longer useful, their fate is to become test subjects under his father. Over the years, haven't many people from nearby villages gone missing? Yes, quite a few. When these people lose their usefulness, they are often hidden in the mountains, made to look like they were attacked by wild animals. No one has ever discovered the truth. They are so clever. How could these foolish Chinese people know their plans? Xiejiao, this little notebook so arrogant. Heaven will take care of it. If not, I will. As a son of China, I have a duty to destroy this little notebook. After hearing Zhang Tianzong speak, Zhang Tianhe nodded in agreement, unaware that all their words and actions were being overheard by Qin Tianzhu, who sat in the corner with his head bowed. His heart was filled with turmoil. At this moment, his patriotic blood was boiling. These two men, they are not good people. If it weren't for that 1 yuan, he wouldn't have followed them at all. Wah wah. Wife, mother, can I come back? Qin Tianzhu's eyes flickered. Oh, he remembered something his storyteller once said. Honesty is the best policy. He wanted to be a good boy who tells the truth. Comrade, I need to. Quickly, I can't hold it anymore. When Qin Tianzhu was young, he had a high fever that damaged his brain. Although it didn't affect his daily life, sometimes his actions were like those of a child. His crying and fussing didn't attract much attention. But outside, Lu Ming and Chu Emotion looked at him with suspicion. They exchanged glances, both seeing something thoughtful in each other's eyes. Then, a young police officer, following Lu Ming's instructions, went inside and brought Qin Tianzhu out. When Qin Tianzhu saw Lu Ming and Chu Emotion standing outside, his eyes lit up instantly. Though a bit slow, he had a good memory. He recognized these two. They were the ones who brought him back. He opened his mouth slightly, then discreetly glanced behind him. His eyes blinked and looked around as if to say, "Comrades, I am giving you a secret signal. Did you see it?" Chu Moshen's mouth twitched slightly. He often carried out missions and had seen all kinds of people. Once, he was assigned to a person with limited intelligence, but that person was very clever in crime and escaped from them several times. It was only when they finally caught him that they realized he was mentally challenged. There is a saying, when life closes a door, it opens a window. But this window was not in a good place. Chu Mo's-hen understood what the man was trying to say. He stepped forward and, with Lu Ming, took the person away from there. Qin Tianzhu looked at Lu Ming and then at Chu Mo's-hen. He pouted and started crying loudly. Sniff, sniff. Comrades, I want to see my auntie. I have important information to tell her. It's only when the auntie comes that I will speak. You are all bad people, and I am scared. Chu Mo's-hen and Lu Ming looked at each other in surprise. Another person with limited intelligence? But it didn't seem like he was pretending. It looked more like he was naturally like that, but maybe he had some other skills. Lu Ming and Chu Mo's-hen exchanged glances, rubbed their brows, and asked patiently, "Who is your auntie?" From their actions just now, they could tell a little. It seemed this person had overheard something. Apparently, the two brothers hiding in the corner had been talking quietly. Although their voices were low, they could still hear. Qin Tianzhu looked at Lu Ming nervously, clutching his clothes and twisting them. He looked up with a silly expression. That girl who kicked me. Lu Ming wondered if he was hearing things. Did he hear right? Was this person into rough treatment? Who did he want to see? The person who kicked him? Qin Tianzhu looked seriously at Lu Ming and repeated his request. I want to see my auntie. I have important information to tell her. Once I see her, I will tell you everything. I never lie, really. To make them believe, Qin Tianju nodded firmly, showing he was a good boy. Looking at the serious expression on Renming's face, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you serious? All right, in order to get the information from Qin Tianju, Renming and Chu Mashing left the interrogation room and specifically went to Shuigang's office to explain the situation to him. Seeing Chu Mashing return, Shuigang was a bit surprised. He looked at Lu Ming, who came in with him, and upon hearing what they said, he was momentarily stunned. Why would the suspect make such strange demands? Thinking about the young girl's abilities, Chu Mashing explained, Miss Xia's skills are unquestionable, and her identity is also verified. She has saved me twice. Shuigang naturally believed Chu Mashing's words and was also aware of the military situation. He guessed that Chu Mashing must have reported the situation to the military, and they had probably investigated Xiejia's identity, which is why they said her identity was confirmed. All right, then send someone to bring Comrade Xie here and ask her to help with the interrogation. Chu Mashing took on this task. When Lu Ming heard Chu Mashing's words, he was slightly taken aback. But recalling the secret exchanges between Xiejio and Chu Mashing back in Honghe village, he guessed they knew each other. Chu Mashing asked Lu Ming to borrow a bicycle, and they set off into the sunset, heading west. When they arrived at Honghe village, it was just the time when everyone was leaving the Wu family and heading back home. They saw a bicycle entering the village, and curious eyes looked over. Xiejio was walking at the back. The fork to the north led to the house at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a bicycle. She looked in that direction and saw Chu Mashing outside the crowd, with a slight smile on her lips. When Xiejio saw Chu Mashing also saw her. Xie Weimin naturally noticed Chu Mashing. This comrade had just come with the police. His brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that the police had found out something? No wonder he's a police officer. His speed in solving cases is impressive. He smiled and stepped forward. Comrade police, is there something important? Chu Mashing glanced at Xiejio in the crowd before turning to Xie Weimin. I'm looking for Comrade Xiejio. Xiaojio? What do you want with her? Chen Hongxia ran over from behind, her voice sharp, with a hint of concern and caution. In this era, people are afraid to fight with officials, as if it is deeply ingrained in their bones. When they see officials, they always feel nervous and scared. Chu Emotion looked at Chen Hongxia and saw her guarded and worried eyes. He smiled slightly and said, Our director wants to ask Comrade Xiejio for help. As for what it is, it's a secret, and I can't tell you. But I can guarantee that Comrade Xiejio is safe. Seeing Xie Weimin and Chen Hongxia's actions, Xiejio felt a warm feeling in her heart. She knew her uncle and aunt were worried about her, which is why they bravely stood in front of her despite their fear. But she was never a delicate flower, and she understood why Chu Emotion wanted to find her. Even if there was danger, she had the ability to handle it. Our country is in a time of rebuilding. As a part of the nation, she felt it was her duty to contribute her strength. A small effort, but her effort. Xiejio stepped forward and said, Comrade Chu, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Good, no time to waste. Let's go quickly. Chu Emotion was worried that delays might cause problems. For people with limited understanding, their thoughts can change quickly. He was willing to explain now, but what if they refused to explain later? That would make their work harder later. Okay. Xiejio turned to her uncle and aunt and said, Uncle, aunt, I will go to the police station first. You can go back now. The villagers watched from afar, whispering quietly. Xiaojio is really impressive. The police chief is already paying attention to her. Yes, Xie Aimin and his wife are so foolish. They didn't want to keep such a good daughter, and even tried to sell her. Now, Xiaojio is doing better, and those two scoundrels have gone to meet their maker. It's called karma. They weren't meant to have a good life. Xiejio rode her bicycle to her uncle's house, and then headed to the town with Chu Emotion. Nowadays, you can't just ride a bicycle openly. Even if people know you have no connection, some still like to gossip. Seeing Chen Hongxia and the others coming over, the villagers asked curiously, Hongxia, is Xiaojio really going to help at the police station? Chen Hongxia looked at the gossiping women and kindly warned them, I know what you're thinking, but this is a secret. We shouldn't talk about it or else. Or else what? Everyone knew very well, if they got caught with the wrong label, it would be the end of everything. Not only would they be in trouble, but their families could also suffer. If their background was questioned, it would be truly heartbreaking. We're not curious at all. Gossip isn't as important as life itself. They all looked like birds or animals, avoiding trouble. Oh, my husband is coming home for dinner, I have to go. Oh, my son is coming back from school, I need to leave. One after another, they found excuses and hurried away faster than rabbits. Xia Weiman looked at his wife and smiled knowingly. He knew his wife was good at dealing with these women. They spent all day staring at others' small plots of land. Like a toad sitting on someone's foot. Doesn't bite, but it's annoying. You say, Xiaojiu. Chen Hongxia looked toward the village entrance with a worried expression. Xia Weiman patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, she's got great luck. The setting sun shone on them, stretching their shadows long and warm, creating a very cozy scene. Police station, interrogation room. Qin Tianju sat inside, his big round eyes full of clear, sparkling anticipation. He kept glancing outside, whispering softly, Grandma still hasn't come yet. You, wah 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 wah. He went from quietly crying to loud crying in just 3 seconds. Tears streamed down his face. Lu Ming looked confused and looked at Qin Tianju with a headache, thinking he had never seen anyone so strange in all his years of work. His tears were almost enough to flood the room. He had never seen a grown man cry like this before. You say he's crying, and he's crying, but then he's wailing loudly. It made it seem like they were interrogating him harshly. It was so unfair. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't even said a word. All he kept muttering was, Grandma, Grandma. He just couldn't understand why this young man was arguing with Comrade Xia. They had only met once, so why was he so obsessed? Could they really be related? But Comrade Xia didn't seem to know. If they were truly relatives, Comrade Xia probably wouldn't have hit Qin Tianju, right? Just as Lu Ming was feeling puzzled, Chu Emotion and Xiejiao came over. Lu Ming looked like he saw a savior and let out a big sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the main person has finally arrived. This young man probably won't cry anymore, right? He was really tired of seeing his tears. Comrade Xia, thank you so much this time, Lu Ming said, his eyes shining brightly at Xiejiao. Xiejiao looked at him with confusion. They had interacted before, but this was the first time he saw such a bright light in his eyes. A kind of mysterious light. It seemed like, once she arrived, everything would be okay. Xiejiao couldn't help but smile at his own thoughts. No, that's unlikely. It's just an ordinary farmer after all. How could he seem like he was facing a terrible beast? It really shouldn't be that serious. On the way here, Chu Emotion had explained the general situation to Xiejiao, including Qin Tianju's demands and their guesses. Now, seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xiejiao was genuinely curious. What kind of person could cause even the all-capable police to look like that? She smiled and said, It's no trouble. I'm happy to help you. Shall we go in? Lu Ming asked cautiously, as if to say, Are you ready, Comrade Xia? Xiejiao nodded. Only the little spirit inside the space moved its leaf-like head in confusion. What is that familiar smell? What exactly is that smell? Before the little spirit could figure it out, the answer was revealed in the next moment. Lu Ming opened the door to the interrogation room and led Xiejiao and Chu Emotion inside. Qin Tianju, who was silently crying, suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent in the air. He looked up in surprise and saw Xiejiao entering. His lips curled into a pout, and tears splashed onto the table in front of him. He only heard him making noises like, ha ha ha, ao ao ao, woo woo woo, and chattering sounds, while gesturing excitedly with his hands. Boss, I finally found my group. You don't understand. I am a little zombie and I suddenly woke up here. Woo woo woo, I feel so unsafe. When I arrived, this body was just getting married. The bride was pulling him into the bridal chamber, and I don't know how the original owner died. He probably died from fright, because his bride was big and rough-looking, with lots of pimples on her face. Poor me. I experienced such a shocking scene right after waking up. Woo woo woo. My innocence. Siegio instantly understood the truth. The little zombie brother and the zombie king met in the 1970s. The little spirit inside the space widened its eyes. Boss, is this even possible? It thought only the boss had traveled through time, but didn't expect there was another survivor. Boss's little zombie brother? Siegio. How would I know? It's quite exciting. Siegio's moment of surprise was only for a second. She slowly stepped forward and stopped 3 steps away from Qin Tianju. I heard you want to see me? Qin Tianju looked pitiful. Why doesn't the boss recognize him? He already told the boss everything. He clearly sensed the boss's aura, right? Qin Tianju was still hopeful and made a haha sound again. Siegio thought, what's the difference between this and a silly deer? This was during the time of the old customs being broken. Could she just tell him she understood his haha language and that they were just borrowing corpses to come back to life? Wouldn't she be taken for dissection or burned? She slapped Qin Tianju on the head, just hard enough not to hurt him, and it was a good hit. Speak properly, miss, I have something important to report. Qin Tianju said he finally found his group. He was a good zombie, and now he had woken up in the 1970s, blind as a bat. Because he had no memory before becoming a zombie, he only remembered a zombie king, and suddenly he ended up here. He was scared, he was afraid, if he hadn't met Miss, he might have. Woo woo woo. Tears came rushing out, ready to fall at any moment. Siegio's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the former zombie brother. He began to understand the look in Lu Ming's eyes just now. Since that time, this thing loved to cry and tears could drown people.
Now.
It probably has the old habit again, right? Change your way of calling me. What, young lady? Is she that old? Yes, young lady. Chu Emotion watched Siegio and the others arguing, a faint smile on his face. It seemed that at this moment, he saw the childishness unique to someone of this age in Siegio. Siegio rolled his eyes suddenly. Whatever, just a name. Forget it. Adults forgive small mistakes. Tell me what happened. Qin Tianju hurriedly explained everything from start to finish, including why they followed Zhang Tianhe here. It turned out that Zhang Tianhe asked Fu Gui to find some strong workers from the village to go with them. Anyone who went along would get a reward of 1 yuan when they returned. Don't underestimate this 1 yuan. In the 1970s, it was equivalent to about 150 yuan today. For farmers who work the land, this money could improve their family's meals. Going on this trip was really a simple thing for them. But what they didn't know was that this trip was different from what they understood it to be. Of course, there were also a few others who had good relations with Zhang Tianhe and Fu Gui too, and their situations were different. Young lady. Qin Tianju pouted and started crying again. Woo-woo. These two aren't good people. They're actually planning to wait until we are released, then send us to the mountains so we die without anyone knowing, and they said something about handing us over to their father or something. Qin Tianju's tears came easily and quickly. Soon, he remembered another thing. Oh, I heard them say that the missing people in the village before are all related to them. The little zombie's eyes were full of innocent foolishness. Boo-woo, he had no memory of the past, so his brain was a bit damaged. He also wanted to be smarter, but please forgive him, he really tried his best. Who made him forget his past memories? This place is full of darkness. Lu Ming was so angry that he slammed the table. Did many people in your village go missing before? Qin Tianju shivered in fear, tears falling again. His lips curled into a pout, and he looked like he wanted to cry. Siegio snorted softly. Little coward, is this never-ending? Do you want to lose your sight too? Qin Tianju seemed to be choked by fate, tears welling up but not falling. He looked very sad. But even a little zombie can be flexible. He carefully looked at Siegio, saw she wasn't really angry, quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve, and then slowly turned his eyes around. Only then did he speak. I hurt my head before, so I'm not very smart. But my mom told me that many people in the village often go up the mountain and then disappear. Many villagers believed that going up the mountain didn't necessarily mean being taken by wild animals. No one thought about the possibility of people intentionally disappearing. If he hadn't been sharp-eared, he might not have overheard these two whispering. No one would have guessed that these disappearances were caused by humans. The biggest difference after his revival was that he became more aware and alert. His hearing and eyesight were far better than ordinary people's. He could hear very faint sounds and see things from far away. Lu Ming listened carefully. This was definitely planned. And considering the identities of these two, although Chu Emotion's mission couldn't be revealed to them, their identities were definitely unusual. Zaireizi came here and still wanted to leave, but that was impossible. As for others, those who came with them, and those close to Zhang Tianhe, people who used to help them, they wouldn't be allowed to go either. Escape was impossible. For more serious matters, they'd still have to eat peanuts. All right, we will investigate your situation thoroughly, but you can't leave now. Lu Ming and his team also had their reasons. Zhang Tianhe and the others had lived in Wulio village for many years.
Who knew how many people had been influenced by them?
If Qin Tianzhu was sent back now, it might alert the others, and that would be a big mistake. Anyway, this place is safe. Maybe they could even hear some other news. After all, who would suspect someone they see as a fool? This became a shield for Qin Tianzhu to gather information. Qin Tianzhu pouted and carefully looked at Xiejiao. He wanted to cry but dared not, sniffed loudly, and said with a nasal voice, "I listened to my aunt." That statement was a bit annoying. Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he called a little police officer outside, asking him to take Qin Tianzhu back. Qin Tianzhu kept looking back every few steps, pitifully saying, "My aunt."
Hoo. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Xiejiao rubbed his forehead, stepped forward, patted his head, and whispered something in his ear. His eyes immediately lit up. He nodded his big head happily and followed the person away. The little spirit wiped the non-existent sweat from its forehead. Boss, why did this silly guy come? It was right. It could smell a familiar scent and realized it was this silly guy. When it was with the boss before, it naturally knew who the boss's little followers were. It still remembered that crying person very clearly. Although he loved to cry, his fighting ability was outstanding. Definitely two extremes.
Now.
He still loves to cry, but his fighting ability remains to be seen. But he had no memory, which was quite a problem. The only thing in his memory was those disgusting scenes. Could he be happy? Of course not. No wonder he was crying loudly. Xiejiao spread his hands. I don't know either. It's not something she can control. If he comes, he comes. This person looks simple-minded, and he can support himself, but his wife. Xiejiao and the little spirit both twitched their mouths at the same time, unable to imagine what someone with a rough appearance and a face full of pimples looked like. The problem was, why did his mother find such a wife for him? Could there be some hidden reason? Forget it, no matter. Food is eaten bite by bite, and things are handled one by one. Comrade Xie, I really thank you this time. Xiejiao looked outside and smiled. You're welcome. The people and the police are one family. I'm happy to help you. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Lu Ming and Chu Moshing looked outside and saw it was already dark. They didn't feel comfortable letting a young girl walk alone. Chu Moshing said, Comrade Xie, let me see you off. Thank you for sharing your story. Here's the corrected and simplified version. Xiejiao waved his hand. No need. If someone reckless tries to fight me, I might get hurt, but they could lose their life. Hearing this, Lu Ming chuckled softly. He pulled Chu Moshing closer and explained with a smile, I believe that. He then told Chu Moshing about how Xiejiao helped them catch the traffickers hiding in the mountains last time. It was thanks to Xiejiao that those people didn't escape. The young girl was brave enough to go alone into the mountains at night and find where the traffickers were hiding. Her skills are clearly impressive. As the girl said, if someone reckless tried to fight her, who would win is uncertain. Chu Moshing's eyes deepened. He hadn't expected this side of her. He was becoming more curious about her abilities. She was like a mystery, making people want to understand her more. Goodbye. Xiejiao waved his small paw at the two of them, then rode off happily on his favorite little motorcycle. Lu Ming and Chu Moshing watched her leave, smiling, then turned to go inside. As Xiejiao left the police station, he sensed a feedback from the restriction he placed on Good Day in his mind. Boss, today is the 15th, right? Siegio almost forgot. Today is the 15th. Haha. Luckily he came to town, or he would have to make a trip tonight. Since that's the case, he wouldn't go back just yet. He needed to see who was really behind those people. Trying to cheat in the daytime, dream on. What they took from me, I want it back. What they stole, I want returned. Night fell, and the bright moonlight bathed the land. Light clouds drifted lazily across the sky. A cool breeze stirred the shadows of the trees, and faint sounds came from the woods, mixed with distant croaking frogs. Siegio arrived early at a small forest outside the town. He found a sturdy tree and climbed up easily. He lay half on a branch, feeling the moist air, the cool breeze brushing his face, and the faint scent of grass in the air. Siegio held a big, bright red apple, biting into it while looking at the moonlight above through the leaves. The crisp sound of biting echoed constantly. The little spirit had already come out of the space, obediently curling around Siegio's little finger. Hearing the cracking sounds, the leaves above couldn't help but shake. Boss, if someone passes by here and hears these sounds, they might get really scared. It thought there was a ghostly presence nearby. Siegio moved his little leg, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Little spirit, aren't you silly? Who would come out here in the middle of the night? Only bad people come to places like this. Besides, do I have any sympathy?
Doi.
Maybe a little, but not much. Wouldn't it be better if they got scared and ran away?
No need to fight.
We're here to do shady deals after all. The little spirit thought, Boss, you make so much sense. I have no way to argue back. Am I being influenced by the boss? The boss is right. Instead of wasting energy mentally, it's better to be crazy and exhaust others. As I always say, there's no need to be too normal. Everyone is experiencing their first reincarnation. Why should we always give in to others? Jerry the field mouse, after drinking the spiritual spring water, gained wisdom. When Siegio climbed the tree, Jerry had already crawled out of the space. Now was the perfect time for him to act. In the blink of an eye, Jerry disappeared into the night. The hands of the watch moved from one mark to another. Finally, when the hour hand pointed to 11, Siegio twitched his ear, and a faint cracking sound reached his ear. It was the sound of footsteps. He had a steady stance, clearly trained in martial arts. This was the main path to the abandoned warehouse in the outskirts. Musu and Godiya were walking along a remote trail outside. Under the moonlight, Siegio could see that both of their waists were bulging with something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he grew more curious about Musu's identity. Watching their retreating figures, Siegio suddenly leapt down from the tree. When he landed, he squatted to absorb most of the impact, making no sound. Siegio silently followed behind them, gradually reaching the outskirts of the abandoned warehouse. Godiya stopped outside. Musu's voice was soft as he said, "Watch out." After speaking, he continued walking inside. Godiya nodded and leaned against the wall outside the warehouse. He took out a pack of cigarettes, smelled one, then put it back in the box. His tired eyes seemed to lighten a little. He patted his head, which had been feeling foggy these days. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. His recent state made him feel uneasy. Siegio watched Godiya's actions and gritted his teeth. He couldn't figure out what was going on. It was as if his mind had been marked with some kind of mental imprint. After Musu entered, Siegio looked around and slowly extended his mental energy outward. When his mental scan reached the other side and saw a tall figure standing there, Siegio started to think. This person was probably someone sent by the contact Musu was meeting. The higher someone climbed, the more they valued their life. The person behind Musu must have some real power here, or else he wouldn't openly take others' goods. But it was just because he had backing. "Is the goods ready?" A man's low voice came from inside. Siegio's attention was immediately caught by this voice. Musu pursed his lips, a bitter expression on his face. The goods were stolen. He lowered his head, knowing he was going to face trouble this time. Losing such important supplies, it would be hard to get them back quickly. The delivery time was approaching. Even if he took all the goods from the other two groups, it wouldn't be enough for this month. Moreover, since the last incident, the other two groups had become more cautious. They hadn't shipped large quantities recently, only small amounts here and there. This way, they couldn't make up for the loss. "You idiot!" A sharp slap and angry words followed. Musu's face was slapped hard, twisting painfully. He could feel the burning pain on his cheek, making it clear that the man was really angry. "Sorry," Musu said without denying his mistake. Now, he only wanted to find a way to fix it. There was a moment of silence. The man's figure was hidden in the darkness, not clearly visible, but his low pressure could be felt. Musu was momentarily stunned, looking at the man in front of him with disbelief. After a long pause, he nodded confidently and said, "No, anyone who could follow him naturally had a suitable background." The man silently looked at Musu, neither believing nor disbelieving. Finally, his voice hoarse, he said, "I don't care what method you use. You must deliver the supplies tomorrow. Otherwise, no one will have a good time." Musu looked a bit troubled, but when the man's cold gaze swept over him, he respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes." Siegio's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Both of these people probably weren't good folks. The man was the first to leave the abandoned warehouse. Siegio sensed that when the man went out, a big guy outside quickly approached him. Soon, they disappeared into the night. The faint sound of a car engine reached their ears. Siegio raised an eyebrow. This person's background really isn't simple. In this era, not many can afford to ride in a small car. It also narrowed down the search area. "Boss, Jerry has already climbed up. Soon, we'll find their hideout." "Great. Thumbs up to you. Hee, it's our honor to serve the boss." "And what about these two?" Under the moonlight, Siegio smiled softly. "Of course, it's a robbery, sending them to the afterlife in one go. These kinds of things, living waste air, dead wasteland. They should have a quick, disappearing underground journey. Let's call it a trip too." The little spirit excitedly rubbed its hands. "Boss, go, go, go." Siegio grabbed a branch hanging from a tree, pushed off with his toes, and leapt out, crouching on the wall. Musu stood still, head lowered. After a long time, he composed himself and slowly stepped out, looking at the moon in the sky and the giant tooth disappearing into the night. After the two left, Siegio jumped down from the wall and leisurely followed behind. Watching their direction, he raised his eyebrows. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Siegio had been to the stash of supplies. Siegio followed the two figures ahead, walking further and further off the main path. The little elf shook the 2 leaves on its head and looked ahead. "Boss, I feel uneasy. Do you think they've noticed us? Otherwise, why would we come here?" Suddenly, the night wind picked up, dispersing the remaining fog. The cold moon hung in the sky, casting flickering shadows over the low hill. The broken tombstones looked like frost-covered snow, clear and distinct. Siegio's brow furrowed slightly. Could these two really think this place is their treasure hideout? Their minds are quite clever. The safest place is often the most dangerous. Who would think to hide things under a grave? Right now, it's the time to break old customs. No one would come here without reason, risking getting blood on their hands. How clever. Truly brilliant. Ahead, the two figures slowed down. Musu stood alert, glancing around carefully until he was sure it was safe, then squatted down. Siegio quickly slipped into the space and tiptoed closer. He saw Musu reach behind a tombstone and gently press a bump. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The seemingly desolate grave suddenly split open in the middle when the button was pressed, revealing a narrow passageway that could fit only one person. Siegio was stunned by what he saw. He had to admire these people's clever ideas. Building a hiding spot beneath a grave. Who thought of that? Musu and Godaya descended one after the other. Siegio controlled the space and slipped into the passage. The passage slowly closed behind them. Siegio followed the two figures step by step down the stairs. The area below was not as gloomy as he expected. In fact, it was quite spacious and even moisture-proof. On both sides of the wall, there were wooden boxes. Counting carefully, there were at least a dozen large boxes. Along the other wall, neatly stacked bags of grain. Siejio's eyes widened. Wow, these guys are really rich. She was quite lucky. Now that she knew who was behind Musu, there was no need to stay any longer. Kill one and be done with it. Anyway, they weren't good people. Siejio searched through the space and found a black porcelain bottle, a sly smile spreading across her face. Hee, this is a good thing. It will make sure they die quietly and completely disappear from this world. Resurrection fluid, a must-have for killing and looting. Siejio controlled the space to make herself stand above Musu and Gudaya. She opened the porcelain bottle, and drops of liquid fell one by one. Musu, sensing something falling on his head, was about to speak, but under the effect of the resurrection fluid, he turned into a puddle of unknown liquid. Geta opened his mouth, trying to shout, but unfortunately, he couldn't make a sound and, like Musu, turned into a puddle of unknown liquid. Siejio quickly stepped out of the space, looking at the big box and over 100 bags of grain in front of her. Her eyes curved into a happy smile. I'm rich. Rich. I don't even know how to spend it. She happily waved her little hand, and more than 10 large boxes appeared in the empty space. Bags of white rice also entered the space. Coincidentally, they landed right next to the pig pen. 2 wild boars, enjoying their peaceful life, made sounds as they relaxed. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the male pig. The female pig let out a squeal and kicked the male pig in the belly. You useless thing, even the piglets got scared away because of you. The male pig. Am I innocent? Why don't you blame that fierce woman? The female pig. Haha, are you stupid? She's our breadwinner. Why would I blame her? Maybe I think I'll die too slowly. The male pig. That makes sense. So, shall we continue? The female pig. That you silly pig. The 2 pigs resumed their peaceful activities. Luckily, Siejio didn't know what these 2 pigs were thinking. Otherwise, she might have ended up with a dish like sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, or crispy pork. Siejio chuckled foolishly, then sensed the intelligence Jerry sent her. He had already safely arrived at the house of the person from earlier. Right now, he was squatting in their kitchen. Siejio quickly re-entered the space, controlling it to move along the passage upward. For safety, she definitely wouldn't come out from the grave. But after hiding in the space and coming out, even if someone saw her, they would just think it was a ghost story, and not her problem. Haha, she really is very clever. Siejio pressed the button inside, and the tombstone split into 2 again. Just as she was about to climb out, she made eye contact with someone outside. Siejio was stunned. Ohat, lucky, lucky. She looked in the direction the man was pointing, and wow, this person was one of their group. From where he was pointing, it was clear he knew where the trap was. Siejio followed the same method, took out a black porcelain bottle from the space, and performed a 1,000-hand Avalokitesvara. The water that dissolves corpses rained down on the person. After a crackling sound, the man turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Siejio quickly crawled out and ran away as fast as she could. Jerry was hiding in the kitchen, looking at all the delicious food inside, with bright eyes. Jojo, come quickly. There's so much good food here. Pork knuckles, pork belly, beggar's chicken, roast duck. Jerry kept thinking and drooling uncontrollably. Oh, all so tasty. It really wants to eat. Siejio was walking along a dark path, constantly thinking about Jerry's saliva-dropping sounds. She helplessly looked up at the moonlight. Hey, why are all the things she found so food-loving? First, the elves wanted to eat human delicacies. Then the field mice wanted to eat big pork knuckles. Ugh. Can I abandon them? I don't want them anymore. Jerry and the little elf. No way, not even the door, let alone the window. We're sticking with you for life. Siejio. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't as tired as her. Siejio's feet almost sparked as she ran, finally reaching a standalone small Western-style building. She looked around. Isn't this an affluent area? Jerry's voice rang again in her ear. Jojo, I just heard that person call him director. Could it be from the Revolutionary Committee? In town, there's only one director, right? Haha, these have caused so much harm to good people, persecuted countless innocent lives. Now they're still traitors? Good. Her fists clenched even tighter. People like that cannot be left alive. Dreaming about delivering supplies to the small notebook?
Dream on.
Heaven is above, earth is below, and I have an irreconcilable enmity with Xiao Benzi. She wants to represent light and eliminate them. Yes, I'm here. I've already arrived outside. Don't worry. Siegio comforted Jerry in her mind, then clung to the exterior wall of the small villa like a gecko, slowly climbing upward. This person is really cautious. The small villa is quite pretty and stylish, but anyone working here must have anticipated many enemies. So, there's not a single foothold on the entire wall. If someone wants to enter this house, they can only go through the main door. However, there are traps set at the door, so it's not easy to get through without skill. Even if you manage to get inside, reaching the main hall isn't simple either. Wow, this isn't just a thief's defense, it's to prevent being attacked. But none of this can stop Siegio. She seemed to merge with the wall itself, so even if someone was in the yard, they wouldn't notice her. She learned from Jerry that there are definitely guards in this yard, both visible and hidden. Originally, Siegio wanted to kill him directly, but now she's changed her mind. She wants his death to look suspicious and tragic so that even after dying, he'll be betrayed. Because he's never done good deeds. Dreaming of using our Chinese resources to raise Xiao Benzi?
Dream on.
If he wants to make a fortune from national hardship, he can first go to. Siegio paused her crawling when she heard rustling sounds from inside. What was that noise? To someone who hadn't seen a pig but had seen one run, it sounded like a springtime call. Oh, how annoying to the ears. Siegio rolled her eyes in frustration. After waiting 3 minutes, the sounds completely stopped. That speed, faster than the speed in Fast and Furious. What kind of man are you? Watching her suffer, and then falling asleep without a care. Siegio pressed her body against the wall until she heard snoring from inside. Only then did she take something out of her space and silently create a hole in the wall. A large enough hole for a big creature to pass through was made by her hand. She then darted inside through the opening. Looking at the gaping hole like a beast's bloody maw, Siegio smiled wickedly. Until tomorrow, this big hole will remain a mystery. Taking advantage of the moonlight shining through the window, she faintly saw 2 figures hugging on the bed. Siegio took out a porcelain bottle from her space, and a colorless, tasteless powder shimmered near the noses of the 2 people, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. Even if you dance in front of them, they wouldn't hear you. Looking at the man on the bed, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Siegio's mouth. She took out a black dagger from her space, cut open the man's shirt, revealing his chest. The sharp dagger sliced through his chest. Even in deep sleep, the pain made his eyebrows furrow tightly, and a look of suffering appeared on his face. A small fairy flew out of Siegio's hand. Green plants spun in the air, and a drop of liquid gathered among its leaves. With a pop, it fell onto the man's wound on his chest. In an instant, a black flower of death bloomed on his chest. The flower of death looked like a newborn baby, opening its tiny mouth and slowly the blood from his wound. The flower of death gradually changed from black to red. The man visibly turned into a mummified corpse, with only bones and skin remaining. Blood and fluids were completely drained by the flower of death. Siegio looked at the flower on the man's chest and smiled slightly. The flower of death was once very powerful during the apocalypse, but now it seemed a bit wasted here. As it drank the blood, the flower of death became more vibrant. It shook its petals and looked towards Siegio like a mischievous child blinking. With a whoosh, it flew towards Siegio. A faint sound like a cheerful song echoed in the air. Siegio extended her fair left hand, and the flower of death landed on her thumb. A flash of light appeared, leaving a small but noticeable birthmark. She gently touched it with her finger and smiled slowly. This little thing had wanted to follow her since the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, It had attached itself to the fairy. Now her wish was finally fulfilled. Looking at the treasures in the room, Xiejio waved her hand, and everything instantly entered her space. Her mental power spread in all directions, directly locating the man's hidden treasure. The location was somewhat surprising. The entrance to the hidden treasure was surprisingly located in the kitchen. The kitchen is a place many people can access. If someone built the treasure there, they must be either very confident or simply unaware of the danger. The most dangerous places are often the safest. In any case, right now, Xiejio was the one taking advantage. Carefully, Xiejio stepped down the stairs. Jerry sensed her presence and ran out of the kitchen.
Squeak, squeak.
Jiao, you finally arrived. Jerry was a bit excited. Now it could finally enjoy some delicious food. Jiao said that good things should be shared.
Roast pork, glypot chicken.
Just thinking about it made her drool. Xiejio patted Jerry's little head and praised him. Good boy, well done. Jerry's quick discovery of the person's home was thanks to his keen nose. She handed a large piece of roast pork to Jerry, then went to check the mechanism in the basement. Seeing dozens of neatly stacked large boxes inside, Xiejio was once again amazed by how shamelessly this person was making money. Wow, these are all good stuff. Big yellow croaker, large yellow croaker, gold and silver jewelry, paintings, silver dollars, various bonds and receipts. Xiejio quickly stored all of these into her space, almost smiling with joy. This was definitely going to make her rich. But she also thought about how if she arrived a little later, these items would have been sent away, and a fire of anger burned in her heart. In this era, people desperately want to develop. How could these fools still be so irresponsible? Letting him die like that was really a blessing for him. She also didn't plan to let his henchmen go. All these people had blood on their hands, blood of her countrymen. They should pay for their actions and apologize to the dead. After collecting the items, Xiejio entered her space again and controlled it to appear on the ground. Night fell. The big tree in the yard looked like invisible shadows swirling around the small building. The gate made a clack sound in the darkness. The henchmen, who had been dozing in the yard, were instantly awakened. Their eyes looked toward the dark gate. Waiting was so long and nerve-wracking. Who's there? Henchman number 1 asked tremblingly.
Snap.
A cold wind blows, and Xiejio changes into a white ghost costume, holding a magic wand with electronic features. She had found this costume by chance while stockpiling food during the end of the world and thought it was fun, so she kept it in her space. Unexpectedly, she uses it today.
Ugh. Ugh.
I want my life back. I died so painfully. Come down and keep me company. I'm so cold. So cold.
Ugh.
Ugh. The place you can't reach is called the distance. The world you can't return to is called home. But I've always longed for a place even farther away. Hee. Do you know where that is? Come down. Welcome to the world of... Xiejio's voice sounded like ethereal notes in the ears of the people sitting or standing in the yard. Her white ghost costume and the magic wand with its blinking little light gave a magical, almost hellish illusion. A cool breeze made everyone's skin crawl with goosebumps. Dog leg number 1, gathering courage, shouted, "Who are you? Playing tricks? Even if you're a ghost, I'll show you my strength." He held a thick stick and stepped closer to Xiejio. But before he reached her, Xiejio, in her ghost costume, lightly tiptoed and floated above them. She waved her magic wand, and a few drops of corpse water fell on dog leg number 1's head. With a tearing sound, dog leg number 1 turned into a puddle of water on the ground, dead silently. Dog leg number 2 gasped softly. What did he see? How could someone just vanish with a flicker? Ergo, he called softly for his companion, thinking he was joking, expecting him to appear at any moment. But he was destined to be disappointed. And soon, he would follow Ergo's fate. With a tearing sound, both dog leg number 1 and number 2 died in the darkness. Hidden in the shadows, dog legs number 3 and 4 trembled with fear. What kind of murderous demon was this? How could people just disappear? People say live to see people, die to see corpses. At least there should be a body, right? Why can't they find even a corpse? Dog leg number 3 and number 4 looked at Siejio in horror as she floated in midair. From her dark eyes, they saw mockery and cold, killing intent. Ugh, please spare me. Please spare me. Siejio coldly looked at the two who were kneeling on the ground, crying and trembling. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She thought about how, in the past, those who begged for mercy were so proud and high above. Did they ever imagine they would end up like this one day? Suddenly, a flower of death shot out and landed on their necks. It gently tore open a small wound. In an instant, after losing all their blood and water, they turned into dried corpses. They didn't even have time to scream. Following the same method, dog leg number 3 and number 4 also met the same fate, becoming 3 mummified bodies. Siejio was satisfied with her work. Inside her mind, she called out to Jerry, "Little Jerry, let's go home." She heard a burp in her mind and then Jerry's voice, "Gio, I'm coming." Seeing a chubby, round mouse appear in the space, Siejio's lips twitched slightly. Oh my, the good field mouse had turned into a fat ball. If her soul hadn't remained the same, she might have thought it was that shameless mouse pretending to be someone else. Jerry, Gio, your words hurt me. Without a big ham, you can't soothe my wounded heart. Siejio, did I think you're more like a big ham? Finally, Siejio looked around the small yard. She broke the mechanism on the gate so that early tomorrow, passers-by would notice something strange here. As she stepped out of the yard, the sky grew darker, with not a single star shining. The entire night sky looked like it was covered by a black curtain. It was as if the heavens were hiding her trail. With a few quick moves, Siejio left without leaving any trace. When she returned to Hongha village, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. She took a warm bath in her space and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. The sun rose slowly, and the sky gradually turned a gentle orange, like the most delicate brushstrokes of nature. The birds began singing happily, their clear calls breaking the silence and adding life and energy to the peaceful morning. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees along with the smell of earth, quietly waking up the sleeping land. After breakfast, Chen Hongxia arrived at the foot of the mountain early. Yesterday, Siejio and Chu Masheng went to the police station together. Although she knew Siejio's abilities, she was still worried because he was a child she had watched grow up. She came early this morning just to see if Siejio had returned. The moment the door was knocked, Siejio had already sat up in bed. He patted his face, put on his shoes and clothes, and went outside. When the yard gate opened, Annie stopped her hand midair, about to knock. Seeing Siejio's appearance, she quietly relaxed and let out a small breath of relief. "Gio, you're back? Did Annie wake you up?" "Hee, not really. I just got up too," Siejio said cheerfully, putting on his coat. "Auntie, have you eaten? Want to have some together?" Chen Hongxia waved her hand. "Don't bother, I've already eaten. I just came to check on you, because I was worried. Now that I see you're back, I feel at ease." Siejio knew that Chen Hongxia came early because she was worried about him. Being cared for made her happy. She took a handful of fruit candies and some sunflower seeds from her pocket and handed them to Andy. "Here, have something sweet." Chen Hongxia looked at the candies and sunflower seeds in her hand, smiling. "You know me so well? In the village, some women are kind and good-hearted, but others are not. Some are always watching others, trying to find a sense of importance from them. The Qin family had such a person. Back then, she and Xia Weimin looked at each other, but she didn't like him. She thought he was too honest and that her parents were controlling her younger brother. So she married the youngest son of the Qin family in the village. Later, her older brother married a practical woman and had 3 sons. He also became the village's team leader. This made Annie from the Qin family the target of jealousy. They often made snide remarks to Auntie, as if she had taken some great advantage. And looking at herself, she hadn't liked the older brother, and he hadn't liked her either. Fortunately, Auntie is a strong-willed woman and has never been taken advantage of. If anything, only the Qin family has suffered losses. This time, the Chin family was even more unreasonable. When working, they carried sunflower seeds and candies in their pockets, mocking Auntie for not having a daughter or a caring family member. They said that when she grows old and bedridden, no one would take care of her. Unlike her daughter, who not only buys food but also clothes for her. Isn't that annoying? A toad sitting on someone's back doesn't bite, but it can still be irritating. It seems like everyone has someone like that. Annie, isn't it proud of the Chin family to buy things for their daughter? Don't be upset. The Chin brothers don't get along well. You can use that to reply to them. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Chun Hongxia's eyes brightened as she looked at Xiejio. She couldn't help but poke her soft cheek with her finger. You little thing, hee. Xiejio naturally linked her arm with Auntie's. I'm not a good person. Whoever bullies you, I will fight back. Auntie, wait for me. After I finish washing up, I'll go to the fields with you and show that old woman a lesson. Good. Let her see how strong we are. Chen Hongxia said with a smile, and her slight frustration disappeared quickly thanks to Xiejio's teasing and jokes. Although she doesn't have a daughter, Xiaojiu feels like her own. As for the Chin family, no matter how good they sound, only she knows the truth. They are just pretending to be better than they are. Her daughter married well, but she herself can't make decisions. How much money can she have to buy things for her mother? Isn't it all just her words? Whether it's true or not remains to be seen. She was blinded by her own perspective and was angry at such a life, but it wasn't worth it. Moreover, her husband, Chun Hongxia, finally let go of her uneasy feelings. She had already been told by her husband about the issues between him and that woman. What's there to be angry about? The smile on Chun Hongxia's face became even brighter. Her current life isn't perfect, but how many women in the village envy her? She truly feels content. Xiejio finished washing up quickly, then took a big bun from his face to fill his stomach. He also drank a warm cup of malted milk, feeling very comfortable. He handed a big bun to his aunt and turned to close the door. Chun Hongxia saw the white, plump bun in her hand, was startled, looked around like a thief, and then prepared to give it to Xiejio. Nowadays, it's really hard to get white flour food. Not only is it expensive, but you also need a ticket. And if it's meat-filled, you need a ticket for that too. Basically, it's costly. Chun Hongxia didn't want to eat it herself. She wanted to save it for Xiejio's lunch. But Xiejio didn't care about her thoughts and simply put the bun into her mouth. Chun Hongxia was forced to open her mouth and take a bite of the fat, soft bun. The soft, chewy texture, tender and juicy meat filling, and soft dough made her feel happy inside. Hearing sounds from afar, Chun Hongxia stopped worrying about other things and quickly ate the large meat bun. She shot a quick, proud, and happy look at Xiejio. Why don't you keep it for your lunch? I'm too old for big buns, she said. Xiejio affectionately linked her arm and said, You're not old at all. Even when you're older, you'll still be a beautiful old lady.
Ha ha ha.
I'm already this age. How can I still be pretty? Chun Hongxia touched her face and smiled. No matter how old a woman gets, she loves to hear nice words, especially about her looks. Of course, you're beautiful. They talked and laughed as they soon arrived at the threshing ground. After dividing today's tasks, Xiejio followed her aunt to the fields. Coincidentally, Qin's family was assigned nearby. Chun Xiang looked at Xiejio and Chun Hongxia with a sneer, muttering softly, Bah, they're just pretending. They're not even related by blood, so how could they truly care? Hearing this, Chun Hongxia's eyes flickered. Remembering what Xiejio said that morning, she took some sunflower seeds and candies from her pocket and shared a little with the others nearby. While sharing, she said, Oh, this is all from Xiaojiu. I told him I didn't want it, but he insisted on giving it to me. Look at this kid, so filial. Chun Xiang curled her lips and said without thinking, This little thing of filial piety is just a small toy. How can it support your old age? Unlike my daughter, who is not only filial now but can also take care of me in the future. Xiejio glanced up lightly and said, Yes, it's just a small toy. Aunt Qin, does your daughter from the Qin family give you any of these little things? You all are eating from the same pot. There was a clear hint of provocation. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin had 3 sons in total. Chen Xiang's husband was the 3rd son, the youngest in the Qin family. The old lady favored the youngest son the most, showing favoritism everywhere, which made the relationship among the brothers quite tense. Nowadays, no family is wealthy. It's hard to have enough to eat. The old lady controlled the finances and favored her youngest son, giving him special treats. It's no wonder the other 2 families weren't happy. Aunt Qin from the 2nd family suffered the most. She had elders above her and younger siblings below her. Wasn't she the least favored? Aunt Qin was not stupid. She naturally understood what Xie meant. She originally didn't want to get involved in others' disputes, but considering Xie's abilities and the integrity of the team leader's family, she smiled and replied, "We can't get those little toys from their family. We're lucky to have the team leader's family." Xiaojiao is grateful and knows how to repay kindness, unlike some ungrateful people who want to rely on her for support. Haha. Xie raised an eyebrow at Aunt Qin's words, showing she understood the message. No one knew exactly what kind of person Chen Xiang's daughter was, but Aunt Qin knew clearly. She was ambitious, but lacked the ability to endure hardship. Now, if she could get a little benefit from Chen Xiang, maybe win her over with small favors, she wouldn't expect much when the time came to gain real benefits. It would be strange if they still paid attention to her then. Xie smiled and took some sunflower seeds and 2 candies from her pocket, giving them to Aunt Qin. "You're quite perceptive, Aunt Qin. You should also think about your own family," she whispered into her ear. "You wouldn't want Uncle Qin to become the 2nd Wu Shengli, would you?" If she could cause trouble for Chen Xiang, she'd be happy to do so. But her reminder was sincere. The Qin family seemed peaceful on the surface, but secretly, there were turbulent waters. Everyone had their own hidden thoughts. Uncle Qin's situation at home was similar to that of the late Wu Shengli. The only difference was that Uncle Qin was not without his own opinions. On the other hand, he considers his small family and is united with his wife, without blindly obeying elders. Similarly, Grandma Qin wants to earn more work points and has sent her 2nd son to clear the land. Clearing land is never easy and often involves many problems. Aunt Qin was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what Xie meant. If her husband gets hurt, her heartless mother-in-law definitely won't pay for it. She needs to plan ahead. You. Chen Xiang stomped in anger. But she was clumsy and didn't know how to reply. She is both inexperienced and loves to play around. Suddenly, Xie picked up a clump of dirt from the ground and threw it at Chen Xiang's shouting mouth, then coldly smiled. "3rd Qin family, I'll be clear. I'm not a patient person. Don't bother me with your complaints. You're just a clown in my eldest aunt's eyes, and she doesn't bother with you. But I hold grudges. Next time I hear something unpleasant, I'll go to Uncle Qin and ask him to teach you how to behave. What do you think?" Qin-sen looks honest, but he's actually a useless mama's boy who only listens to his mother and likes to hit his wife. Hitting a snake at its head, controlling people is the same. Chen Xiang's weakness is her husband. He's her nightmare. Seeing him, Aunt Qin's legs went weak. She wanted to speak, but her chest was tight, making it hard to breathe. Her face turned red with frustration, and her eyes were fixed tightly on the person coming. "2nd sister-in-law, 2nd brother is hurt. You should go see him." Xie's words seemed to shine like a light. Just a moment ago, he was warning her, and now it had become real. Aunt Qin's legs gave way, and she staggered, tears falling down her face. She finally understood how Lu Hongyan felt at that moment. Now it was her turn. Chen Xiang looked proud. She knew her mother-in-law didn't like the 2nd son much. Now that he's hurt, her mother-in-law definitely wouldn't pay for him. Aunt Qin, about to leave, saw the pride in Chen Xiang's eyes. She turned around and slapped Chen Xiang hard. "Are you proud? If my man were okay, I wouldn't let you take even a little advantage. When that happens, will you still have good days?" This was a cold, harsh warning, like a warning of total destruction. While something was happening over there, work here naturally slowed down. Everyone ran over. Xie turned around with his sickle in hand and followed. Qin Chuanhua's head was hit, making a hole, and she lay on the ground unconscious. Nearby, several figures stood, looking helplessly at her. She probably wouldn't survive this, right? With a hole in her head. How could she live? Zhao Hong ran over quickly. Seeing her husband's condition, she burst into tears. "Hubby, how are you? Don't scare me." Xiajiu hurried over. When Zhao Hong reached out to shake him, he quickly stopped her. "Aunt Qin, don't shake second uncle. It might cause more harm." Zhao Hong didn't understand what secondary harm was, but she listened to advice. Hearing Xiajiu, she immediately stopped. Her eyes, washed with tears, looked dark and bright, full of trust. "Xiaojiu, your uncle is like this." You say." Xia Weimin ran over quickly. The village officials were discussing matters at the team office. When they heard about the accident in the wasteland, they hurried over. Xiajiu looked at Xia Weimin, then turned to Zhao Hong. "Get the money and take him to the hospital. A head injury is not like injuries to other parts of the body. If not treated properly, it might never wake up again." Nowadays, every family is having a hard time. Losing a worker at home is a big to the family. Qin Chunhua is already not favored in his family. He and his wife work very hard but still can't get enough to eat. They also have 2 sons who are not married, and those are all expenses. If he loses his ability to work, wouldn't the family fall apart completely? Okay, send him to the hospital." As Zhao Hong finished speaking, Grandma Qin suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Despite her age, she was quick on her feet. Grandma Qin, who was chatting with some old ladies at the village entrance, received news from her younger son and quickly came to the field. Who cares about the hospital? Is he worth it? Whether he lives or dies, it's just fate. Money doesn't grow on trees. Hospitals are endless expenses. Once inside, the family might run out of money. Send him to the hospital or bring him home. If he can live, let him. If not, it's his fate. Everyone was shocked when she said this. Is she speaking like a human? What does it mean? If he can live, let him? If he can't, it's fate? Watching someone die right in front of them, are they still human? Xia Weimin was the first to oppose. Grandma Qin, that's not right. This is a life. How can we just let him die? Exactly. Grandma, go home and get the money. I'll ask Uncle Tong to bring the cart. We need to send him to the hospital quickly. We can't delay. I disagree. Grandma Qin said stubbornly. Zhao Hong saw the old lady stubbornly refuse and knew she wouldn't pay. She swayed to her feet, looking at the old lady with hatred in her eyes. She wiped her tears harshly and looked coldly at the Qin family members, sneering. When the head of the family was healthy, you all used him like an ox. When he's injured, you immediately give up on him. I've seen through your cold faces all these years. Zhao Hong's eyes fixed on Qin Chunjia hiding in the crowd, and she curled her lips into a mocking smile. Little third, I know I called you here. Did I ever say anything when I used to give you special food? Qin Chunjia moved his mouth, shrank his neck, and hid among the crowd. Zhao Hong didn't pay attention to him and continued, Your second brother earns the most for the family, but eats the least. Now he's in trouble, and you immediately cut ties. Very good. Dear villagers, today I, Zhao Hong, ask you to witness. Her voice was firm and strong. I, Zhao Hong, and Qin Chunhua, today, are severing ties with the Qin family. It has nothing to do with life and death. You're crazy. Old Madame Qin didn't expect her usually quiet daughter-in-law to have such courage. Zhao Hong smiled softly. If you don't let us live, I will find my own way to survive. Please, village head and party secretary, be witnesses. Xia Weimin and Zhao Dongfang looked at each other and sighed. Have you made your decision? He didn't expect old Madame Qin to be so ruthless, watching her son die without doing anything. No wonder they wanted to cut ties. Zhao Hong said firmly, I've decided, and I don't regret it. She knew her husband had long wanted to split the family, but because old Madame Qin refused to agree, she had delayed until now. Now is the best time. Zhao Hong knew that since the old Qin family wouldn't give them a way out, she would find her own. As long as they could stay alive, with hands and feet. Could they still starve? At most, it would be a bit hard. She wasn't afraid of hardship. She just feared losing hope. Village head, party secretary, please witness. I, Zhao Hong. Do not regret. Although Zhao Hong was a rural woman, her face showed resilience. In contrast, the others in the Qin family had cunning expressions. Such a family wouldn't last long. Xiejio raised an eyebrow slightly, admiring Zhao Hong's courage. Filial piety is good, but not foolish filial piety. Foolish filial piety could cost her life, and she wouldn't get a single kind word, or even be driven out completely. Such a family was not worth staying in. Good. The party secretary made the final decision. He was also shocked by the shamelessness of the old Qin family. Since you don't regret it, I will handle this for you. Old Madame Qin suddenly sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. You dare? If you make the second son cut ties with us, that's a big to us. Parents don't split the family, and someone like you, who still wants to cut ties, is unthinkable. Zhao Hong looked at the person coldly and sneered, stabbing the backbone? If anyone is to be stabbed, it should be you first. When it comes to filial piety and life, I choose my own life, and that's nothing wrong. My life isn't given by you, and you have no right to criticize me. No one else does either. She wanted to live for herself, not be burdened by reputation, which could ultimately threaten her life. Her words were strong and powerful, echoing in the empty land for a long time, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's hearts and making them think deeply. Clap, clap, clap. Xiejio was the first to start clapping and shouted. Well said. Since the first person clapped, others followed with applause. Red River Village wasn't a big village, but it wasn't small either. There were families like the Qin family, not just theirs. Zhao Hong's words resonated with others who had similar experiences. She bowed to the crowd that understood her, and then hesitated before speaking to the team leader. Team leader, could I use my work points and Chunhua's to pay some of the money? Zhao Hong's face turned red because of the money. To be honest, their 2 sons needed to be examined, but neither she nor her husband had more than a few cents. Going to the town hospital would cost at least 10 yuan, or else. Xia Weimin also felt a bit troubled. Every household was not wealthy, and it was impossible to pay a large sum all at once. Moreover, although he was the team leader, many villagers were watching. There were quite a few families with eye problems. He was also in a difficult position. In the end, Xiejio couldn't stand it anymore and directly exchanged 20 yuan for Zhao Hong's work points. Everyone knew she had been rewarded by the police station for catching a human trafficker, and she didn't let anyone see how much money she had. So, no one doubted that she could come up with 20 yuan. Old Lady Qin started crying loudly again. She didn't want to part with those work points. Honestly, most of Qin family's work points were earned by the second wife. Now that they had lost so many family members who worked, the old lady was naturally unhappy. Changing things now was impossible. Zhao Hong's straightforward approach cut off old Lady Qin's hopes of taking advantage. Holding the 20 yuan that Xiejio gave her, Zhao Hong's eyes reddened. She bowed deeply and, with the help of Uncle Tong and the village men, helped lift Qin Chunhua onto the donkey cart. Zhao Hong's 2 sons quickly followed their parents toward the town without looking back. In the past, their grandmother often tried to influence them, saying they were now brothers and should get along and care for their younger siblings. Basically, she treated them like old oxen. Everyone used to be a family. Although they understood what she meant, they didn't argue with her. Today, they finally saw clearly that she didn't see them as family at all, not even as people. Having such a family made them feel very upset. Now they could live their own lives. Even if it was hard, they wouldn't have to suffer under her care anymore. Their steps felt lighter, and they stood straighter. The villagers watched their figures leave and couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Some looked down on them, others were wary. The wariness here wasn't fear but a deep concern about being associated with such a family. Xia Weimin glanced at a few people, frowned, and said impatiently, "Let's go, let's go." He handed a copy of the formal separation document to the Qin family, ignoring their reactions, and turned to leave with the village secretary and others. People who used to dislike Chen Xiang now saw her suffer and couldn't help but mock her. Oh, isn't this the family of Qin Lao San, who lives off others' blood, Such an adult still wants her mother to cook special meals for her every day. How embarrassing. You don't know, Qin Lao San is so easily influenced. Whatever Qin Lao Tai says, she does. She's always causing trouble at home. It's so annoying. This was said by the aunt living next door to the Qin family. Chun Xiang also wanted to leave, but her husband didn't go. She was afraid to leave, worried he might give her a hard time if she went back, so she only pretended to be brave and shouted, "Get lost. Do you think you can tell me what to do? Huh? Who do you think you are? If you're so capable, why can't you be the head of your family? Ha ha." A group of women giggled and looked at them, then turned and headed toward the fields to work, chatting as they went. Anyway, the Qin family didn't have a good reputation in the village. Not many liked them, except for the second branch of the Qin family, which still maintained some relations with the villagers. Xie Jiu also went to the town. Naturally, she wanted to see how the incident at the director's place had caused a reaction there. Earlier that morning, a neighbor living not far from GWH's house passed by and saw the front gate slightly open. Out of curiosity, he looked inside. That one glance froze him completely. What did he see? A scream broke the peaceful street. The residents here are either very rich or powerful. Hearing the scream, they all rushed out to see what was happening. Seeing someone standing at GWH's door, too scared to move, they all ran over and looked in the same direction. What they saw was unforgettable. One by one, they squatted down and vomited. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Soon Lu Ming and a few police officers arrived. After hearing the witness's description, he understood the situation. Whoever did this was very skilled and would leave no trace. When he reached the small Western-style building and saw the scene inside, he thought to himself, just as I expected. The methods used in the crime and the way the person killed were unheard of. Most importantly, on the bedroom wall, there was a message, "Traitor to the country, everyone should punish him." Is the GWH owner a traitor to the country? The police officers were taken aback. Although GWH's methods and actions were not approved by them, they didn't expect he was hiding among them as a traitor. Looking at his death scene, the police only thought he deserved it, but they didn't show any emotion on their faces. GWH's wife, who had slept with his body all night, was so shocked when she saw the scene the next day that she nearly went crazy. She kept muttering, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Over and over, just these words. Xie Jiu simply changed into a different outfit. Standing among the crowd, she looked toward the small Western-style building and listened to their conversations. Serves him right. Hasn't there been enough people killed by him? Exactly. It's truly satisfying. I wonder who finally took justice into their own hands. The good person, Xie Jiu, stood among the crowd, a slight smile on her lips. She took one last look toward the small Western-style building, then left easily. Yesterday, about 10 people from Wulyo village visited Honghe village. By evening, none of them had returned, which caused quite a stir in Wulyo village. People who knew about it understood that Zhang Tianhe went to Honghe village to propose marriage. Those who didn't know only understood that Zhang Tianhe asked them to follow him, and each person received 1 yuan. 1 yuan has a lot of buying power, much more than a day's work in the fields. That's why many people were willing to make the trip. Qin Tianju's wife, Shi Xiaotsue, went to work early in the morning. When she arrived in the fields, the wives of others who went with Qin Tianju to Honghe village came over to ask, "Xiaotsue, did your Tianju come back last night? There are several villages between Wulyo village and Honghe village. It takes at least 4 hours to go back and forth, even faster on foot." But their men hadn't returned all night, which seemed strange to everyone. So they asked Shi Xiaotsue. Shi Xiaotsue had studied in town, so she was more worldly than these farmers. They had no other way but to try their luck and ask her. It might be good if she could go to town and find out more. Many people in their village didn't even know which direction the town was. Shi Xiaotsue was holding a rake, used for loosening soil and removing weeds. When she heard these women, she paused slightly, shook her head, and said in a hoarse voice, "No, he hasn't." Shi Xiaotsue was a sturdy woman with a rough voice. Many people were used to it and didn't think much. Besides, She was capable, handling chores at home and outside, so no one said anything. Everyone in Wulio village thought that Qin Tianju wasn't very clever and a bit simple-minded. They were just happy he found such a wife. Xiaotsue, why don't you go to town? If they don't come back, we'll feel uneasy. How could they not come back after a night? Could something have happened? Men are the backbone of the family. If something happened, what would they do? This was said by the daughter-in-law of the wealthier family. Not only did the wealthy family's daughter-in-law go, but she also took her beloved youngest son. Last night, they didn't come back either. Not only was the wealthy family's wife worried, but her daughter-in-law was also anxious. Sure, Xiaotsue lowered her eyes, hiding the coldness and disdain beneath. When she looked up again, her usual straightforwardness returned. All right, since everyone wants me to go, I'll go then. Sure, Xiaotsue didn't act pretentiously. In fact, she was glad to have a good excuse to leave for a while. Unexpectedly, someone was already offering her a pillow when she was feeling sleepy. She grabbed her rake and went to ask the team leader for permission. After hearing Sure Xiaotsue's request, the leader of Wulu village immediately agreed, without hesitation. She didn't delay and asked someone to inform her mother-in-law before heading out of the village. Once outside, her pace quickened noticeably. If Xiejio were here, he would see that she was a skilled martial artist, quite capable and agile. In town, at the police station, Sure Xiaotsue left Wulu village and went straight to the police station to gather information. When the police officer saw a woman entering the station, he quickly approached her. "Hello, ma'am. How can I help you?" Meanwhile, Xiejio, heading toward the black market, received news from a little sprite that Sure Xiaotsue had come to town. He frowned slightly, then sent Jerry to follow her. Later in the evening, he planned to visit Wulu village to find out what was really going on. "All right, Jiu, I promise to complete the task," Jerry said confidently. After drinking a little of the spiritual spring, Jerry took advantage of the distraction and quickly ran toward the police station. He needed to finish the task assigned by Jiu properly. Yes, just like that, big pork knuckles and chicken legs wouldn't be just dreams.
Sigh.
He could almost feel his mouth watering. Meanwhile, Xiejio continued walking toward the black market. She hadn't had a chance to check on Zhang Jingbei's hand after treating him last time, as she had been busy. Now, she came to ask about the quilt and also wanted to see how his hand was doing. After some minor delays, the gate of the big courtyard opened. Mazi saw Xiejio and immediately broke into a smile. "Girl, you're finally here. The boss has been talking about you several times." Mazi admired Xiejio greatly. Not only did she save Qingang, but she also saved the boss. The recent rumors about blackmail and betrayal were spreading wildly. Although he wasn't sure if the girl was responsible, he thought it was highly likely. But he wouldn't foolishly ask about it. Xiejio stepped inside, saying, "I'm here to check on his hand's recovery and also to see how my quilt is coming along." While inside the back room, Zhang Jingbei heard Xiejio's voice and quickly got up to greet him. When he lifted the curtain and saw Xiejio, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Girl has arrived, come in quickly," he said warmly and gratefully. "Uncle, I came to see you." All right. Xiejio and Zhang Jingbei entered the main hall. Mazi brought in tea and snacks. "Miss, have some tea." "Thank you." Xiejio took a sip of tea, raising her eyebrows. It was good tea, authentic pu'er, which was rare these days. The snacks were also special, only available at the county's friendship shop. After drinking tea and eating snacks, Xiejio asked Zhang Jingbei to extend his hand. Zhang Jingbei hesitated but followed her instructions, glancing nervously at Xiejio, worried about bad news. In their line of work, skill and strength are very important. "Don't worry, you're recovering well." Zhang Jingbei rolled up his sleeve and expressed gratitude. "That's thanks to the girl. I heard Mazi say that without you, Uncle's arm would be useless. He knew best how badly he was hurt." No problem. As long as Uncle Zhang thinks of good things for me, I'm happy," Xiejio said casually. It was her own achievement, so why be modest? There is always give and take. Haha, that's natural. Zhang Jingbei admired Xiejio's straightforwardness. Before leaving, Zhang Jingbei asked Ma Zi to pack a bag of good things. food and supplies. They even prepared snow cream and chocolates. Xiejio happily accepted them. Just as she was about to leave, she whispered to Ma Zi, "Tell Uncle Zhang to be bold and expand. You can grow even more." Ma Zi's eyes lit up. He nodded quietly. "Miss, safe travels." Xiejio carried the bag out of the alley. When she reached a quiet place, she threw the items into her space. After Sir Xiao Chui entered, she was greeted by the police. She explained her situation, and the police looked surprised. The matters in Wu Lu village were no secret at the police station. Everyone knew about them. Only Lu Ming and Shui Gang knew why no one was released. The young policeman smiled. "Fellow villager, wait a moment. I'll notify our team leader to come speak with you. Would that be okay?" Shixiaqui smiled honestly and said, "Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, we have to listen to the leader." Lu Ming was a bit surprised when he learned that Qin Tianju's wife had come looking for them. Xiejio shared his doubts and guesses with these two, but the reason for his suspicion was that Qin Tianju himself was somewhat suspicious. When the little zombie saw their boss, he immediately shared his doubts. Only the current Qin Tianju could notice this. The old Qin Tianju wouldn't have been able to. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming still decided it was best to go see for himself. He then went to find Xu Masheng in another office. Xu Masheng and his team hadn't finished their task yet. To avoid alerting others, they had been staying at the police station, which also helped establish their identities. In this era, police and soldiers are highly respected by ordinary people, but to spies, soldiers are always on missions, and those missions are serious. So, for safety reasons, Xu Masheng had been staying at the police station during this time. The others had split up and blended into the crowd to gather information. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Xu Masheng's voice came from inside. Lu Ming opened the door, quickly closed it behind him, and briefly explained the situation, then got straight to the point. "Do you want to go with me and take a look?" Xu Masheng thought for a moment. If Shixiaqui really had a problem, he was worried that if they both appeared together, she might become suspicious. It would be better if only one of them went in while the other observed her reactions outside. Lu Ming thought this plan was good. "All right, I trust you." The two headed towards the interrogation room, one in front and one behind. Lu Ming opened the door and went inside, briefly explaining the situation from yesterday, emphasizing that once they confirmed the facts, they would let her go. Having received the confirmation, Shixiaqui didn't hesitate and left the police station directly. As she stepped out, Xu Masheng had already left ahead of her. Lu Ming came over and asked, "Do you think there might be a problem?" Xu Masheng raised an eyebrow. "Not like an ordinary person. Exactly, her aura is long-lasting, almost like a martial artist. This raised suspicion, an ordinary rural woman, yet she seemed to be a martial artist? It's better to be cautious. Shall we go investigate tonight?" Not only they two have this idea, but also Xiejio. Xiejio has already received notice from Jerry. It followed Sher Xiaotsui back to Wulyo village. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Jerry gained wisdom and briefly shared its suspicions with Xiejio. Using its animal instincts, it sensed that this person was suspicious. Night fell, and the thick fog on the vast land gradually dispersed. The floating clouds in the sky became thinner and thinner. A new crescent moon appeared, like a shining lonely lamp, casting a gentle glow over the ground. Everyone in the village was asleep early. Xiejio woke up after a short rest. Looking at the night outside, she tiptoed over the wall. There were patrols in the village, and she didn't want to attract attention. She quickly walked toward the mountain, stopping only after entering it. She took out her mountain motorcycle, which she had modified herself during the apocalypse. It was quiet and could move silently through the night. Xiejio wore black clothes, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Sitting on the motorcycle, her neat outfit and confident posture made her look very impressive. She revved the engine, shifted gears, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. The night breeze, gentle and warm like starlight, softly brushed her face. Xiejio closed her eyes comfortably. Behind her, she heard heavy breathing. She looked back slightly. On the small path, a swift and graceful figure approached, like a leopard running with the wind. Xiejio whistled at the leopard. The leopard tilted its head, looking at her. It sniffed and said, "Wow, this woman smells so good. I want to smell more." "Brother leopard, why are you awake so late?" Xiejio slowed down and teased the leopard as she shifted gears. "Woo woo, smell good, smell good." A little spirit, hearing the leopard, ran out of the space and turned into a clip, which she clipped into her hair. Hearing the leopard, she almost laughed out loud. "Boss, this leopard says you smell good." "What? Wanna eat me?" Xiejio just teased, not really believing it. If the leopard posed any danger to her, she would sense it immediately. "That's not it. Boss, you have special abilities. That's why they are close to you." Unlike other supernatural abilities, mental powers not only strengthen the mind but also attract animals.
Howl.
Come on, come on. Xiejio happily responded to the leopard's howl, which startled the villagers who were already asleep below. Why is there a wild animal sound? Xiejio didn't know. The leopard was also quite bold. Hearing Xiejio's invitation, it tiptoed forward, jumped quickly, and sat firmly on her motorcycle, sitting behind her with its two front paws resting on her shoulders. It was like a person sitting in the back seat of a car, leaning on you. Xiejio twitched her mouth, reached out to pet the leopard's paws, and gently scratched them with her supernatural ability. It didn't itch but felt very comfortable. The leopard purred softly. It tightened its paws on Xiejio. So cozy. Follow her, follow her, follow her. The leopard's mind was flooded with these thoughts. The little spirit, sensing the leopard's excitement and joy, couldn't help but shake the leaves, feeling that the big boss was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, slowly tempting the leopard.
Howl.
Howl. So cozy, I agree. The night breeze gently blew, bringing a touch of coolness to the air. Xiejio increased the motorcycle's speed to the maximum. The leopard closed its eyes comfortably and followed Xiejio to Wulu village. When they reached the outskirts of the village, Xiejio had already stopped the motorcycle. The leopard watched the motorcycle suddenly disappear and sniffed curiously, looking at Xiejio. "Where are the things?" Xiejio reached out to pet the leopard's head, quietly using her supernatural ability to groom it and feeding it a drop of spiritual spring water with her fingertips. There, now the leopard didn't want to leave anymore. It tugged at Xiejio's clothes, begging her to take it along. The wise and brave leopard, under the combined effects of spiritual spring water and supernatural powers, transformed into something like an octopus, grabbing Xiejio's arm and shouting, "Xiang xiang, xiang xiang. I want to follow you, crazy for you, wild for you, smashing walls for you." Xiejio's mouth twitched slightly. Was this still a naive leopard? It is not impossible to follow her, but she does not accept freeloaders. If you follow her, you will need to work. Work, work, I am willing to work. All right, then I will follow. Anyway, 1 pig is raised and 2 pigs are raised. 1 mouse is raised and 1 leopard is raised. In her space, the number of species is increasing. The little elf watched Leopard Brother happily and lit a small candle for him. Lu Ming and Chu Emotion quietly entered the village under the cover of night. Before leaving, they had a brief talk with Qin Tianju and got a rough idea of where he lived. They found Qin Tianju's house quickly. The whole village was in darkness. Only the side room on the left of the Qin house was still lit. Through the light, a shadow was faintly reflected on the window. Qin's house isn't the best in the village, but it's not bad either. When Qin Tianju got married, the house was renovated by the Qin family. From what Qin Tianju said, the money for the renovation was still provided by Shi Xiaocui. Otherwise, given the grandmother's frugal habits, it wouldn't have been possible to repair the house. There's a main hall, 2 side rooms on the left and right, a kitchen nearby, and a small woodshed. The yard isn't very high or low. It's a bit taller than average, mainly because his wife requested it to be raised. Right now, the room belonging to Shi Xiaocui still had a kerosene lamp lit. Lu Ming and Chu Emotion exchanged glances. Instead of approaching from the front yard, they circled around from behind the mountain foot, wanting to see the situation from the back before making a decision. In the dark night, the flickering flame of the kerosene lamp created gentle ripples in the air. Shi Xiaocui slowly took off her clothes, with a large bathtub nearby, clearly prepared for a bath. Seeing the scene, the two felt a bit awkward. Just as they were about to turn away to avoid it, they saw something shocking that shattered their worldview. Shi Xiaotsue was peeling off her clothes layer by layer, like a snake shedding its skin. Even more shocking was what she was grabbing in her pants. In this weather, once her pants were off, all that was left was a pair of underwear. What is that white thing tucked in the crotch? Are they mocking him for being naive?
This.
This looks like the sumo belt worn in little days, the thing tucked in the crotch.
Ah.
Will they get an eye infection just by looking at this? But there's nothing more shocking. Only more shocking. Is that extra thing a male symbol? Is this person a man or a woman? No wonder this person is willing to bring dowry and money to marry Qin Tianju, the silly fool. Maybe she just wants to hide her true identity behind his status. Lu Ming and Chu Mashing exchange a serious look, both seeing the danger in each other's eyes. Bad people are everywhere, hiding among the common people, making them hard to detect. If it weren't for Shi Xiaotsue's arrival today, they might have thought something was strange. Otherwise, who would investigate a rural woman for no reason? So, what is this person's purpose for hiding in Wulio village? Having the Zhang family in Wulio village isn't enough. They even have Shi Xiaotsue, an outsider. Are they working together? At that moment, Shi Xiaotsue pauses her eyes sharp like swords, directly looking into the hidden dark corner. Lu Ming's breath tightens. This small change reveals their position. Shi Xiaotsue's lips curl into a cold smile as she quickly wraps herself in a nearby towel, forming a cocoon. But a quick cocoon. She suddenly rushes out, holding a sharp ninja knife in her hand. Lu Ming and Chu Mashing see her move and quickly flip backward, avoiding the deadly strike. But Shi Xiaotsue's move is just a distraction. With her left hand, she throws a shuriken aimed exactly where Lu Ming is trying to escape. Under the dark night and moonlight, the shuriken glints coldly. Lu Ming's pupils shrink suddenly. He tries to step back on his toes, but ninjas are known for their speed. A second shuriken flies out immediately, blocking Chu Mashing's attempt to save him. He flips over to dodge this attack. Seeing the shuriken come within less than an inch of him, he feels the situation is very dangerous. Dry lips pressed together, and he tore off a long willow branch from a nearby tree to use as a weapon. He tiptoed forward quickly. On the other side, Lu Ming dodged the first shuriken but was hit by the second. A sharp sound of flesh being pierced, and a muffled groan rang in Chu Emotion's ear. Shi Xiaotsue smiled under the moonlight, knowing that anyone with her identity would have to die. The Qin family was carefully chosen by her. Such families are easy to deceive, and here, her identity served as protection. She would not allow anyone to ruin it. Lu Ming. Chu Emotion softly called out, his face showing a cold expression as he headed straight toward Shi Xiaotsue. The highest level of ninja skill is the unity of person and tool. Shi Xiaotsue quickly dodged the attack, watching Chu Emotion miss her, and a sneering smile appeared on her face. Foolish Chinese person. Chu Emotion ignored her mockery. He calmed himself and sensed her faint presence in the wind. He slowly closed his eyes. At the moment Shi Xiaotsue moved, he suddenly opened his eyes and struck in a certain direction. With a loud snap, the long willow branch in his hand became like a sharp sword, slicing through her arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Shi Xiaotsue, hit and furious, screamed loudly. She had never suffered such a big loss before, especially not from someone she disliked. She clawed and lunged at him. Just then, Xiejiu, who had just settled Brother Bao, heard the little spirit's angry voice. Ah, big boss, the little zombie's wife is actually a person of a different kind? What's that? Xiejiu wondered if she had gotten up in the middle of the night in the wrong way and heard something strange. People of that kind in the 1970s? Isn't that Siamese? When did they come to our China? No, could it be a little notebook? Big boss, hurry to save her. She's in danger. This thing is a very agile ninja. Lu Gongen is injured too. The little spirit is a fairy, naturally able to use all plants and animals. Xiejio immediately stored Little Leopard in her space and tiptoed out quickly. While running, she also had a machete in her hand. Xiejio still really likes this mountain-cleaving knife, especially for big fights. It's perfect for scaring people away. The Qin family's place isn't far from the back mountain. Mainly, Shi Xiaocui thinks this location is good because not many people pay attention to her family. Most importantly, it's close to the back mountain, making it easy for her to come and go. What used to be convenient for her now became convenient for Xiejio. In just a few jumps, Xiejio reached the foot of the back mountain. Seeing Lu Ming lying on the ground, barely alive, she first looked at him. She saw a throwing knife stuck between his waist and stomach. If it had been an inch further in, he might not have made it out today. Fortunately, it was of luck. She quickly took a small porcelain bottle from her pocket, actually from her space, and sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on Lu Ming's wound. This could slow down the bleeding and reduce the danger to his life caused by blood loss. After taking care of Lu Ming, Xiejio picked up the mountain-cleaving knife from the ground and immediately joined the fight. She also threw a large cleaver to Chu Masheng. This wasn't out of place. It was the one Xiejio used when she went up the mountain before. Seeing Xiejio arrive, Chu Masheng's tense expression eased a little. He looked at the big cleaver Xiejio handed him and nodded in thanks. The two looked like experienced teammates who had fought together for a long time. With a single glance, they understood each other's intentions. One stood in front, blocking Shi Xiaocui's retreat, while the other prepared to attack. They exchanged a quick look and launched their attack first. Such powerful people couldn't be allowed to escape, otherwise, trouble would follow. The air was thick with tension. Suddenly, Xiejio moved first. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, she suddenly sprang forward. With her big mountain-cleaving knife, she aimed straight at Shi Xiaocui's vital points. Shi Xiaocui's eyes shrank. At that moment, she finally faced the two in front of her. She dodged skillfully to the side, flipping her ninja knife in a backhand strike. The blade flashed coldly, narrowly missing Xiejio's shoulder. Before her pride could rise, she saw Xiejio squat down and dodge the attack. She rolled forward, and her mountain-cleaving knife slashed toward Shi Xiaocui's neck. Shi Xiaocui was so angry at Xiejio's shamelessness that she shouted loudly. Chu Masheng saw Xiejio move and quickly increased his speed. He swung his chopping knife straight at Shi Xiaocui's back. Caught between two enemies, Shi Xiaocui looked at the two shiny swords close to her. She immediately used a ninja's signature move, escape. But could Xiejio really let her run away? Of course not. Without peeling off a layer of her skin, how could she just leave? Xiejio's eyes brightened as he watched Shi Xiaocui retreating. He had a plan in mind. Lu Ming had already been hidden in the grass by her, with Jerry the field mouse beside him. Jerry carried the scent of a big cat, so normal animals wouldn't dare invade this territory. Lu Ming's wound had been treated with top-quality medicine, and with Xiejio's special power, he wouldn't be in trouble for a while. Xiejio looked at Shi Xiaocui's back as she left, a slight smile on his lips. He struck the ground with a quick move. Shi Xiaocui, running at full speed, suddenly felt her feet go numb, and she fell flat on her face. Wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon, she must have felt quite uncomfortable when she fell. Xiejio glanced at Chu Masheng with a curious look, then shrugged casually. He wasn't afraid of being checked because he had special abilities. He knew there were special departments in this era, full of talented people. Even if someone asked, he could just say he was one of those special folks. As for other things, should we chase? Chu Masheng withdrew his curious gaze. He had a high rank in the army and had heard some things most people didn't know. Without hesitation, he said, "Chase." "What about Lao Lu?" "No need to worry. I treated him. Once we deal with this person, we'll go get him." Chu Masheng trusted Xiejio's words because she wasn't the type to make false promises. After all, she had saved his life. The dark night was like thick ink slowly spreading over the silent midnight. Because of her mental powers, Xiejio spread her awareness far and wide and quickly found Shi Xiaocui running ahead. Seeing her direction, Xiejio's lips curled into a slight smile. Why did it feel so familiar? Wasn't this the way to that graveyard? Could it be that Xiaotsue was heading there? Chu Masheng and Xiejio kept pace together. The more they walked, the more nervous he became. He had trained in the army to maintain such speed, yet this young girl was keeping up with him? This was truly beyond his expectations. The dark night, like a huge black velvet cloth, covered all colors and light. Xiaotsue carefully looked behind her until she was sure it was safe. Then she quietly moved to the grave site and squatted down to look for a mechanism. She only relaxed completely after pressing a bump. Xiejio looked around and asked the little spirit, "Little spirit, are there any other exits from this grave? If not, she would use the rabbit smoking method to make the person come out. A good cat is one that catches mice, whether black or white. She has never been a good person. Especially when it comes to small notebooks, she uses whatever means work best. All right, boss, leave it to me." Seeing someone go inside, Chu Moshen also saw it. He looked at Xiejio's excited expression and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Comrade Xie, do you have a good idea?" Xiejio looked around excitedly and said without turning his head, "Do you know how to hunt, Comrade Chu?" Chu Moshen watched Xiejio searching and suddenly had a bright idea. "You mean, Smoke the Rabbit?" He grew up in the grand courtyard of the capital, so he rarely hunted, but after joining the army, he went into the mountains with his comrades a few times. He knew how to hunt. In fact, anyone with some skill could hunt. From her actions, it was obvious she was using a method the villagers used to smoke rabbits. Yes, exactly like that. Does she think hiding inside is safe? No, she wants her to regret hiding inside. Chu Moshen didn't know what was inside this hole, but Xiejio did. The good stuff inside was even moved out by Xiejio. As long as this grave has no other exit, once the oxygen inside runs out, she will inevitably want to come out. She's just waiting to see how long she can hold her ground. On a dark night, a cool breeze blew, making the oppressive sky feel even more powerless. No stars, no moon, just darkness everywhere. The gentle, trembling night wind carried a sense of death, blowing into the eerie depths of the grave. Xiejio bent down and gathered some scattered straw nearby. She took a match from her pocket, actually from her storage space, and lit a small fire at the entrance of the cave. This was a graveyard on the outskirts of town, and few people ever passed by. Even if someone did, seeing such a strange scene in the dark night would surely scare them away. And even if someone dared to come closer, Xiejio's special abilities were not to be underestimated. The little spirit floated around the grave, checking everything carefully. After confirming there was nothing unusual, it turned back into a small clip and rested on Xiejio's head. "Boss, I've checked. There's no other exit. Even if there was, the area within several hundred meters was covered by their mental energy. Sure, Xiaotsue might be skilled, but she couldn't just disappear into thin air." Smoke slowly drifted down through the cave entrance. Even if there were traps below, there still had to be air to breathe, so there were gaps. That worked perfectly for Xiejio. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she quietly took out some dried cow dung from her storage space. It made excellent fuel. And most importantly, the smell. Normally, dried cow dung didn't smell much, but Xiejio had her own mischievous ways. She smiled and shrugged. When Chu Masheng saw the dark lump thrown into the fire, the corner of his eye twitched. That thing. Wasn't that? Before he could finish his thought, Xiejio pulled him aside. She wasn't about to stand there breathing in that awful smoke. This was a special gift prepared for Xiaotsue. In the cellar beneath the grave, the injured Xiaotsue carefully tore open her sleeve to check her wound. When she saw the skin around it turning black, her eyes widened slightly.
Was she
poisoned? When had that happened? How could she not have noticed? She knew a fair bit about poisons. How could she have fallen for one? Muttering angrily under her breath, she cursed, "Cunning enemy. How annoying." Just then, thick smoke drifted down from above. The choking smell, mixed with an indescribable stench, made her gag and cough uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Xiaotsue looked around, trying to find an exit. Her fingers quickly tapped on the wall, but she was disappointed. There was no way out here. The only way was back the way she came. She tightened her grip on her ninja sword and prepared a shuriken in her other hand. With a desperate resolve, she decided to risk everything and finally open the tunnel exit just as she was about to run out of breath. But ideals are often beautiful, and reality is harsh. Siegio sensed with her supernatural ability that someone was coming up. She quickly took out a package of sleeping powder from her space and sprinkled it at the tunnel entrance as soon as she opened it. This amount of powder could easily knock out even a big ox, let alone a person. Ninjas usually keep their bodies light for speed training, which means they often eat very little, like cats. Their weight is similar to that of a cat. So, when she poured such a large amount of powder, it spilled right at the tunnel's exit. Her ninja sword and shuriken fell to the ground with a dull sound. Siegio looked at the two items on the ground, sneered. This kid still wants to cause trouble. I need to make her understand that we are her ancestors. Comrade Chu, it's dark and windy tonight. Let's get out of here. Chu Emotion glanced at Siegio with a faint smile in his eyes, then bent down and carried Shirshiatsue. On their way out, he had already informed Guan Chao, so help was coming soon. Sure enough, not long after they ran off, Guan Chao and Lu Bo cautiously approached. When they saw Siegio and Chu Emotion, they paused in surprise. Aren't their boss and Lu Tong going out together? Why is she with Xie Tong? What is the thing on her shoulder? The two whispered greetings to Siegio, Comrade Xie. Siegio waved her hand dismissively, not caring about these details. Her eyes sparkled with a sharp light that could blind them. Having interacted with her many times, Chu Emotion knew her well and tentatively asked Comrade Xie, do you have any ideas? Siegio was very interested in the new little notebook she had just received. Although she was once the zombie king, before that, she was a special forces soldier with a lot of experience in interrogating spies. Ever heard of Dancing with Snakes? Brin's eyes gleamed with a playful smile. In the dark night, it made the three men, who often went on missions, shiver with a strange feeling. Why did it feel so creepy? Could it be because of the night? But maybe not. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads. Siegio chuckled. First, let's bring back Lu Gongen, then I'll tell you more. Tonight is the best time to question Shirshiatsue. Shirshiatsue must be hiding somewhere in Wulyo village. Who knows if she's online or offline? If she disappears, it will definitely attract others' attention. So, they need to create a time gap. Tonight is the perfect time. Ninjas look tough, but their bodies are trained. In simple terms, their bodies are very sensitive. The word sensitive can be good or bad. Here, it's used in a negative way. I hope she can hold on. Chu Emotion saw too many of Siegio's tricks that night. Actually, Siegio has a reason for doing this. Her identity has been checked and is clear. The more capable she is, the more bargaining chips she has when talking to higher-ups. She wants to secure a future for Xie Xuanong and others in the pigsty. Even if she can't leave here, at least she can be safe. From both family and national interests, losing these two would be a huge loss for Siegio and the country. A country's development depends on skilled technicians. If you fall behind, you get beaten. To be strong, you need to be solid internally. Xie Xuanong is an expert in machinery. To surpass other countries or create similar machines ourselves, his skills are very important. Right now, they are in a dangerous situation. In a few years, if they can clear their name, they will create even more powerful machinery for the country. Then, their country won't have to rely on others. The night was thick, and a gentle breeze seemed to whisper coolness. Jerry lay on the grass, his small eyes watching the night sky above, calling repeatedly in his little mind, 99. Why aren't you coming yet? Although it is a field mouse that has gained some intelligence, it is still a girl. If. It also cares about its reputation. But for the big pork knuckle, it is willing to risk everything. Jerry silently drools as he thinks about it. Wow, it smells so good. After trying it once, Big Pork Knuckle made Jerry want to eat it again and again. The sound of chewing becomes more noticeable in the dark night. Jerry suddenly shivers, climbs up from the grass, paws brushing the grass, and peeks through the bushes. Only when he sees Siejio's shadow does Jerry relax. He runs a little and jumps directly into Siejio's arms with a swoosh. When Chu Emo-shun hears the noise and wants to act, he sees Jerry, and their eyes meet. Guan Chao's eyes brighten, and he whispers to Chu Emo-shun, "Boss, is that the same mouse from the mountain back then?" "Jerry, you're the mouse. Your whole family is mice. She's a field mouse, not a mouse. Besides, she now has an owner." Humph. Chu Emo-shun looks at the little one lying in Siejio's arms and notices the look in its eyes. He smiles and says, "Yes, it's her." Guan Chao's words seem to offend the little one, whose eyes almost seem to shoot fire. "That's impressive," Guan Chao can't help but exclaim. "This is truly a popular field mouse." Jerry shakes his head dismissively. Nobody loves him. Oh, wait, he loves Jiojio. Siejio doesn't care about their stares. She squats down to look at Lu Ming in the bushes. Luckily, he's okay, just lost a bit of blood, no big problem. The wound isn't bleeding anymore, but she can't just leave the shuriken sticking out of his waist. Shui Xiaozue's identity is confirmed, but who is behind her? They're not sure yet. They hope to find out the list from her night. But they must be careful. Hospitals are places full of all kinds of people, so caution is wise. The wound is deep and needs stitches. Although the medicine in Siejio's space can help wounds heal quickly and make people feel lively again, caution is still necessary. At this stage, spies are very active. You can't just judge someone by appearances or their identity. It's better to be cautious. Siejio simply explained everything to Chu Mo-hen and the others. Then, under their watch, she pulled out the shuriken from Lu Ming's abdomen and gave him basic first aid. Lu Bo carried him to the hospital. The others returned to the police station and questioned Shi Xiaozue late into the night. The moon was dim, and stars were few. The whole land seemed to be asleep. The night was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind passing by. Siejio and the two others headed back to the town from the back mountain, which was faster than taking the main road. Although it wasn't very safe, Siejio didn't mind, because she had Brother Leopard with her. When Brother Leopard was released from the space, both Guan Chao and Chu Mo-hen were startled by this sudden creature. They were ready to fight. But Brother Leopard looked at them with disdain and made a sound that made their skin crawl. Meow. "Siejio, you're a leopard, not a cat. Where's your brave and noble image?" "Brother Leopard." "Image? What image? Isn't the smell more important?" Guan Chao twitched his mouth and asked nervously, "Comrade Xie, do you know this thing?" Siejio rolled her eyes in frustration. How should she answer? Does she say she knows it, or not? It has no name and no birthmark.
Could she say?
Siejio grinned widely, showing her white teeth. I raised it. Chu Mo-hen, who was running, suddenly stumbled and almost fell into a ditch. No wonder it's Comrade Xie. His mind flashed with two scenes of being undressed, and a blush appeared on his face. He silently looked at Siejio. Even his ears turned red. He coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. Siejio looked at him suspiciously. "Comrade Chu, are you feeling cold? This good comrade caught a cold after the night breeze?" "Oh my, is he more fragile than her?" "No." Siejio quickly brought Chu Mo-hen back to his senses, regaining her tough image, and added, "Just a little sore throat from the cold wind. Nothing serious." "That's good." Siejio led Brother Leopard ahead, walking at the front. Guan Chao looked at their leader. Why did he feel that something was off with him? However, if I can't understand the reason, I won't think about it anymore. A few people rushed quickly through the forest. When they were almost at the edge, Siejio waved his hand, seemingly telling the leopard to go back, but actually putting Brother Leopard into his space. Brother Leopard watched the changing scenery and thought to himself, "It seems I've met a fairy." His late grandfather had once warned them that only when you seize an opportunity does it count as a real chance.
He thought he had succeeded this time.
He chuckled to himself, thinking that his offspring might become even more powerful. Although Chua Chao and Chu Emo-shun were a bit confused about how obedient the leopard was, they didn't ask more. In this era, to live safely, everyone has some means of protecting themselves. In the town and police station, Chu Emo-shun immediately ordered someone to inform Shuigang. Since they were on someone else's territory, Working with the military and police, he naturally had to notify them. Moreover, Shui Gang was more familiar with this place, especially with the sensitive issue of spies they deeply despised, so they had to be very careful. When Shui Gang received the news, he hurried over. After hearing Chu Emoshen's description, he realized how dangerous the situation was. If it weren't for Xiejio, not only would Lu Ming have to report there, but Chu Emoshen might also have been injured. The worst part was that if they made a sudden move, they could alert the enemy and make sure Xiaozui's people more cautious. Shui Gang sincerely thanked Xiejio, saying, "Comrade Xie, this time it was really thanks to you." He also learned about Xiejio from Chu Emoshen. Now that his subordinates and the grandson of their old leader had been saved, he was very grateful. Xiejio modestly waved his hand and said, "It's what I should do. Our land is not to be given up easily. Spies are rampant, trying to split us apart. As a member of the people, I naturally have a duty to stand up." Good. Shui Gang couldn't help but cheer. What are they missing? They only lack capable comrades like Xiejio, humble, skilled, and willing to work with them. Only family understands family's hardships. Sure, Xiaozue, who had been knocked out, looked like a silkworm cocoon. She was carried into a special interrogation room, designed specifically for dealing with vicious criminals. Among them were these little troublemakers. Shui Gang looked at Sure Xiaozue's battered appearance and frowned. Xiejio didn't say anything about leaving or taking action. He just stood to the side, playing with ants by pinching their tiny legs with his toes. Deep in his heart, Chu Emoshen still remembered what Xiejio said just now in the night. He mentioned something to Shui Gang, which made Shui Gang suddenly sit up straight. It sounded a little interesting. But why did he start to feel some sympathy for this person?
No.
No matter who it is, he can't feel sorry for someone who is just living their life. He retired because of an injury. Back then, he was trying to catch a spy hiding in their team. The spy knew all their plans. When they fought, he was at a disadvantage. His injuries were too serious, and after healing, he had to retire. Thinking of this, he really disliked the small notebook. How many of their brothers had died at the hands of those people? He wouldn't even feel sorry for a dog in their place. Shui Gang thought for a moment and agreed to Chu Emoshen's suggestion. He agreed because he knew Xiejio was a healer. These days, being a healer is different from what it was in the future. Healers don't just treat injuries, they also handle poisons. If someone can make others faint, they must be quite skilled. Actually, Shui Gang was more curious about what Xiejio meant by dancing with a snake. He felt that phrase didn't sound good. And of course, he was curious about her magical blood-stopping powder. According to Chu Emoshen, without Xiejio, Lu Ming might not have made it. But with her blood-stopping powder, she only lost a lot of blood, and nothing else. Isn't that a life-saving medicine? Of course, he was eager to have it. Both Shui Gang and Chu Emoshen shared the same goal, to recruit this person into the army. Such talent couldn't be let go easily. The army really needed people like her. Shui Gang looked at Sher Xiaochui, who was still unconscious, and suggested, "Comrade Xie, I heard Emoshen say it. Why don't you try?" Xiejio smiled and looked at Sher Xiaochui. She took out a black ceramic bottle from her space and carefully placed it near her nose, giving her a gentle sniff. A strong smell hit her forehead, and Sher Xiaochui couldn't help but sneeze and wake up. Looking around at the environment, her eyes shrank slightly. She lowered her gaze to hide her surprise and sat silently. But the subtle sneer in her eyes didn't escape Xiejio's notice. She raised an eyebrow. It seemed this person was very confident. Or rather, she trusted herself enough to show that look. Where did her confidence come from? Was it her self-confidence, or her confidence in understanding the upcoming process? This point is very important. Xiejio gave Chu Mo's hen a quick look. She wanted to see how the team was conducting the interrogation, especially how Sher Xiaozue behaved during the process, to decide her next move. You need to hit the snake at its head. Chu Mo's hen stepped forward, while the others sat nearby watching. Name, age, where do you live? The interrogation room was very quiet. Only a few shallow breaths could be heard. Shi Xiaozue kept her eyes down from start to finish and never looked up. Instead, she wore a faint, mocking smile. Xiaojie was not disappointed. Those of us who can go undercover have all undergone tough training since childhood. Typical methods can't really hurt us. Xiaojie smiled. Let's see how she handles dancing with snakes. It will be an experience she won't forget. Xiaojie deliberately went out for a while. She couldn't just pull a few snakes out of her space here, could she?
How could she explain that?
She could hide the snakes in her pocket? That would make people think she's strange. Who would hide snakes in their pocket? But after 15 minutes, Xiaojie came back carrying a woven bag, inside which wriggled some creatures that made everyone shiver. Did she really bring so many snakes? These snakes are harmless. Some are fat and shiny like flower snakes, but they are soft-bodied animals. Who understands that cold, smooth feeling? It gave everyone goosebumps. Xiaojie didn't look at anyone else. She just lowered the woven bag from her shoulder. Whether intentionally or not, the bag happened to fall right at Shi Xiaozue's feet. Unluckily, a big, soft snake fell directly onto her foot. Shi Xiaozue, who had been calm just moments before, suddenly turned pale. No one knew that her greatest fear was snakes. To become a top ninja, she paid a huge price. One of her childhood trainings involved this. And she survived by of luck. No one knew. Only she herself knew that she used this very thing to kill the only remaining girl who was like her. She still remembered how that person's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her. Even today, that scene remains her deepest nightmare. At this moment, that scene replayed repeatedly in her mind, never leaving her. She was scared and trembling, but there was no way to escape. Her breathing became completely chaotic. Xiaojie glanced at the person and raised an eyebrow. Everyone has weaknesses. As long as you find a person's weakness, that person is actually defenseless. This was something their former instructor told them during their first lesson, and Xiaojie remembered it clearly. When completing a task, physical skill is one thing, but the mind is another. Xiaojie slowly opened the bag containing the snake, and one by one, soft-bodied creatures eagerly crawled out. Chu Mo's hen slightly twitched his lips, watching Xiaojie excitedly, and quietly stepped back, giving her the space. Xiaojie was not modest. She casually grabbed a small snake from the ground and slowly approached Shi Xiaozue. The snake seemed very obedient, moving freely in Xiaojie's palm, its pink tongue making a soft sis sound. Like performing magic, Xiaojie suddenly pulled out a cold dagger from her waist, and the sharp blade moved along Shi Xiaozue's uninjured arm. With a soft swoosh, a shallow cut appeared on Shi Xiaozue's arm. The snakes eagerly swam toward the flowing blood. The smaller snakes were the most agile, rushing to the front, like curious onlookers, pushing aside other snakes and licking the blood at the wound with a slurp sound. A few fat snakes twisted their plump bodies and moved slowly, unable to get closer. But they were not discouraged. With a porcelain bottle in hand, Xiaojie felt confident. She took out a dark porcelain bottle again and said to the others, "Ahem, there are some things coming up. Cough, cough, you'd better see for yourselves." In their eyes, these people had no concept of gender or shame. Shi Xiaozue, wrapped up like a cicada molting, never imagined she would experience such an embarrassing scene. What they saw before them shocked the three of them greatly. Chu Mo's hen was fine. After all, when he was in Wulio village, he already knew Shi Xiaozue was neither fully male nor female. But Guan Chao and Shuigang didn't know. What is this? Their mouths all formed small circles, and their eyes widened like plates. The surprised expression made people want to laugh. Xiaojie looked back at their faces and chuckled softly. Well, this is just the beginning. He carefully took out another porcelain bottle from his bag. This time, the bottle was a dull yellow color, clearly indicating it contained something colorful. Xiaojie carefully removed the cork, looking at Shi Xiaozue's arm, which had turned black on the other side. He chuckled softly, then tilted the bottle slightly toward Xiao Dingding. Yes, just a little bit. The powder silently fell down. His already sensitive body became even more alert under the cold snake tongues of the little snakes. This powder not only made the little snakes dance happily, but Shi Xiaotsue also felt her body change. Her face turned red, and she bit her lip tightly, afraid her voice might. The little snakes swayed and danced. Why is this different? The front and the back. Back and forth, back and forth. The little snakes nodded and shook their heads, twisting and turning, humming and humming.
해줘, 해줘.
1, 2, 1, 2. The little snakes played happily, but poor Shi Xiaotsue, who was chained to the bench, suffered. Ah! Shi Xiaotsue let out a sharp scream. That indescribable feeling. More fear than excitement. Even the big fat snake was brave. If something needed to be done, it wouldn't let anyone die, just a little lesson. Its sharp teeth bit into soft flesh. I said, I'm willing to talk. Shi Xiaotsue's whole body went limp, panting. I'll tell you everything, you write it down. She knew what they wanted. It was just a list. Which undercover agent didn't have accomplices? A few exchanged glances. Guan Chao stepped forward, holding paper and pen, and recorded carefully. Whether true or false, they had to investigate to find out. Xiajiu took out the porcelain bottle again. Under the smell, colorful little snakes wriggled into the bag. Oh well, I wonder if they caught the eye of the big boss. Originally, they were about to hibernate for the winter, but upon the call of the ancestor, they all decided not to sleep and quickly rushed to the designated place. Of course, only the fastest runners could make it. Oh, the ancestor. This is the ancestor. Who wouldn't want to see them? Their ancestor is Lu Xian, a divine being who can command them. Naturally, being favored by such a figure means they could rise quickly. So, one by one, they ran at their fastest speed ever. Xiajiu didn't know these little snakes' thoughts. Seeing them all safe, she quickly sealed the hole, hoisted the snake onto her shoulder with a HNGH, and ran away swiftly. When she reached outside the police station, near the wall, Xiajiu put down her bag and let the little snakes come out. The big white snake, Lu Xian, appeared again. It circled around Xiajiu, then, with a soft hum, climbed onto her arm, curled up into a bracelet shape, closed its eyes, and refused to move, acting spoiled. Xiajiu was completely stunned. Snakes, what are you doing? Not so shameless, please. Lu Xian pretended not to see Xiajiu's gaze, curled up, and went to sleep peacefully. The little snakes looked at their ancestor turning into a cute little snake and thought, wow, we can do that too? Learned it. We'll do it next time. They obediently nodded. The little snakes looked back at their ancestor happily, wishing they could be as adorable. They whined softly, wishing to be like that too. Xiajiu helplessly looked at Lu Xian on her arm. Such a cold and aloof creature, and it was pretending to be a spoiled little snake now.
But
she didn't mind that much. She gently tapped its head, not caring if it understood or not, and said, I don't keep pets that just eat and do nothing. Pets should work. Otherwise, where would they go? The little white snake nodded, knowing it was staying for good, and couldn't help but wipe an imaginary cold sweat. Xiajiu went back to greet Xu Masheng and others. The issue with Shi Xiaotsue was resolved, so she didn't want to stay any longer. As for the list and the people on it, she wouldn't ask more. Thank you, Comrade Xia. I will report your contribution truthfully, Xu Masheng said. Shuigang also quickly added, yes, I will also report Comrade Xia's efforts. He and Chu Emotion belong to different departments, so they both need to report to their superiors. All right, thank you both. Xiajiu was polite and didn't refuse. She declined the offer to be escorted and ran toward the back mountain. Once inside the mountain, she quickly took out her mountain motorcycle from her space. That night was truly dangerous, but she also gained a lot. A brother leopard and a little white. Her space suddenly had Lu Xian, a snake, and Hui Xian, a mouse. Field mice are also mice. The motorcycle shot out like an arrow, rushing forward swiftly. That night, Xiajiu had a good harvest, but the villagers at the foot of the mountain were terrified all night. Who let them hear the howling of wild beasts? Brother Leopard, It has nothing to do with me. I won't take responsibility for this. Xiejio. Could it still be my fault? I won't take the blame either. She sped back to Honghe village and hurried into her villa in the space, taking a nice hot shower. The fruit trees on the black land had already blossomed and bore fruit, with bright red fruits hanging on the branches. The fresh scent of fruit filled the air. Xiejio activated the one-click harvest mode. The fruits were sorted and placed on shelves, one layer for each type of fruit. She could pick whatever she wanted to eat. After a comfortable hot bath, Xiejio was too lazy to go out and build a stove, so she just went to sleep in the space. Lu Xian was the first to enter the space. It almost felt like ascending to immortality right on the spot, blinking its big copper bell eyes and wandering happily inside, completely falling in love with this place. Good news. It lives next to Brother Leopard and Jerry. Bad news. Right next to it is the pigsty where the little pigs are raised. Little White. Bullying snakes isn't supposed to be like this. It seems like someone hasn't been through it. Wild boar. Do we have it easy? If we only eat without contributing, would Jiao let them live in such a comfortable den? Now that both pigs can live comfortably and have such a cozy home, what's there to fear about raising little pigs? Let's get excited and keep going. The morning light pierced through the thick clouds, outlining the land in gold. Birds on the branches chirped happily. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the freshness of dew and fragrant grass, setting a beautiful tone for the lively morning. Xiejio stretched lazily, feeling how comfortable the bed was in the space. Even after being here for a long time, she still wasn't fully used to the northeastern Kong heated bed. Usually, she slept outside, but today she was too lazy to build a fire, so she chose to sleep in the space. She put on slippers and went outside the small villa in her space. Even during the end times, she rarely came inside completely. Looking at the familiar black land and seeing the loving little White, Brother Leopard, and Jerry, a faint smile appeared on her face. After questioning Shi Xiaotsue last night, Xiejio realized a very serious problem. The rampant infiltration of spies around made her more aware of how serious the situation was at this time. She dared not relax her guard. Although Honghe village was generally okay, most hidden enemies tend to hide deeply. Who knows what their true nature is beneath the surface? However, Zhang Tianhe and Zhang Tianzong had been caught, but the Zhang family still had Zhang Tianqing. This clever little guy knew the importance of not putting all eggs in one basket. She wasn't afraid of him taking action, but she was afraid he wouldn't. As soon as he moved, Xiejio would take him down. That little guy was so annoying. After a simple wash-up, Xiejio ate breakfast directly in the space. She didn't trust her cooking skills much, so she just ate some quick food. Bread and milk, simple breakfast. After eating, Xiejio came out of the space. She thought about the quilt she brought back from the black market. Looking toward the cow shed, it seemed she would need to go there tonight. The weather was getting colder. The elderly didn't have strong health, and catching a cold could be life-threatening. Zhang Tianqing had been waiting 2 nights for his brother to return, but he still hadn't come back. His expression looked very bad. Luckily, his brother still had a good relationship with the team. Thinking about the things they often sent out, Zhang Tianqing's face looked grim, but he didn't say anything. He knew that asking for favors or giving gifts to get ahead was inevitable. There's an old Chinese saying, "Many gifts don't cause suspicion." When he reached the team headquarters, Zhang Tianqing's unpleasant expression had softened. He put on a meek look. "Captain, I want to ask for leave to go to Jiushi village to discuss my second brother's matter with him." The captain had also heard about the Zhang family's attempt to propose marriage in Honghe village, which was ultimately seen as a sham. Seeing Zhang Tianqing's expression, the captain sighed and gave him a pass. Zhang Tianqing held a note and bowed to thank the team leader. When he left the team office and reached outside the village, his previously timid expression was gone, replaced by a cold look. Occasional cold flashes in his eyes made people feel uneasy. In a quiet place, Zhang Tianqing quickened his pace. The distance between Jiushi village and Wulio village was just a few villages, which was easy for someone like him who trained in martial arts. Thinking of his father on the mountain, Zhang Tianqing pressed his lips. Although his visit was sudden and he was worried about making his father angry, he felt he had to go for the sake of his two brothers. To him, his two brothers were as important as his father, almost like a father figure. While working in the field, Xiejio heard a little spirit's voice. Boss, Zhang Tianqing went to Jushi village to find Zhang Changming. Xiejio's subordinates kept moving, and his eyes flickered. Is he going to find Zhang Changming for help? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Zhang Changming had already been given a special pill by Xiejio to make him obedient. He would only listen to her. When the time came, his father killing his son would probably be quite dramatic. The little spirit shook the leaves on its tiny head and let out a sound. Ooh, that's definitely the case. Zhang Tianqing climbed directly from the mountain beside him, avoiding passing through Jushi village. He didn't want to attract attention. If others found out they were causing trouble in the mountains, that would be bad. He strode forward, dodging possible people below, and by the time he reached the deep mountain, he was already panting heavily. Zhang Changming paused his experiment, a flash of an idea crossing his mind, then stood up and headed outside. He didn't forget to grab a handy gun from the guard. The little spirit, through the tree spirit's vision, saw the scene. The small leaves shook wildly. Big Boss was the one causing trouble. The guard watched Zhang Changming's movements and asked uncertainly, Team leader? Zhang Changming waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm just going to take a look. They had set traps on the mountain. As long as someone entered their territory, there would be warnings. Only their own people could find these precisely. Zhang Changming thought that his second son had come again. There might be new developments from the last inquiry. But he didn't realize that when he saw his youngest son, he was a bit stunned and didn't react immediately. Why are you here? This place is an important base for them. Usually, the second son comes here, and when he sees the youngest son, his brows furrow involuntarily. Of course, it's best if fewer people know about this place. The more people who know, the less safe it is. Zhang Tianqing saw Zhang Changming act naturally nervous and bowed to him. Only then did he tell him about the incidents involving Zhang Tianhe and Zhang Tianzong. There was silence, long silence. For a long time, Zhang Tianqing thought his father might be angry or might not want to care about his two brothers. Then, Zhang Changming's voice slowly came. You can go back now. I will handle their matters. Hearing this clear answer, Zhang Tianqing's face lit up with happiness. He knew his father wouldn't give up on his two brothers. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Thank you, father. He happily turned around, unaware that death itself was already after him. Just as he turned to leave, Zhang Changming's eyes suddenly froze, and only one thought kept spinning wildly in his mind. Kill him, kill him, kill him. A small, delicate gun slipped from his sleeve and aimed a deadly shot at the figure ahead. The silenced gun made no sound, only a faint muffled gasp. Zhang Tianqing looked back in disbelief, wanting to see his father, wanting to ask why. Why did he do this? His heart was pierced through, and at that moment, he took his last breath. So, he would never get the answer he wanted, even in death. Zhang Changming stared blankly at the gun in his hand, then at Zhang Tianqing lying in a pool of blood. Once again, a tempting voice echoed in his mind. Well done. The Emperor will reward you. Your main task now is to succeed in the experiment, Zhang Changming muttered to himself. Successful experiment. He withdrew his gaze and ran toward the mountain. The body of Zhang Tianqing, lying in the blood, was suddenly wrapped by a vine and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff, a few wild boars were fighting over a female pig. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them. What a surprise! The boars charged forward, tearing at him. In their mouths, Zhang Tianqing's body vanished completely. Xie Zhiyang, who was working nearby, smiled slightly. She's such a good person. The Zhang family should be whole and complete. As night falls, the stars shine brightly, and the beautiful scenery slowly unfolds in the darkness. The night breeze carries a gentle coolness, and the leaves whisper softly, as if telling secret stories of the night. After dinner, Xieju sits on a small stool outside the corridor, gazing at the crescent moon in the sky, her mind completely relaxed. She enjoys this rare moment of peace. When it's about time, she turns back into the house, takes out a deliberately aged quilt from the space. The cotton inside is brand new and very soft, but the outer cover is made from fabric with pudding-like patterns, sewn on purpose. Her craftsmanship isn't perfect, so the quilt looks a bit crooked, making it less suspicious. She happily pats the quilt in her hands, then takes some snacks and 3 apples, puts them in a cloth bag, quietly opens the door, and heads toward the barn. As she gets closer, her steps suddenly stop. A cold light flashes in her eyes, and she quickly moves toward the barn. She senses danger. The barn door is slightly open, and muffled sounds of struggle and fighting come from inside. Siejio pushes the door open and sees a man dressed entirely in black fighting with Shinziyun, while the couple, Sieshiwenong and his wife, lie on the ground. Her eyebrows furrow slightly, showing a cold expression. The little spirit, full of survival instinct, immediately checks on the 2 elderly people on the ground. Siejio joins the fight right away. Seeing Siejio arrive, Shunziyun's serious face relaxes a little, but he doesn't dare relax completely. The 2 attack from front and back, trapping the enemy with no way to escape. Siejio pulls out a machete from her waist. Before the attacker can react, she swings the back of the blade, causing him to stumble and fall. She quickly puts away the machete, then looks at Shinziyun, whose arm is injured. Her eyes turn cold. These people's hands are too long. They've already reached this far? Cousin, what's going on? Shinziyun's arm isn't seriously hurt. Siejio rummages through the basket she brought and finds some hemostatic powder. With a quick rip, she tears open the blood-stained sleeve with her bare hands. Just as Shinziyun is about to speak, seeing her fierce look, he can't help but swallow hard. Is he going to get hit? Desperate to survive, Shinziyun reviewed everything he had done recently. After confirming that nothing would upset his cousin, he recounted what had just happened. As Shinziyun described the situation, Siejio understood the full story of tonight's events. Because of Su Jianjun's injury and Zhang Jiwei caring for him at the hospital, 2 people were missing from the youth commune. After finishing their work and meals, everyone went to bed early. Tonight, Siejio thought it was still early, so he waited until everyone was asleep to come and check if anything was missing so he could fix it later. When he arrived, he saw someone about to attack Sieshiwenong and his wife. He quickly stepped in to stop them, which is how Siejio saw what was happening. The little spirit shook the leaves on its head. Boss, they're fine. Just knocked out temporarily. Knocked out? What was this person trying to do? Why knock them out? If this person wanted to harm them, wouldn't it be easier to just finish them off? Why knock them out instead? Could it be that they planned to take them away? Yes, I sense the residue of the sleeping drug inside them. Thank you, little spirit, Siejio said. After bandaging Shinziyun, the 2 carried the knocked-out Sieshiwenong and his wife onto the bed. Siejio then went to the next room and saw Chunguotao also lying unconscious on the ground. He hurriedly carried him to the bed, worried that the cold night might cause more harm. Chunguotao's condition was the same as Sieshiwenong and his wife. They had been knocked out. Siejio covered them with blankets, then left with Shunziyun. At Shunziyun's urging, Siejio hurried back to the youth commune, constantly looking back. Siejio carried the man in black and ran toward the deep mountains. The brother leopard in the space had already come out and was walking beside Siejio. Its nose was filled with a fragrant smell, and the brother leopard looked dazed.
Wow.
It smells so good, so happy. Siejio carried the man into the deep mountains, set him down, and took out a porcelain bottle from the space. He waved it in front of the man's nose. The person who had just been knocked out sneezed loudly and woke up. Looking around at the dark surroundings, the layered shadows of trees swayed in the night. The continuous mountains stretched out and blended into the horizon. A loud howl, a woof, brought back the thoughts of the man in black who had run away from home. He looked at Siejio and Brother Leopard in front of him. His eyes suddenly shrank, and he shouted bravely but nervously, "Who are you? Why am I here? Do you know who I am? Take me back now, or you'll regret it." Siejio looked at him as if he was a fool. If she really cared about his identity or who was behind him, she wouldn't have carried him here. She just wanted to know who was targeting the 3 people in the cattle shed. What was the point of making them faint?
Who would let him go?
Would anyone know that the cattle shed was protected? Is she being stupid? Oh, I'm so scared. Siejio's words ended with a short, trembling tone, but the man sitting on the ground could sense trouble coming. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on his face with a loud smack in the quiet night. Think carefully before you speak. In her mind, fear was not an option. Siejio's fair hand waved in the dark, as if saying, "If you're not honest, I'll make you honest." I don't know what to say. The man lowered his head, hiding the coldness in his eyes, trembling as he answered, trying to lower Siejio's suspicion. But he didn't realize that every move of his was watched closely by her. There was no way to untie his ropes now, not even in the next life. The crisp sound of a slap rang out again. Smack. Well, I was going to give you a quick death, but now, since you're asking for it, I'll give you a more painful one. This is what you get for provoking me. Siejio snapped her fingers elegantly. The vines beside her eagerly wrapped around him, lifting him upside down into the air. The sudden scene made the man in black scream in fear, but what terrified him even more was still to come. Brother Leopard excitedly let out a loud howl toward the back mountain. The villagers at the foot of the mountain. What the heck? Isn't it cold? Why are these animals still howling? Brother Leopard, you guys are the animals. You really don't understand my joy. Hush. Baby friends, for those who haven't added a bookshelf, please add one for Yao Yao and give a 5-star review.
Mwah.
Brother Leopard's loud howl quickly attracted responses from the leopards deep in the mountains, along with other wild animals joining in. Suddenly, howls filled the air. Siejio stood still, patted the leopard's head, and used her mental energy to smooth its fur. The happy brother leopard purred contentedly. So comfortable, too comfortable. The ground trembled with each roar, the sound of wild animals rushing forward. Brother leopard looked ahead, sensing the presence of his companions, and issued a warning or reminder sound. The earth's tremors paused briefly, clearly a pause after Brother Leopard's call. Then, the rushing sounds resumed, but without the wild energy from before, instead carrying a more submissive tone. Siejio saw several pairs of bright green eyes just a yard away, staring fixedly in her direction. Her mental power instantly spread out. The leopards and wolves that had just shown their teeth and growled suddenly dared not move. Oh my, their bloodlines are suppressing them. Is this inviting trouble? Should I run or stay? Should I hide or fight? Siejio thought, would it be okay to make you all and your pants, the leopards and wolves, too fierce? Under Siejio's mental influence, 2 leopards and 2 wolves immediately lost their strength, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Embarrassing enough to make one want to hide.
But
life is more important. The leopards and wolves got up and trotted over happily, like loyal dogs. The 2 wolves even rolled onto their bellies, showing their submission. Don't hurt me, don't kill me. I'm useful. Brother Leopard saw the shameless behavior of the 2 wolves and couldn't help grinding his teeth. These 2 shameless little troublemakers, aren't they clearly trying to steal his work?
Ugh.
No wonder there's a saying about inviting wolves into the house. They're practically shooting themselves in the foot. He's no longer the unique, charming Brother Leopard. Siejio reached out and stroked the white bellies of the 2 wolves, naturally showing no favoritism. She also patted the fur of the other 2 leopards. Purr, purr. Let's get to work now. The man in black was terrified when he saw the leopard and wolves beside Siejio. He was hanging from a tree branch, cold sweat running down his forehead. The cold wind blew, making him shiver. At Siejio's command, the leopard brothers and wolf pack started to move closer to the man in black on the branch. Their big mouths opened wide, saliva dripping down like rain, as if they would eat him in the next moment.
No.
I don't know. I really don't know. When I met that person, he was disguised. I really don't know who he is. The man in black, who had been keeping his secret, finally couldn't hold back his screams as the animals approached. In front of life, keeping secrets was no longer important to him. Siejio coldly smiled and said, My dear ones, he has rewarded you. People like him, selfish and greedy, only deserve to die to wash away their sins. What right do selfish, profit-driven people have to live? Let him become the food for the wild animals, so he won't waste food or air. Sieju leaned against a big tree, looking at the crescent moon in the sky, lost in thought. Here, it wasn't as peaceful as she had imagined. To protect them, she might need to rely on her own strength or negotiate with them. The man in black was already terrified out of his wits. Although he was hanging from the branch, it didn't slow down the leopard and wolf pack from eating. They started nibbling from his feet, slowly. Usually they ate quickly, like cats catching mice, teasing them first, then tasting. Sieju heard the sharp cries of men nearby. She wasn't worried about large wild animals coming. The leopard brothers and wolves were strong enough. Only the northeast tiger and the bear might be more powerful. But even these big animals had territory awareness. The northeast tiger's territory was further inside, so it wouldn't come now unless something attracted its attention. As for the bear, let's understand the bear's paw. She hadn't eaten it yet. The bear, you fierce woman, I haven't even come yet and you're already thinking about my claws. Should I come or not, Sieju? I'm quite curious. I wonder what bear paws taste like. The man's feet had been torn apart by the wolves and leopards during their feast. His face was full of pain, showing both fear and coldness. He never expected that a simple task would cost him his life in the end. Let me go, please, I really don't know anything, he begged. Sieju snorted coldly. Under the moonlight, her expression was like a drawn sword, icy and sharp. If I spare you, who can guarantee their safety, to eliminate the root causes, otherwise they will grow back in spring. As soon as she finished speaking, the black-clad man's legs were torn off by the wolves. In the dark night, the sound of breaking bones continued, but Sieju felt strangely excited. Anyone who touches her will face death. Screams echoed, each weaker than the last. The man finally closed his eyes in extreme pain and suffering. He thought if he could do it all over again, he definitely wouldn't come here at midnight, and he would bring others with him.
No, no, no.
Thinking of the pain before death, he realized that if he could restart, he would never come. Money was important, but without life, money was useless. He didn't seem to have such noble thoughts about leaving things behind for others. His soul floated in the air, watching a wolf humbly gather his clothes and pants in front of the woman, even patting the spot where he had placed his money with its paw. He wished he could die again. Why did his money have to be taken by this woman? She took his life and spent his money. He died with regret. At that moment, his soul was pulled into the underworld by a dark figure. He only heard a whisper in his ear. What a divine being! Even she dares to provoke. Who is she? Why couldn't she be provoked? Unfortunately, he had already become a spirit, taken to the 18th level to endure all kinds of torture. Dawn was breaking, and the eastern sky was turning pale with a faint white glow. Clouds appeared faintly in the mist, like light gauze or thin fog, lazily stretching. Sieju lazily stretched and looked at the battlefield cleaned up by several powerful beings. She nodded with satisfaction and prepared to descend the mountain easily. Brother Leopard carefully followed behind, with 2 other leopards and 2 gray wolves also walking behind him. Sieju suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the animals caught in the act. She waved her hand and said, "Goodbye for now. See you next time if we're lucky." Sieju looked at the other 2 leopards and wolves behind her. She didn't want her space to turn into a zoo. She already had Brother Leopard, Lucien, and Jerry. She thought maybe she shouldn't add more animals. Before she could say no, one of the wolves suddenly ran straight to her, stretching out its front legs and grabbing her waist. It was like a child hugging their favorite friend, making soft sounds, and the big wolves had nuzzled her chest affectionately, with bright green eyes showing a pleading look. This wolf's behavior was so gentle. Was it really a fierce wolf? Sieju was stunned by the smooth movements of this wolf.
Could it be
a spirit animal? The wolf, named Xiang, said, "Since the founding of the country, wolves haven't been allowed to become spirits. am a purebred wolf. Xiejio reached out and petted its head. What? Do you want to follow me? The wolf nodded desperately. Yes, I want to very much. Xiang, accept me. I am very capable. I can take care of children and fight if needed. Xiejio asked, where are the children? The wolf replied, Xiang's future children, Xiejio. You're thinking too far ahead. The wolf, still a clean and tidy wolf, carefully wiped its mouth on the black-clad person's clothes to clean off the blood. It was a clean wolf. The other wolf and the two leopards saw how this wolf pushed its face forward and understood its little plan immediately. Wow, this is a scheming wolf. Xiejio couldn't help but laugh at its actions. It had many little tricks and schemes. Thinking about the current serious situation and the enemy's secret plans, she felt that having a few big babies around might not be a bad idea. She wasn't unable to support them. All right, then that's settled. Are all of you going to follow me? Thank you for sharing your story. Here is the improved and simplified version. Xiejio looked at the other two leopards and the wolf. They all nodded in agreement. All right, just to say, on my land, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind roasting you for dinner, he said jokingly. The animals quickly nodded. Xiejio waved his hand, and two more leopards and two wolves appeared in the space. Including the original leopard, there were now 3 leopards in the space. The space automatically assigned areas for each of them under Xiejio's control. Even though they all lived in Xiejio's space, each had their own territory. The leopards and wolves that just entered were immediately impressed by the spiritual energy inside. They felt more confident that choosing to stay was the right decision. In the morning, sunlight shone on the small path, and dew sparkled like tiny crystals. Xiejio hummed a little tune as she walked along the path, soon reaching the foot of the mountain. She quickly turned and headed to the cow shed. When she arrived, Shunzian was already there, helping Xieshwenong and others cook porridge. They looked pale from a scare they had last night. Seeing Xiejio, Xieshwenong forced a small smile and said, Xiaojiu, you're here. Xiejio took some wild eggs from her basket and handed them to Shunzian. Cousin, you can cook these for them. During times of shortage, nutrition was lacking, and everyone's health showed signs of it. Okay, Shunzian replied, taking the eggs and starting to cook them in a small pot. In front of Xieshwenong and the others, Shunzian didn't ask about last night's incident right away. He trusted Xiejio to handle it. They exchanged a look and understood each other, without words. Grandpa, Grandma, are you feeling better? Xiejio asked as she tucked them in and checked their pulses. She waited until she felt their pulses were calm and that they were only a little shaken before she relaxed. Xieshwenong's throat felt itchy, and he coughed softly. Seeing Xiejio's eyes slightly red and thinking of her son who had died early on the battlefield, he felt a pang of pain. We're fine, don't worry, he said gently. I know you're a good and capable girl, but Grandpa hopes you take care of yourself first. We're old, and all we want is for you to stay safe. Being betrayed by the student they trusted the most was incredibly painful for them at that time. The deepest pain came from the betrayal of someone they trusted. After coming here, they didn't have much time to dwell on sadness. Heavy work exhausted their bodies, but the young man from the Shin family gradually eased their pain, helping their wounds heal over time. Now, they've seen their granddaughter, whom they had never met before. Even if they have gone to the afterlife, they can rest in peace. Their greatest hope is that their granddaughter and the young man from the Shin family stay safe. Xiejio gently touched the old man's calloused hands and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. After darkness comes light, and we must all hold on until then. Xieshwenong held Xiejio's hand from the other side, with tears in his eyes. This old man, who dedicated half his life to scientific research, was crying uncontrollably at that moment, sobbing softly. Shun Hongying saw Xieshwenong crying and gently patted him. You're so grown up, yet you're still crying. Aren't you afraid little Jiu will laugh at you? Xiejio touched his nose and said, Laughing is impossible. At most, Grandpa, who is always nagging, will be scolded by Grandma. While they enjoyed their warm family moment, a big event happened in the village. A sharp, piercing scream instantly woke up the early risers and sparked everyone's curiosity. Although the cowshed was in a remote area, it couldn't hide the fact that the whole village was awakened. So, Xiejio and Shun Ziyun also heard the noise. They exchanged glances, finished comforting their grandparents, then each left from opposite directions, heading toward the lively area following the crowd. Xiejio wanted to see what was happening because last night, someone had come so precisely that it suggested there might be someone informing others or passing messages secretly. Such troublemakers, Xiejio was determined not to let go. Since the incident when Autumn Lady and Lu Champion were caught rolling around in the cornfield, their family had become completely silent in the village. Lu Dama felt ashamed of losing face and no longer wanted to stay active in the village. Why Lu Champion and Autumn Lady avoided the villagers was unknown. However, since Autumn Lady came to Lu's house, life there had changed dramatically, according to rumors circulating among nearby families. Xiejio has a little elf as a cheating tool, and Chen Hongxia, the eldest daughter-in-law, often chats with her about village gossip. She knows almost everything about the village. She also knows that since Qianyang married Lu Guanjuan, Chen Dashan has been secretly watching the family's every move, seemingly waiting for a chance to take revenge. Xiejio is quick on her feet and soon arrives at the gossip scene, at Lu's house. Chen Dashan is lying at the door, bleeding from his forehead. Chen Dama is crying loudly, and Qianyang stands nearby with a grim face. Xiejio observes their expressions. When her gaze passes over Qianyang, she notices something strange about her. She is too calm. Xiejio quickly starts thinking. Based on what nearby families have said, since Qianyang went to Lu's house, their life has changed a lot. Where do these changes come from? Of course, from food. The Lu family was just an ordinary family before. After Lu Guanjuan drove away his previous wife with unreasonable accusations, life became quite difficult for them. Lu Guanjuan is a typical mama's boy who listens to his mother about everything. Since Lu Guanjuan remarried Qianyang, has life improved? Qianyang herself is not wealthy. When she left the Chen family, she took nothing. So, where did the money come from? It's suspicious. Xiejio looks at the fallen Chen Dashan and the calm Qianyang. Combining this with last night's incident of someone breaking into the pigsty without reason, a bad suspicion forms in her mind. If Chen Dashan discovered Qianyang's strange behavior and used it to threaten her, what would she do if she were Qianyang? There's no wall that's completely airtight. Who is least likely to reveal secrets? Of course, the dead. Considering Chen Dashan's bloodied and battered state, it's not impossible that he's no longer alive. Xiejio raises an eyebrow. Is he so calm because he knows he won't survive? Xia Weimin had just finished half his breakfast when the boy next door ran into their house, shouting loudly, "Uncle, stop eating. Someone has died." Hearing this, Xia Weimin choked on his bun, nearly suffocating. In a panic, he rushed over and saw the scene before him. Xia Weimin staggered and almost fell down. What exactly is wrong with their village? These repeated incidents might cause him, the team leader, to lose his position soon, not to mention the upcoming evaluation for the advanced team this year. What's going on? Xia Weimin's voice was strained, and he felt like his heart was about to give out from stress. Day after day. Qianyang shrank back slightly, lifting her wet eyes. I don't know what happened either. When I opened the door this morning, he suddenly jumped out from beside me. I was startled and instinctively hit the door latch on his head. Ugh. I really don't know. I thought it was some thief sneaking in. The villagers' eyes shifted between Qianyang and Chen Dashan. Despite Qianyang's explanation, no one spoke up for either of them. They just watched, enjoying the spectacle. Because everyone knew Chen Dashan had been following Qianyang for some time. The workers weren't blind. How could they not see? Why hit him today, and not before? And who is Chen Dashan anyway? If they had hurt Chen Dashan, they might have been accused of something worse. They wouldn't do such foolish things. Next door to Lu's house, a boy tilted his head, thinking of something, and grinned. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Chen hasn't been coming to see you for the first time early in the morning. Why didn't you hit him before? He had seen Uncle Chen come to see Aunt Xiao more than once, always early.
Why didn't she hit him then?
Why did she hit him today? Children see the world simply. They say what they see. This made Xiejio more suspicious of her. She stepped into the crowd, first glancing at Chen Dashin on the ground. After checking his pulse, she found he was just unconscious, not dead. If he had been a little further away, he might not have survived. But for now, he was definitely alive. Xiejio frowned. Using a silver needle now was impossible. She looked up at the nearby women, noticing one holding a needle and sewing shoes. Her eyes lit up instantly. She said to that woman, "Auntie, can I borrow your needle for a moment? This aunt is also a straightforward person. Why can't this work?" She didn't ask anything and directly handed the needle to Xiejio. Chun Damao was crying and hiccuped. Seeing Xiejio, she felt the pain in the place where she had been hit again. Looking at the cold-looking embroidery needle in Xiejio's hand, Chun Damao shouted nervously, "What are you going to do?" Xiejio rolled her eyes at her. "Your son isn't dead yet. Don't mourn him. Do you want him to live? Do you want to confront your former daughter-in-law?" Now, Xiejio was 100% sure that Chen Dashin must be holding some evidence from Qionyang, or else why would he suddenly attack today after all these days? Don't say she couldn't stand others watching her. Forget it. Qionyang had stayed so long under Chen Dashin's control because she could tolerate it. If she couldn't, she would have left long ago. But at that time, she made her choice because of the situation and what happened. Now, it seems like she was just fighting to protect herself. Seeing Xiejio so confident, her eyes flickered, trying to persuade the people around to stop Xiejio. But before she could speak, Xiejio coldly looked at her. "I advise you to shut up, or I've never said I won't hit women. Besides, you know very well what your own problem is." Xiejio gave a signal to Xia Weimin. He immediately understood and ordered the militia members to surround Qionyang. There are no coincidences in this world. When they happen, most are man-made. She didn't believe that someone came to the barn last night, and today such a terrible thing happened in the village. It must be that Chen Dashin saw something.
What are you?
Shut up. Chen Hongxia knew that the militia mostly looked at Qionyang, but they couldn't get too close. If they got too close and were accused, it would be bad. But she could do it. She took a piece of cloth from somewhere and directly stuffed it into the person's mouth. Finally, the world was peaceful again. Xiejio used the embroidery needle to a large acupoint on Chen Dashin. She wasn't doing it to save him. She wasn't a good person.
She would help those who deserved respect.
But for selfish and greedy people like him, Xiejio had no compassionate heart to save them. Conversely, if Chen Dashin really had any leverage over Autumn Lady, he should have reported it to the village committee immediately, instead of trying to use it to threaten others. His own actions led to his downfall, and he cannot blame anyone else. Lying on the ground, Chen Dashin seemed to regain some strength. In the disbelief of everyone, he opened his tightly closed eyes. When Chen Dama saw that Chen Dashin was awake, she immediately stopped crying and rushed over to her son. "Dashin, Dashin, you're awake. You scare me to death, child. What's wrong with you?" Chen Dashin was momentarily stunned, then remembered what happened before he fainted. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. He slowly turned his head, feeling wetness on his face and head. Wanting to touch it, he heard Xiejio say nearby, "I advise you not to move. If you want to say something, just say it. For example, why were you attacked?" Chen Dashin was hit on the head, and a throbbing pain spread through his entire head. His reaction was slow. After hearing Xiejio, his eyes moved slightly, and he finally understood what it meant. Usually, villagers who liked to watch the fun would chatter loudly, but during this commotion, no one spoke much. This shows that whether it's the Qin family or the Lu family, they are not well liked in the village. First, they fear Autumn Lady and Chindama's gossiping mouths, which like to spread rumors. Second, they worry about being extorted, so everyone just watched the scene quietly and spoke little. Chen Dashin panted heavily, filled with endless hatred. He said word by word, "It was Autumn Lady who wanted to kill me. I saw her," as Chen Dashin, full of resentment, spoke the truth. Autumn Lady, who was being watched, flashed with intense murderous intent in her eyes. She also made a muffled sound. This startled Chen Hongxia standing nearby. Xie Xiongdong and Zhao Jianjun acted quickly and subdued her immediately. The villagers gasped and took a step back. Hearing the noise, Chen Dashan wanted to look at Autumn Lady, but his head hurt terribly with even the slightest movement, so he had to give up. He took a deep breath and continued. Yesterday, just before sunset, I saw Autumn Lady meeting with a man dressed in black at the foot of the mountain. I don't know what they talked about, but that man gave her some money. I want to use this leverage to bring Lady Qi back to live with me. At this point, Chen Dashan paused. I know my own situation, and I want to find someone else, but it's not easy. Now that he had been hit on the head and nearly lost his life, Chen Dashan no longer cared about his hidden illness. He only wanted that ruthless woman to face the punishment she deserved. He was suffering, and no one else would be better off. Originally, if that woman had agreed to his request, he would have kept her secret. But she didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Xiejio looked at Chen Dashan's expression and sneered softly. Haha, it seems you're not so noble either. Xiejio knew Chen Dashan's thoughts without him needing to ask. Selfishness has always been part of human nature. A selfish person is unlikely to do great deeds for others. Xiejio didn't say anything more. He stood up, walked over to Xie Weimin, and whispered about what happened last night. Xie Weimin's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, not only are there murderers in our village, but this. What's the difference between this and spies or bad elements? Is this true? Xiejio nodded seriously. Absolutely true. At that moment, Shen Ziyun and Chu Masheng ran over. This was the first formal conversation between the two since they met here. On the way, they had briefly discussed the situation. No matter what their reasons were, Chu Masheng thought Xiejio's worries and actions were correct. Xie Weimin looked at the police officers arriving, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Sigh, forget it. The big team is gone, but at least it's better than having a ticking time bomb in our team. Villagers saw the police coming and automatically stepped back, watching from a distance. Xiejio approached and briefly explained what happened last night and today to Chu Masheng. Chu Masheng's face suddenly grew serious. The situation here was not optimistic. I will have someone question them carefully when I get back. Keep an eye on that. I will also report this matter. He had already learned some details from his grandfather. When Xie Xuanong and others were sent here, higher authorities also intended to protect them. The situation back then was quite serious, and it was necessary to send people down. However, they were all talented and capable individuals. The leaders who came from the ranks of the common people had no such frivolous thoughts. They are the backbone of the country and essential talents for its development. Because of this mindset, some people turned a blind eye when it came to sending others down to Red River Village, just hoping they could pass through safely. Now, someone has reached into this matter. Are they the same people who once wanted to suppress them, or other enemies, or perhaps both? All right, thank you for your trouble. Xiejio sincerely thanked the person, knowing in her heart that she must start taking action herself. Only by being strong can she earn her grandparents' peace through her own efforts. After Lady Qiu was taken away, Chen Dashan was finally sent to the town by Tong Dai at Xie Weimin's request. No one expected Madame Chen to agree. But on the other hand, Madame Chen truly cares for Chen Dashan. Now that her son is like this, sending him to the hospital is the best choice. Xie Weimin watched the donkey cart disappear into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. The small hospital in town is already crowded with several spots taken by their village. Soon, nearby villages will learn what happened here. He can imagine the look on their faces at the next collective meeting, laughing at their misfortune. Big uncle, don't worry. Things will get resolved eventually. Xiejio comforted her uncle with these words, subtly glancing at Lu Guanjuan and Lu Dajia. When she saw their expressions, she paused slightly, lowering her gaze to hide her thoughts. As for whether it is or not, Lady Qiu's arrest, the rest will probably be clear soon. Walking home, Xiejio had a plan in mind.
She needed to make that thing today.
If you want others to take you seriously, you need to have the right bargaining chips. And she has the ability to do so. After returning home, Xiejio closed the door and entered her space. Seeing her come in, The small animals inside the space were overjoyed. Xiejio didn't show favoritism. She petted each one, ensuring fairness. She was known as the Master of Balance. After playing with the little animals for a while, her mood settled. She then went to the Weapons Research Center behind the villa. This is a small, independent cabin inside Xiejio's space, used specifically for weapon research and medicine production. Today, it was put to use again. Xiejio changed into a new outfit and went inside. She saw countless parts and blueprints, and it felt like she was back in the days when she was a Special Forces team member. She was the only one in her team who could make weapons. It was probably influenced by someone from her past life. Xiejio walked to the table, opened one of the weapon blueprints. This blueprint was personally designed by her, related to firearms. She had reduced the weight of the gun, making it lighter, but increased its range by 200 meters. It was smaller than usual guns but had a longer shooting distance, making it a great tool for stealth missions. Xiejio looked at the blueprint and smiled. This one is yours. She didn't plan to submit the blueprint for now. The country was still unstable, and if this blueprint fell into the hands of spies, it would be very dangerous for them. Haha, just a little spoiler. Tomorrow, we'll start the fun battle mode, fighting and more fighting. Guess what new features will appear?
Wow.
Night fell, and the moonlight shone faintly through the clouds, casting a dark shadow over the ground. The whole village was silent. Xiejio was still busy in her space when the little spirit's voice sounded in her ear. Boss, that person has left. Xiejio paused her work, put away her tools, slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and looked outside with a sharp gaze. A mocking smile appeared on her lips. Thanks. He couldn't wait any longer. Even though the chess piece had blocked his suspicion, she was still anxious. Xiejio moved swiftly, her figure blending into the darkness, quickly catching up with the person ahead. Lu Guanjuan took advantage of the moonlight, carefully leaving the village. When he reached the fork in the road, someone was already waiting there with a bicycle. The two didn't exchange many words. Lu Guanjuan sat on the bicycle's back seat, and they sped off toward the town. Xiejio raised her eyebrows, took out an electric scooter from her space, and followed behind them. Half an hour later, Xiejio arrived at an alley with them. By the time they reached the town, she had put away her scooter and was following them with her supernatural abilities. Watching the two disappear at the end of the alley, she was about to go in when she sensed something strange around the corner. Just as her dagger was about to be drawn, Chu Emotion and his team came out from the corner. Comrade Xie, it's me. Why are you here? Tonight they had a plan. According to the list given by Shi Xiaotsue, their first target was at the end of the alley. Xiejio looked at their bright, searching eyes and calmly shrugged. The bicycle that just passed by, the person sitting at the back is from our village. He's also the husband of the woman involved in the attempted murder case this morning. His simple words explained everything. Guanzhao and Lu Bo, who were following Chu Emotion, also knew about the case from this morning. Lu Bo asked curiously, Comrade Xie, how did you know he would act tonight? Xiejio looked toward the end of the alley, a cold look in his eyes.
Too calm.
Being overly calm makes people suspicious, doesn't it? Moreover, Lu Guanjuan was just a farmer. He wouldn't be able to hide his emotions if he saw such a scene. Normal people, whether their wife accidentally hit someone or committed murder, would either clarify that it was unintentional or distance themselves from her. But he chose a third option. In other words, he's not worried. This was the conclusion Xiejio reached after having a little spirit monitor Lu Guanjuan for a day. He still went to work, ate, and behaved normally, nothing unusual. In other words, he wasn't worried about what Qiu Nyangzi might find out. Maybe from the start, he used her as a target, a shield to hide his true intentions. He used the incident with Nyangzi to cover up his real goal tonight. Perhaps Chen Dashan might discover Nyangzi, or maybe Lu Guanjuan set the trap. Xiejio even suspected that Lu Guanjuan's ex-wife was driven away intentionally. And his relationship with Nyangzi was also part of Nyangzi's plan. He just went along with it, finding a free target. Why not? Now that Lu Guanjuan is mixed up with your target, I think my guess is probably right. He might also be an enemy planted in the village to gather information, Whether he's a spy or someone bought by others, we'll know after we catch him. I just wonder if Aunt Lu knows what her son has done. Chu Emotion's expression was serious, as he had carefully considered this operation beforehand. Not only were the people they needed to catch here, but also those targeted by the security department. Now, an unexpected factor had appeared, making tonight's plan more complicated. And Nan looked at Xie with curiosity rather than suspicion. They had joined the army around the same time, and their achievements were similar. He trusted Chu Emotion completely. Seeing Chu Emotion be so polite and trusting toward a female comrade made him even more curious. Chu Emotion naturally noticed in Nan's gaze. This is Comrade Xie. She saved me twice and helped us complete a difficult mission. Some things didn't need to be explained in detail. Those at their level understood easily. And Nan's expression changed instantly. He stood straight and nodded seriously at Xie. Xie was momentarily surprised but responded with a smile. This is Comrade and Nan. He also has a target here. Chu Emotion introduced the two to each other, and they became somewhat familiar. Xie looked at the dark night and the alley shrouded in darkness. The alley entrance looked like an unseen abyss waiting to trap prey. She gazed into the distance, slowly closed her eyes, and her mental energy spread out instantly. The figures appeared in her mind one by one, and her face grew more serious. Wow, there are 15 people, all carrying weapons around their waists. To hide her supernatural ability, Jerry, her space companion, ran over just in time, climbed onto her palm, and made 2 squeaking sounds. Xie slowly opened her eyes. Her black eyes held a cold, killing intent. When she looked at Chu Emotion, the coldness in her eyes slightly softened. There are 15 people inside. They all have weapons at their waists. And Nan's eyes lit up. He looked at Xie as if he had found a treasure, his eyes wide with excitement. You're truly a genius. He stopped mid-sentence, covering his mouth with his hand. He and Chu Emotion had the same rank and had encountered many capable people. Xie smiled gently. Protecting the country's interests is what I should do. I'm glad I can help you. When these words were spoken, everyone immediately showed respect. They didn't care about fame or profit. They only cared because I am a member of the country and must defend its interests. Then let's do it. And Nan didn't want the target he had been chasing for months to disappear into the crowd again. They sacrificed several comrades to catch this person. To track his movements, they had been in the jungle and on snowy mountains. To avoid his counter-tracking, they even hid in cesspits. This person is very clever. If he escapes, it will be very hard to catch him again. Chu Emotion agreed with Nan's plan. Although they were not in the same department, their goal was the same, to protect the country's peace and defend national interests. Okay, let's go. The group carefully sneaked out under the cover of night. In the alley, a dog barked. When Xie looked over, the stray dog was so scared it ran away. Wow, did I see a monster? It scared me to death. In the silent night, that dog bark alerted the people inside the house. They all drew their guns from their belts and looked around cautiously. Lao Lu, go check if someone has sneaked in. This alley and house are very important to them. They had already checked the surroundings carefully. They chose this place because not many families live here, only a few scattered households, and they're some distance away. In such a dark night, hearing a dog bark doesn't make sense. They had already found out what kind of people live here, mostly elderly folks or children. It's too late for anyone to be outside. So, they must be very careful. In their line of work, if they weren't alert, they would be dead long ago. Okay, the man called Lao Lu drew his weapon and cautiously moved toward the yard. Xie immediately used his space detection ability to scan all 4 sides of the yard. Wow, so many boxes. I'm making money. His excited heart trembled as he nervously placed his hand on the wall. Several boxes appeared on the ground, startling the resting leopards and wolves, who ran wildly across the grass. After realizing there was no danger, they each returned to their spots and circled around the boxes. Xie was too busy to pay attention to them, focusing carefully on what was inside. Chu Emotion and Annan quickly climbed onto the wall. Before Lao Lu could open the door to check, Xiejio suddenly kicked the door open with great force, sending it flying out along with the person behind it, making a loud bang. He sent them flying out, and they hit the ground heavily. Xiejio thought, serves you right, as he went down to meet the black and white impermanence. At that moment, Annan and Chu Emotion also moved. They jumped down from the wall and fought with the people inside. Xiejio kicked open the door and struck down someone trying to sneak attack Guan Chao. Guan Chao looked back, smiled gratefully, then punched the person in front of him. In the quiet night, the small courtyard seemed like hot oil bubbling with water as they joined the fight. Lu Guanjuan was inside talking with others. When he saw Xiejio, he froze in shock, staring at Xiejio fighting inside. The man looked at Xiejio, who was fighting fiercely, and squinted. He grabbed his collar and angrily asked, "Did you bring him here? He had suspected this all along. How come their hideout was discovered tonight?" Lu Guanjuan, caught by the collar, suddenly snapped out of his shock and quickly explained, "No, it's not me. It's really not." How could he know where Xiejio was? He was sure no one followed him on the way. Besides, he wasn't the only one on the road. His people hadn't noticed anything, so how could it be him? Xiejio finished off one person with a knife, licked his dry lips, and looked sharply at the two inside the house, his eyes brightening. He put the dagger into his waist and replaced it with a newly developed pistol, his cold expression like a demon crawling out of the underworld. The man in the hall was very familiar with this kind of look. He shot Lu Guanjuan, who was begging for mercy, and then told the other two inside to retreat quickly. The yard was already full of bodies. There was no reason to stay any longer. Now was the time to leave. Don't let that loser escape again. Annan's cold voice sounded from outside. Xiejio looked at the person trying to run away, fired a shot inside, and shouted outside, "Quick, there are a few others here. They want to escape." Annan moved even faster. After dealing with his opponent, he quickly ran toward the side. Chu Emotion finished off his enemy and immediately rushed over. The three met at the door of the hall. The little sprite sensed the change in the air and shouted urgently, "Boss, get down." Xiejio reacted faster than her thoughts. She turned around quickly and knocked down the two people beside her, one with each hand. At that moment, explosions sounded simultaneously. Several explosions echoed in the night sky, forming dark mushroom clouds swirling above the yard. The explosion also caused the neighboring yard to catch fire. Spit, spit, spit. Xiejio spat out dirt from her mouth and gritted her teeth. "That loser. I want to kill him," Annan immediately got up from the ground and chased after the man who was leaving. Chu Emotion flipped over and stood up, shouting to Guan Chao and Lu Bo outside. "Hurry, save the people," the little sprite warned. "Boss, these people escaped from behind. If we go around from the side, we can catch them, but say it quickly and stop wasting time. When is it?" Still whining. The sprite replied, "Boss, use the mountain bike in your space to chase them. Only then can we catch up because they are in a car." Seeing that Annan had already gone after the people in the direction they left, and knowing he came in a car. "Comrade Chu, come with me." The little sprite had already parked the bike at the door as Xiejio requested. Xiejio jumped onto the motorcycle directly. When Chu Emotion came out and saw the motorcycle, his eyes widened. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up." "Oh, okay." Chu Emotion's eyes moved, and he turned to sit on the motorcycle. He knew that Comrade Xia had secrets. Who doesn't have secrets? As long as he didn't do anything harmful to the country, he was a good comrade. Moreover, Comrade Xia had been helping them all along, so he was naturally a good comrade. "Hold on tight." Xiejio pulled the throttle and shifted gears, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Shumashing. This crazy rush of speed. The night was dark and heavy. Cold wind howled outside, and the sound of rustling leaves mixed with the wind in their ears. On the empty street, two cars ahead seemed to be racing, keeping dangerously close. Xiejio pulled the throttle harder, and the speed suddenly increased. "Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up." Whoa, 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 whoa. The night wind brushed against their faces, bringing a sharp chill. Sieju narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, feeling her blood boil with excitement from the roar of the engine. Sensing her excitement, Chu Mashin couldn't help but smile. The tip of her ponytail brushed against his cheek now and then, sending a faint ripple through his heart. A light fragrance lingered in the air. She handed him a hammer. "Comrade Chu, when I get close enough, use this to smash their window." Siejo almost wanted to ask, "Comrade, ever played whack-a-mole?" But she decided to keep it subtle, no need to scare him. "Everyone, are you enjoying this?" "Siejo, fighting for the country is my duty. If you like it, please give a 5-star rating. Love you all." Chu Mashin looked at the hammer in his hand. It had a long handle and a heavy head. If it hit someone, it would definitely hurt. "All right, I'll work with you." Feeling Siejo's energy, Chu Mashin's lips curved into a smile full of anticipation. Then, "Let's speed up." The motorcycle roared louder as it shifted into a higher gear. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The sound of the engine and the rushing wind blended into a wild symphony in the night. And Nan was focused on following the car ahead when he suddenly heard the loud roar behind him. Looking into the rearview mirror, he saw a strange-looking motorcycle and widened his eyes. When Sieju sped past him, grinning broadly, he finally snapped out of it. "Oh my, where did they get that bike? It looked so unique." Of course it did. Siejo had built it herself. In performance, speed, and even bulletproof protection, it was top of the line. "Boss, Comrade Xie can actually drive." That's impressive. Among the girls around them, very few can drive, especially not motorcycles like this one they've never seen before. Tonight, Siejo's actions caught Nan's attention. Without mentioning the explosion, if Siejo hadn't pushed them down, Chu emotion, and he would have been hurt. Now, she is helping them chase the enemy, which makes Nan think even more highly of Siejo. Women are just as capable as men. I will report this to my superiors and try to get some reward for Comrade Xie. Yes, boss, you should definitely speak to the higher-ups. Siejo's motorcycle quickly overtook Nan and headed straight for the man in front. Soon, the motorcycle caught up with the car ahead. Chu Emotion, holding a large hammer, was ready. At Siejo's signal, he smashed the window. With a loud crash, the right rear window shattered, glass flying everywhere. The driver was hit by glass shards on his face and body, crying out in pain. Siejo also prepared her machete, excitedly shouting, giving off a vibe like a modern action hero. The man's car was hit again by the hammer and cut by Siejo. The car wobbled but kept moving forward. Siejo's eyes flicked, and she suddenly braked, circling around to the other side of the car. She seized the moment and quickly said, "Comrade Chu, break the driver's window." They worked together smoothly, like they had done this many times before, trusting each other completely. With just a glance and a word, they knew what the other wanted to do. Chu Emotion swung his hammer directly at the driver's window, smashing it again. The glass shattered loudly. The shards pierced through the driver's neck. Seeing the right moment, Siejo immediately said, "Now, pull him out." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Emotion struck the door handle with his hammer, then forcefully twisted the door off. The man in the driver's seat was pulled out by Chu Emotion. Siejo, controlling her motorcycle, used her machete to cut across the man's neck. The car was already out of control, swerving wildly. The man sitting in the passenger seat saw this and, as the car crashed into a nearby ditch, he quickly opened the door and jumped out. He ran blindly toward the mountain. Watching as Siejo and Chu Mo's hen chased after him, along with a Nan who had already caught up, the man clenched his teeth and kept running uphill. Night fell like endless fog, pressing down and making everyone feel more scared. The man ran desperately up the mountain, trying to hide in the woods to escape the pursuers. Once inside the mountain, it would be easier to get away. Seeing the entrance getting closer, the man smiled with pride. He even made a teasing gesture toward a Nan who was approaching. Siejo had special abilities, so even in the dark night, everything was clear as day. Seeing the man's provocation, he silently smiled. In the space, the leopards and wolves that were circling the box immediately received Siejo's orders. They quickly moved to the mountain, trapping the man. Their excited howls echoed through the forest. Awoo! Gagaga! Hoo-hoo! The leopards and wolves scattered, blocking the man's way. A sharp scream, ah, rang out through the woods. And Nan was the first to catch up. Seeing what was happening, he blinked, unsure whether to act or not. A pair of green eyes stared coldly at a Nan who had just arrived. The man lay on the ground, one leg caught in the mouth of a golden-tipped cat. A tiny spirit said, "Boss, I have good news and bad news." "Which one do you want to hear?" "None." "Just say it." The tiny spirit whined. "Boss, you're bullying me." The spirit continued, "The good news is, the man is stopped. The bad news is, there's a big cat." As soon as the spirit finished speaking, Xiejio and Chu Moshing arrived, breaking the strange balance once again. The leopards, wolves, the golden-tipped cat, and Nan and Xiejio all appeared. Chu Moshing gasped in shock. What kind of luck was this? All the kings of the mountain had been attracted here? Wolves were one thing, but leopards too? And even a big brainy cat? The wolf said, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" "Why am I ranked last?" "Leopard." "Who do you look down on?" "I am still a little leopard of 9'9". "How come I can't beat this big cat?" "Big cat, I think you all are getting too proud." Brain Ape was playing with a new small toy, the man being chased, when suddenly he smelled a nice, fragrant scent. He couldn't help but lift his head, sniffing eagerly. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. Brain Tiger walked up to Xiejio, tilted his head, and said, "Meow, smells good." Seeing Brain Tiger be so obedient, the leopard and wolves also gave up pretending. They happily ran to Xiejio. "Meow, smells good. The world is so magical." And Nan and Chu Emotion were both shocked by what they saw. "Are you still the rulers of the forest? Someone needs to tell them what is going on here." Xiejio looked at the two, grinning and shrugging. "I'm just naturally adorable, no way around it. Quick, go catch him. He looks pretty badly hurt. If we wait too long, we might not be able to save him." Xiejio put a small pill into the man's mouth, so he could at least hold on until they reached the hospital. She knew that Nan and the others worked so hard to catch this man because he probably knew the secrets they wanted. Okay. Nan quickly took the badly injured man, turned around, ran down the mountain, put him in the car, and immediately drove away. This was the person Nan and the others were looking for. The person Chu Emotion and the others were after had already died in the chaos, and the trail was lost. But maybe, once Nan questions him, it could still help them. The quiet of the night was like black velvet, gently covering the earth. Twinkling stars flickered warmly in the darkness. Xiejio jumped onto her motorcycle after coming down the mountain, patted the seat, and cheerfully said, "Comrade Chu, want to feel the wind?" Under the moonlight, silver rays shone on Xiejio's side face. Her beauty was like a flawless gem. Her high ponytail swayed slightly in the breeze, making her look like she was coated in silver. "Thank you." At the moment the motorcycle roared to life, he boldly looked directly at the girl's pretty face, a slight smile on his lips. His clear voice sounded softly under the moonlight. "Okay." He tiptoed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. In the breeze, a faint scent wafted to his nose, calming his restless mind. Xiejio pulled the throttle, shook his hair, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. The loud roar of the motorcycle and Xiejio's happy shouts sounded like beautiful music floating in the night air. The villagers nearby heard this noise and were confused. Could it be some strange monster coming down the mountain? It didn't sound like any wild animal. Wolves don't howl like that. Could it be a monkey? They had never heard of monkeys in the Northeast. Deer don't make such sounds either. Tonight's sounds lasted a long time and became a mysterious language in the villagers' stories. After sending the person to the police station, Xiejio lightly tipped his toes, leaned the motorcycle slightly, and performed a big drift. Chu Moshing got off the bike. Xiejio waved to him, and both disappeared into the night. Chu Moshing looked at his outstretched hand, wanting to ask Xia where the bike came from and if he should return it. Before he could speak, he took a mouthful of exhaust and chuckled to himself. Shuegang came out from inside after hearing the noise. He patted Chu Moshing's shoulder and said, "Don't look anymore now that they've gone." He had heard Guan Chao and the others say that without Xie's help tonight, they might have suffered heavy losses. Who would have thought that those people were hiding not far from their neighborhood, in a small alley that was easy to overlook? 15 people were hiding in a tiny yard, all armed. They had misjudged the situation and almost caused a big disaster. Shuegang couldn't help but take a deep breath. The waves of the Yangtze River keep pushing forward, while the ones behind are swept away. It seems they need to increase patrols around the area and catch all the spies. Tonight was definitely an uneasy night. After Chu and Mo Shun returned to the office, despite it being late at night, he immediately made 2 calls to update them on tonight's situation and thank Xiejio for his help. Only after finishing both calls did he lean back in a nearby chair to clear his mind and rest properly. The tension from staying alert all night finally eased, and fatigue took over. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was asleep, but others who were awakened by Chu and Mo Shun's loud voice could not sleep. In Beijing, at the Chu family home, after receiving a call from his young grandson, old Master Chu put on his clothes and got up. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, he smiled slightly.
Why sleep now?
I won't sleep anymore. How can my eldest son sleep alone? In his sleep, Chu Mingde was startled by the knocking on the door. Although he now worked in an office, he used to be in the military, so he was naturally alert. As soon as he heard the knocking, he stood up quickly. When he recognized his father's voice, he relaxed. Chu's mother, who was awakened and rubbing her sleepy eyes, looked toward the door with a confused expression. "What's wrong?" Chu's father patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "It's nothing. Dad needs to talk to me. You can sleep a little longer." "Oh, okay. If anything happens, call me," Chu's mother said, turning back into bed. Outside, old Master Chu saw his son taking so long and frowned. Just as he was about to knock again, the door suddenly opened with a creak. Seeing his father looking energetic, Chu's father couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's going on?" Old Master Chu looked at his son with some disdain, snorted, and turned toward the study. His voice was calm as he said, "Come with me to the study." "Okay," Chu's father replied and quickly closed the door behind him, following his father to the study. Inside the study, old Master Chu sat on a stool, looking at his son with a bit of a daze. So much time had passed. Years ago, his son, old Xie's son, and old Shen's son, all soldiers fighting in that chaotic era. In the end, only his son was still alive. Old Shen's son and old Xie's son had died on the battlefield. Old Master Chu couldn't help but sigh. "Dad, what's wrong?" Chu Mingde wondered how long it had been since he last saw his father like this. It seems like a long time ago. Since his father took that position, he hasn't been this worried in a long while. Chu Qingfeng looked at his son and recounted how Chu Moshing had called him twice. Naturally, he also mentioned Xiejio. Chu Mingde's face looked serious and a bit grim. Although he works in an office, he understands the situation very well. Currently, spies are very active, and the police and soldiers on the front lines are under a lot of pressure. What surprised them most was that someone was interfering with the people who had been sent away. Chu Qingfeng and Chu Mingde knew what this meant. Back then, old Xie's son saved you. He lost his life. Now, his daughter has saved your son twice and helped him complete his mission. Our Chu family owes them a lot. They knew about old Shen's family situation. After old Shen's daughter married old Xie's son, they received notice that he was sent to the battlefield shortly after. When they tried to find her later, she was gone. That little girl grew up with many hardships. Just as old Master Chu was feeling sad, he suddenly changed the subject with a faint smile on his face. "What if we let those 2 young ones get married?" Chu Mingde looked at his father's smile and knew he was sincere, but he still said, "Dad, from Moshing's words, you should know that the girl is independent and capable. We should let them develop on their own and not interfere. Usually, talented girls don't like others interfering with their freedom, especially in marriage. That girl is so capable, she might even be recruited into a special unit someday. Her potential is beyond our imagination." And what about our little troublemaker? Does anyone from her family even look at him? Dear readers, let's not overthink this. This is a parallel universe with special departments, so we shouldn't obsess over Siegio's abilities being discovered. Please be gentle with your comments. Reading novels is mainly for fun and happiness. Your support and love are the biggest motivation for me to keep writing.